Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are coming to you live from Texas A&M University for the first ever combat robotics competition hosted here. My name is Matt Blackwell.
I'm Nathaniel Speed, and I will also be commentating today. And we are hyped to have everyone here for the first ever combat robotics competition in College Station. For those of you that are not familiar with combat robotics, think of the big TV show BattleBots. You have these giant 250-pound robots going head-to-head, trying to destroy the other robot or gain as many points as they possibly can. This is the same thing at a much smaller scale. We have 15 3-pound robots, 15 1-pound robots, and roughly seven fairy weight robots at 150 grams. Different levels of carnage, different strategies. You'll see different weapon types. It'll be a blast to watch, and I'm ready to see some destruction in these boxes. Let's go.
Me too, Nathaniel. It's going to be one action-packed day here at A&M. For the fairy weight, there's actually an extra element in the arena where you're able to throw the opponent outside of the arena in the dead zone, and that will instantly kill the robot, winning the other opponent a match, giving the flippers an actual target to be able to flip into.
You'll see all sorts of strategies, especially with the fairy weights. They're so small. They're so small.
Yeah, 150 grams. That's really small.
For context, those of you that are thinking like, well, what's the size of a normal BattleBot? Right here, we have a 3-pound robot made by our actual the event organizer. His name's Sid from Team Riptide, and this is the robot he's letting us show off. This is about the size of it. Small weapon, but can do a ton of damage, like with steel. This is the kind of scale we're working with today.
Yes, and those are the kind of things that are going to be getting ripped apart in these arenas.
It's gonna be
I don't know if you guys have seen BattleBots before. What strategies are you looking forward to the most seeing?
So it's one thing to have a weapon that can just immediately annihilate the other opponent, but what I see, what the meta is from what I've seen, is flipping up robots and trying to hit the underside of the robot, or getting them into a situation where they start to stall out their motor and burn things out, or get to a point where they can't move anymore. And not being able to move can constitute a knockout.
And I think burning things out is the thing that I'm most hyped to see today. I wonder if we're going to see a flamethrower robot in this arena today. That's what I'm looking forward to, because that'd just be so cool just to see that live flamethrower right in front of us as it's trying to melt the inside of the other robot.
Let's hope we don't melt the arena here, though.
Yeah, it probably won't melt the arena.
Yeah.
We got the safety precautions for it. There's a reason it's in the manual.
Oh, yeah. That polycarb shielding will hold. We got it. It's hype in the chat. Calvin, I see you in there. Glad to see everyone in the chat.
Yes.
We will be starting really shortly, actually. I think we're about to bring on our next robots. We got a couple more match inspections and safety checks that they're doing, but
well, safety is very important whenever we're sitting this close to the arena. The arena is about 10 feet in front of us, so we are very much on the side of if the arena is secure. Because anything goes flying, which things will be very shortly.
Yeah.
It's going to be something interesting to watch.
So, chat, what are you looking for? What are you hyped about to see? Like I'm ready to see like some actual strategy of pushing bots in the corners and trying to move around as quickly as you can. This is actually my first BattleBots competition to watch live, and I'm hyped.
Me as well, but watching those rules, watching them on TV, and I mean, these 3-pound bots, 1-pound bots, 150. We're kicking it off with the 3-pound, so or the 1-pound.
1-pound. We're starting with 1-pound today.
So we get the middle ground right off the bat before we get to the big boys and the teeny ones.
Yeah. And another little side competition that you'll see later, there's something called Break the Bank. You'll get to see it a little bit later. There's this box that has money in it. And depending on your weight class, you get either a minute or 30 seconds, and your robot will be randomly selected to just go out this box. If any money comes out and lands on the arena floor, it's yours to keep. And everyone who's interested to participate in it, they all chipped in a little bit, and that's the cash prize. It's I think they'll break the box. There's no way they don't break the box.
Yeah, it's just some plexiglass, zip ties, and some metal. Not too much.
It's got a fair amount of epoxy. It'll do it.
Not a fair amount of epoxy, but some of these robots are able to rip through things, and it's really, really cool to watch.
We have many newcomers today, and we have many veterans that are coming in today. I know for certain that we actually have some students here at Texas A&M University that are also participating in the competition for their first time ever. This is their first time ever participating in a combat robotics event. So proud of them. And
It's a
I'm proud
difficult
for all
playing
the
field to enter.
I'm proud for all the veterans that are able to make it here today. So
Yes, and from what I've heard, the community's been very friendly to the newcomers because it's a quite a daunting task to build I mean, especially going into like the small robots where you're really having to optimize every little thing to be able to get as much, you want the best torque for your weapons. You want the best torque for your wheels in the case you get into a shoving match, getting out of a pin, getting into a pin.
Yeah.
And just being able to optimize that weight and stability and structural integrity of your robot because it is going to be hitting a lot of things.
Wow. Well, we just got, I think, one more team to do their final inspection and safety, and then we should be getting ready with our next robot, or with our first robot match for 1 pound.
We got a poll open in the chat right now for what you guys think is the best combat robotics strat, so go ahead and vote for that. We got horizontal spinner, vertical spinner, egg beater, and wedge, which is definitely not an all-inclusive list, but...
Quick announcement, mainly for everyone in the room, not necessarily for chat, but one member of your team must be in your pit so you can be queued for your matches. This is the announcement to everyone in the venue. So, for chat, I mean, you can try and get in the pit if you'd like. Come on down. We're here in the Memorial Student Center.
Live.
We're in the Gates Ballroom. We have the arena set up. We got 2 arenas. The ferryweight is on the other side, and we have the pits on the other side. We're all
plenty
on the
of
floor.
live seating.
Yeah, there's a lot of seating, and we have camera views everywhere. We got a projector set up. I mean, we're ready to go. We're ready to go.
We are indeed ready to go.
Got a quick poll in chat. What is the best combat robotics strat? Got to see y'all voting on that. And if you could, please share this stream. Share it with your friends. Share it with people who might be interested in combat robotics. This is not necessarily new in the U.S. or even across the world, but it is new for us at Texas A&M, and we'd love it if you'd share it for us because we would like to produce more of these events in the future. And we can't do that without y'all support, so thank you.
And as well, if you'd like to participate,
yeah,
it's open.
If you'd like to participate, we'll get the we'll try and get the rules, or we'll try and get the Discord out at some point, maybe for further matches.
Plug the Discord and chat, hop in there, be welcomed by a community of friendly engineers ready to get to robot annihilation.
See, best combat robotics strat from chat right now is horizontal spinner with a staggering 2 votes over the other 3.
Tied with vertical spinner, so people like their spinners, I guess.
This is true.
Even though the egg beater is a spinner in and of itself, it's just in a little bit of a different package.
There was I don't know, we saw a lot this most recent BattleBot season with, I was able to watch bits and pieces of it, but like the egg beaters were really taking down some of the other robots.
Especially if they get towards the rear and just start annihilating that drivetrain, those wheels.
Yeah. Hitting the wheels is a pretty surefire way of constituting a knockout. If you can't move, what do you do? And if you can't
You're either
control the
knocked
robot,
out or soon to be knocked out, right?
Yeah. You get very close to that. Real quick, we're going to take a look at the arena you can see what it looks like and see one of the match check-ins. I'm just doing some quick tests and safety checks before we get on to the final matches, or to the starting matches.
These opening matches might be the first, but they're certainly not the least by any means.
I can't actually see the weapon from here. I think that's an egg beater, yeah.
Yes, it's an egg beater with a little bit of rammer.
The polycarbonate shield is actually pretty thick.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah. You can definitely see in the field cameras the different beatings and scratches from robots throwing them into each other and weapons getting hit as your robot's flying in the air.
And the parts of the robots.
Sometimes
it's parts of the wood from the
shrapnel.
bottom. Shrapnel flying everywhere. If you've never watched combat robotics, it is very entertaining, even if you don't know what the heck is going on.
Yeah. I mean,
it doesn't take a whole lot to know what's going on.
Take a whole lot. You're just trying to take out the other robot. But yeah.
Right now we got a wedge.
And combat robotics is not like a niche. It's not like a niche competition in just North America. They're in New Zealand. They're in, I think just recently they had matches in Brazil. They're all over the world. And the big well-known competition is, well, the TV show BattleBots, and that's where most of the exposure comes from.
Those are 250-pound, right?
250, I think.
I think.
Yeah.
Chat might want to fact check me on that one, but
Steven, yes, showing say it's a drum spinner like Minotaur.
yes. The tombstone design is also very popular. That horizontal spinner mounted at the front, able to be flipped upside down by either a wedge flipper or any other way of getting upside down, but being able to attack and move while also upside down, or it doesn't matter what orientation you're in, is a pretty advantageous thing to do.
Being able to switch orientations is huge, because that keeps you out of a knockout criteria of just not being able to move.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think we're just about ready to go. Almost.
More or less, more or less.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
First one always takes the most to set up. I know, as we hosted another competition here called Robomaster Robotics. It plays like League of Legends.
Yeah, that's like a 7 versus 7 robotic competition where they shoot paintball-sized projectiles and golf balls at each other at these force sensors, and it takes HP off. There's field objectives. Here at Texas A&M, we'll be hosting that, but a 3v3 variant where we have a completely autonomous robot, and then a robot that shoots golf balls and 17mm projectiles, and they'll go head to head. We'll have 20 teams. It's an international competition. We have a team coming all the way from Italy, and we have teams from Canada coming.
We also had teams from Mexico last year, I remember, as well.
It is slowly becoming a sensation in North America. It's a huge competition in China. Huge competition.
But we know how those first matches sometimes just take a little bit to start getting the gears going, getting the oil all in those gears, and being able to get a well-oiled machine started. As I believe we're doing some, once again, final safety checks, final
checks, final setups. We got teams starting to line up around the venue, and yeah, there's just a bit of a waiting period at the moment. We're getting there. We're getting there. Again, first time we've ever hosted this, and honestly, I'm excited for the next 6-7 hours of just complete carnage. Complete carnage.
That's a very good way of putting it. Because I don't know if you've ever seen a BattleBots thing, even if it's a 250, if it's a 150, it's 150 gram, not 250 pound.
Anything.
Pretty big distinction there.
Anything coming at you at high rates of speed with a spinning weapon that could reach hundreds of miles an hour with a high moment of inertia, it's gonna do damage, and that happens. That scales all the way up.
Depending on your weapon too. I mean, you could have an electrically charged spear. You could shoot through the side of somebody's chassis and short circuit electronics.
The flamethrowers are unique. I actually don't know much of the strat of that other than just dousing the enemy in flame and hope like overheat an ESC or.
I mean, if you've soldered any components.
If you can
become unsoldered.
I was gonna say, if you can reach 400C inside of a robot,
you've been cooking for a while.
Bye lipo. I mean, I can't think of a lipo battery that'll survive that.
All right, we got some questions. So Nathaniel, what are some different ways combat robotics can be won?
There's different points that robots can earn. The big one is a knockout. So knockout, just right off the bat. Go figure, you hit the robot enough, or you get them to stall out, and they're not able to move or control themselves, and that will constitute a knockout after a certain period of time, especially if there's no robot control. Other points, there is you can do a tap out where the other player will, like if they don't think the robot's going to survive and they'd like to make it further, they can just tap out. There's also a judge's decision, which is more often what happens. There's how much damage are you doing with your main weapon to the other robot. There is how well are you controlling your robot against against your enemy. And there's aggression. How hard are you hitting? Are you moving around? Are you trying to pin them in the corner? So it's a very offensive. Most of the time, it's a very offensive game, and it tends to. The overall point structure tends to. What's the word I'm looking for? Favor offensive robots. But you will see today some defensive robots that will be taking their hold inside of the arena here.
Yeah, getting those points and pinning in corners and things like that. You actually have a limit on how long you're able to pin people. But being able to get to that limit every single time consistently, being able to exude control over the other robot, especially whenever they're trying to fight you back, but you're able to pin them down, similar to wrestling, and tapping out as well. That is a tactical decision, honestly, sometimes, because you have to weigh the option of, well, am I going to try to fight this to the death, or am I going to say, okay, I'm going to lose this one, but I'm going to be able to go in, because you have to repair these robots, and you don't have too long in between your matches that you have to repair these robots as they are getting ripped apart in these arenas, sometimes to complete chassis rebuild in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
So having those spare parts and being able to, make the tactical decision of, maybe I'm going to tap out.
Being able to
maybe
tactically stop and say, I can't make it out of this one alive right now. You take the L in that one match to come back and take a dub later. Like, that's totally okay. That's totally okay.
Especially if there's like a small malfunction, because robots that run with belts or anything like that, sometimes those belts might lose a tensioner or anything like that, and that's going to become a deactivation of your weapon. But you don't want to watch your robot just get ripped apart if you're able to take it out and just say, okay, yeah, we're going to take this L this one time.
I anticipate that in these group stages, these initial stages, that we're not going to see too many people. We'll see some knockouts, but not destroying of the robot. But for elims, I mean, for eliminations, you might be seeing robots that die and then they still go in after it because they want to keep them out. They want to keep them out. A quick announcement for everybody in the venue: we are starting now. We'll be sending a runner to your pit table to take you to weigh-in. So get ready. And our first match will be in the 1 pound class. It'll be Doodle versus Brobot. And then for 3 pound, it will be Ablation versus Vipera. So please go get ready. And just like that, we're going to get started. I think they're going to send the table runners soon or now, or they are gone. And they will be coming.
Been sent, shortly starting. Once again, it's just that first match of the day, trying to get everything operable, ready to go, become that well-oiled machine to just start cranking matches out.
You know, as we were doing setup today, and I was kind of looking at some of the robots, I'm like, I kind of want to do my own. And you may be thinking to yourself as you're watching this, I kind of want to do this. And you can. You can do it for a relatively low budget. There are tons of YouTube tutorials online or how to set up robots. What are some good materials you can take? Some good weapon types, strategy, good suppliers, and then there are tons of resources on different calculators and just overall build quality, tips and tricks. There's a very sparse rule guide in terms of like what you can and can't do, because it's pretty free, but there is also like a plastic class where you build everything solely out of printed parts and plastic. We don't actually have that today specifically, but that is something you can do if you are limited your metal working abilities or metal machining. So you can just 3D print your entire robot, and you'll see a lot of that today. TPU, ABS, PLA, polycarbonate, carbon fiber, nylon. If someone printed in PEEK, you're a madman. I don't understand, but go for it. I mean, there's so many different materials you could work with. Actually, I don't think PEEK is allowed. I wouldn't. That's a rough material. But
in any case, having as many 3D printed parts as you can, we actually have 2 3D printers on site. If you have the CAD ready to go, you're able to print those.
Yeah.
That's something that's really good for getting those repairs in, because you go in between these matches and some parts might be slightly damaged, might not be worth repairing, but some parts might be majorly damaged and you might need to repair it. So you have those as many parts as you can that can be refabricated at the place, or having those backup parts, which is kind of the better idea, having that initial preparation. But at the same time, you do have the option of starting a print if you need to.
You'll see teams bring robots that are maybe only this big. I mean, this is what is this? 150 millimeters by 75, but they'll bring cases of just spare parts and tools to make to rebuild an entire robot in minutes, because they don't want to go out. Like they'll have the entire new set of robots, maybe an entire new chassis, and that's what there's a lot of prep behind this. There's also some pretty crazy technology involved in these robots.
Yeah.
Most of the time you see drone motors paired with VESCs or virtual ESCs, and then other types of ESCs, different control components. Some stuff is like specially built for combat robotics, just so you can have an advantage. Yeah.
What is an ESC for those in the chat that might not know?
An ESC, see if my engineering can remind me, is an electronic speed controller, and it basically just controls a motor, how much power is going to it, or really how much current is going to it. Gives back data if you have a fancy motor, stuff like that, and that's how you control most brushless motors.
Yeah, so you get those damaged at all.
Yeah,
You want to make sure those are in a safe place in your robot.
Please, damaging an ESC is definitely definitely like grounds for a KO right there.
Or damaging. Do you know what brain they use?
I actually don't know what microcontrollers teams are using. I'm willing to bet you could use an Arduino.
Raspberry Pi, Arduino.
It would be. I don't know the overhead on that. I don't know. Something for me to research when I decide to build my own BattleBot when we host again in the future, because I'm interested now. I mean, we haven't seen a match, and I'm interested. We're ready to go.
Looks like they're still setting up, finishing the final stages of preparation. As the 2 1-pound bots might be entering right now.
Yeah, I think they're. Yeah, bear with us, chat. We're trying to get this first match started. We still got some teams that are trying to get things ready. But yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it.
They are indeed working on it.
Oh man.
I know in one of the other comps, talking about rebuildability, he had his entire robot, instead of screws, he used zip ties.
Zip ties.
And he did not trim them, so it looked like a just spiky ball.
You know, tactical, adds horsepower. Honestly, there's an interesting dynamic between like the different robotics competitions that you could participate in, like from your, I don't know, let's say you're 12 all the way up to being 20. But like, you've got combat robotics, you've got Vex robotics, you've got FRC, you've got what am I missing? You've got best robotics. There's a bunch of different combat. There's a bunch of different not combat robotic competitions. Competitions. Yes, that's the word. Bunch of competitions, and some of the other competitions, it's focused on making your robot as rigid as it possibly can, and it just never breaks. But for combat, you have to design with the mind that you're going to take a hit and probably
take a lot of hits.
You're going to take a lot of hits and break many parts. And you need to be able to swap out immediately. So there's modularity involved. I think we're about to get them. I think we're about to get started. Please come into the field. We need Doodle and Brobot. Come onto the field for the first 1-pound match.
Here it goes. We might switch to the field cam to check it out as they're setting up. First match of the day, 1 pound.
And I think they're doing the first setup.
You can see there's a safety mechanism of that clamp just getting removed. That way it's active.
Our producer's trying to figure out which robot's which. It's just a table.
Each of these robots have a safety mechanism on them. That way their weapon's not able to be active as it's outside the cage, because that could be catastrophic. The safety constraints are removed now, though.
Real quick, which robot is in which corner? Because Doodle. Okay.
Doodle's ready.
It is flipped. That is fine.
We're ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
3, 2, 1.
And we are starting. Doodle taking a first.
Ooh, a really
first
early flip.
hit.
Both robots utilizing the same design, just in a slightly different application.
They're trying to. The big part is trying to get them to get that flip. You can see the blades are trying to spin upward.
Looks like one wheel might be dead.
I don't know if he's dead, but he's having issues
here's
with
the pin.
control.
Racking up those weapon damage points. Those spinners
I think we might have a dead wheel.
Ooh. Hearts are moving off of a robot here.
Yeah, I think we have a dead left wheel. Okay, we're grinding now.
That's a pin with some more weapon damage.
Oh,
Ooh,
we got
there goes
flying.
the top
there
of that.
go. Grinding him down.
That is looking like a kill shot right here.
All right, that was some major pinpoints right there.
Looks like more weapon damage. Ooh.
Yeah, you
The
can see.
entire top has been completely sheared off.
Oh,
Moving into a
man.
pin and destroying the upper or the underside of that robot.
The wheel is shredded.
Ooh!
Ooh, got in the underside. The underside is typically the weakest part of most robots.
Especially whenever your robot is not meant to be tipped over. 30 seconds remaining.
Got that 30-second
30-second
countdown left.
Once again, moving into
Oh,
the pin.
man. Woo! Doodle gonna make it? Oh, is Spinner dead?
Spinner's dead, but
weapon
he's
dead?
going to win by pinpoints, if nothing else. That weapon has already dealt a severe amount of damage. 5, 4, 3,
we
got 4 seconds
2,
before the game's going to be over.
1. Game over.
All
Oh,
right.
and there it is.
End of that match. We will get to the judges' review pretty soon.
That might be a pretty
I
clear-cut
think there's a
decision.
pretty clear decision there.
Lots of weapon damage, lots of pinning done.
But yeah, that was some pretty good early carnage that we just saw, ripping off the front plate,
A great
killing the
opening
other
match.
weapon, destroying the first wheel in like 10 seconds, and then we will be getting our next match on very soon.
That we will. I think we're going to be
I think-
awaiting that call, but
I think we're going to be doing it alternating, depending on the schedule of 1 pound and 3 pound. It really depends on how ready teams are at a given time, if they need an extension. So the match schedule could drastically change at any time, but it'll overall stay in the same order. It'll be all right. But we'll get that announcement to you pretty soon on as to who is the winner.
judges are deliberating currently. We'll get back to that shortly. But, man, what a
Good
first
start.
match.
Good start.
What a
Good
first
start.
match. We already saw a robot almost get ripped in half.
Yeah, I mean, those vertical spinners can be malicious.
Yeah, especially whenever that ramp leads right into it and you get your part right up in there and then it just gets slammed on by the top. Brobot is the winner of that competition. Brobot dominating, no
It was a
surprise.
pretty dominating win, but Brobot took that match. All right, next up for 3 pound, we have Ablation and Viper come onto the field. Now, 3 pound, you could see a little bit more tossing. I don't know. It depends on the weapon type, but I don't know.
You can get stronger motors.
you get stronger motors.
However, you do get more material.
You do get more material. We'll definitely see some robots of made of like some exotic materials like TPU. TPU is like a stretchy. It's a stretchy kind of PLA or not PLA. It's like a phone
Plastic.
case. Like I have a phone case right here. No, I just dropped it.
But you can 3D
it
print
bends
it.
and folds like that, and you can 3D print that into your robot, and it will flex on hits, so it won't immediately tear. It'll absorb some of that energy without destroying itself.
Kind of like that reactive armor.
Just like the reactive armor. Yep.
In tanks, whenever they have reactive armor, it's a charge put inside of a mount, and then whenever that is hit by either another shell, light arms fired, it is able to
It reacts
react to it so that it displaces the force that's coming at it. And in a similar way, rubber reacts like that, just kind of like a spring, right? Where you have a force that hits something, it absorbs it, but then pushes back as well.
Elasticity.
Having that TPU just helps you not take as much damage sometimes. If one of those spinners might get you trapped under there and it hits, but it's kind of bounces off, you know?
You might also be able to, in a rare case, you could maybe even jam the other spinner. I don't know how, but like, you could maybe do it. Have like a TPU net. But yeah.
All right. Looks like the field is getting loaded right now, as we might going to switch a camera over to that.
We have one of our own students in the corner. With the robot currently on the field is Viper, made by one of our own from Texas Aimbots, Billy Roberts. Shout out to my boy, Billy.
Let's see if we can get that camera
And we're still
changed
waiting
over.
on Ablation. But yes, Viper is in the blue corner. Go Viper from Alyssa. And we'll get a switch over to the view in just a moment of the field. There y'all go.
There we are.
Yeah. On the blue side, you got Viper. He's got that he's got that horizontal spinner. Looks like a half of a saw blade. I don't know.
That tombstone-esque design.
And then in the other corner we got Ablation. I actually can't see what that is. I think it's a drum. Drum plus wedge plus
Looks like
grabber. I don't know.
it looks like that drum style. 2 vertical spinners, but drum style almost.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting clash right here.
Vertical versus the horizontal spinner. We had the poll in the chat. Let's see
Ready yet or not?
which design ends up holding out.
Let's see if y'all's intuition is right.
Notice a lot of these robots have 2 wheels
Yeah.
to save time on that drivetrain.
Because there's not really a need for, I mean, you don't really need 4 wheels. 2 wheels is objectively faster, and you're able to stop on a dime. Because you could maybe have caster wheels, but at that point you're just adding weight. So for these very small, for these very low weight robots, 2 wheels will suffice.
We're starting this fight.
We're
and
starting now.
Starting the fight in 3, 2.
Oh, well, hold on.
Spin down. Wait.
Can't start that spinner early. Got to wait till the
Wait until after. Okay.
full
3,
countdown. 3, 2, 1, and here we go. Ooh, vertical, horizontal. Oh, parts are already flying. Oh, there goes a whole wheel. That looks like that might spell disaster for Viper.
The wheel is gone. He's got 1 wheel.
He's still able to move.
Oh,
Can he protect it?
Ablation moves fast.
There we see that invertible design taken. Good idea as he's
Yeah, just
spinning
trying
in a
to
defensive
decide.
formation here without his wheel.
I think this is going to cost you a knockout. That's a knockout.
is a
Ablation
knockout.
took that pretty quickly. Wow. Shout out to Billy for only losing a wheel. We'll take that. Man. And
Parts flying at the outset of the match. Wheels hardly even had time to spin up, and there was already parts.
that spin up
Flying
on the
farther than the
weapon
wheel.
was insane, dude. Yeah, that was a pretty concise victory. The aggression from that initial hit, I think, is what made him lose the wheel, because the difference in the weapon spin up was huge.
Yeah,
But
and having that
wow.
startup time.
And we will get our next matchup here pretty soon. For everyone in the venue, real quick, the match schedule is in Discord in the announcements page. Please go check it out in Discord.
That way we can get these matches moving as quickly as possible.
In fact, I should probably also pull it up because we're getting fed the matches one at a time. Hold on. We are working on it.
Oh.
Yeah, we're working on cleaning up the field right now. And, man,
All right, get that match schedule real quick here.
I think they're trying to figure that out right now.
Once again, these early matches are kind of just making sure we're getting everything running smoothly, so that way we're able to keep doing these sequentially as fast as we can.
Yeah, I got my iPad up here, but if I'm not wrong, I think we're doing Vipera versus Nanette, but I'm gonna confirm that in a second.
I think we're going back to 1 pound weight class, or are we going to ferry
Yeah.
weight? Going back to
All
1
right.
pound.
Next up, we got Vipera versus Nanette. Botette, yes, and 1 pound. Please bring your robots to the field. I will try and get these names correct as much as I possibly can, but there's going to be some creative team names that you'll see. We'll get to that when we get to that, but yeah, we have some creative team names coming up.
And we're going to be switching the camera over to the field shortly as the robots are entering the arena.
goes one. About to add it up.
Horizontal spinner, it looks like.
There we go.
I'm standing here.
Actually,
What spot is yours?
That's Nanette.
yeah, we're getting some interesting notes from some of our staff. We got 2 horizontal spinners on the field right now, but they're offset at different heights. I'm willing to bet. This is my bet. Oh, there's also a wedge. Okay, never mind. But I'm thinking if you have 2 horizontal spinners, you come at the, they're at like different heights. You should chop the other one off.
The lower one,
I
right?
mean, the lower one should win, right? I mean,
Yeah.
is that how it would work?
Viper, are you ready?
I believe that's how that would work.
All
So
right,
we're
we're getting
checking
ready
the
for
teams
this
are ready.
countdown.
In
3, 2,
2,
1.
1.
Here we go.
Robots are live. They are moving, and they are grooving.
Ooh. It's horizontal spinner taking off
I
a chunk.
felt that.
Oh! There goes a wheel
Dang,
quickly.
there goes a wheel. He's still able to move, though. Kinda. This is winnable. This is winnable. He wins these.
Ooh. Another big hit. Sending Viper in the
Man.
corner of the arena
You can hear that blade.
as the net is
This is a
chasing
bit
him.
of a spin around. Oh, he's going to get the wheel. Oh, there he goes.
Ooh. Sparks and parts flying.
Oh,
Oh, the horizontal
weapon's
spinner.
gone. The weapon's gone.
It is now Rampbot versus Rampbot here.
That is damage right there. Oh, that's true. That's dead corrected. That's not damage, but
Looks like it might be a battle of the pins here. Despite only having one wheel, the net seems to be very operable.
I'm really impressed by the driving skill right here with just one wheel. But getting a
into the
couple of
corner.
good wedge pins would be. I mean,
Oh, driving right over. Oh, and there's going to be, looks like a really good pin.
there's a pin. Almost. Now we got the just battle of push bots at this point.
Battle of push spots, 40 seconds remaining. Still anybody's
Yeah.
game with aggression and control points here.
I'm
30 seconds remaining.
I have some I'm pretty sure I know who's going to win, but I don't know. The aggression here is, even with one wheel, is
I wouldn't count him out
furious.
just yet.
We got 15 seconds left.
About to hit the 10-second mark. It's coming down to the wire.
5,
Seconds
4,
left.
3, 2, 1.
Doesn't look like it's gonna be any
Game
pins.
over.
The end.
Wow. You know, that was a pretty explosive start. That was a pretty explosive start.
Explosive start, explosive middle, and towards the end, Mike got a little bit slow, but there are still points to be won.
There are
Even if you do not have a weapon that's able to damage, you can still get the pin and aggression points, which mean just as much as the weapon at the end of the day, as long
Yeah.
as your robot's able to survive till the end of the match.
All right. We are getting the next bots up. We're still clearing the field a little bit, but
There's a lot to clean off on that
yeah,
one.
there's a bit to clean up there. They're bringing out the push broom at the moment. They're dragging the robots off the field because they have. It's dangerous to just reach your hand in there, so you need to actually turn off your robot and clip your weapon. It's,
Well, especially when things can be short-circuiting because things are getting
it just got
thrown around,
beat.
as you can see.
Just got beat hard. Next up, for our matches, we have Unga Bunga versus Hound in the 3-pound class. Please get ready to come to the field. Just walk up now.
Creative team name.
I like
Unga
the team
Bunga.
names. I like the names. But yes, Unga Bunga versus Hound. And then after this match, we will have Hunter versus Pork Chop in
So be ready to queue up
Yeah,
Hunter
we need to be
versus
able to queue up.
Hunter and Pork Chop.
Hunter versus Pork Chop in the 1-pound class. You guys will be queuing up next. Yeah.
Go to weight room.
Yeah,
Go
Hunter
get
versus
weighed,
Pork Chop, or
be
Hunter
ready to
and Pork
go.
Chop, go to the weight room, get ready. We're going to try to queue you guys a little faster.
Making sure we keep things moving and grooving.
Yeah, we have a lot of matches to get through today. All
Looks
right.
like we got the other two robots coming in here.
getting Robot situated on the field at the moment.
We'll have the
We're
decision as
missing
well.
one bot at the moment. Not. There we go. Okay. We're about to start very soon. I think the judges are still doing their final decision on the most recent match. But
All right, which
Unga
one?
Bunga and Hound visibly larger than our 1 pounds, as they should be with the 3
All
pound
right.
bracket.
All right, is Unga Bunga ready? Ready. Is Hound ready?
Teams are ready.
3,
3, 2, 1, and here we go. Got an egg beater versus a vertical spinner. Ooh, flipping
got some
around.
flips going on. Oh, we're flipping the wrong direction. Oh. What?
Ooh,
Jeez!
lots of flips.
What the heck?
Oh!
We're going to the gymnastics today with these flips. Man.
Oh, it looks like turned upside down with its weapon disabled. The vertical spinner might not be able to get back up.
That 7. I think this is a knockout right here. Oh, yeah. 3, 2, 1. That's a knockout.
And that's a knockout.
Easy knockout. The enthusiasm. Let's go.
Both robots flipped, but only one was able to maintain control, having that ambidextrous capability, being able to drive not only on top, but on bottom as well.
Some of it is just sheer luck. You hit the robot just the right angle, and the bolt decides, nah, I'm out, and it's gone. Like, sometimes it's just sheer luck, but sometimes it's just engineering right there.
And we also saw a wheel protector serve its purpose. Last
That was
time,
quite
the wheel was the
quite the
first thing to go, but
projectile
the
right
wheel
there.
protector was the first thing to go this time. Just showing how important sometimes preparing in that situation can be.
All right, we got coming
Pork
to the
Chop.
field. We got Pork Chop versus Hunter. Come on to the field. And then next up, after Hunter versus Pork Chop, we're going to have. Oh, I can't believe we have this name. We will have Poggers versus Stoneforge. Let's go.
So Poggers and Stoneforge as
Go to the waiting
weight
room.
room.
Get ready.
make sure you're ready in queue for the next match, because after Hunter and Pork Chop, you are up.
All right, Hunter versus Pork Chop. These, because that was just now a 3-pound match.
And that was also a 30-second match.
It was a 30-second 3-pound match. So like, chat, what are the differences? Because I'm still kind of new to this. What are the big differences that you see between 3-pound and 1-pound? It's not just the weight. There's got to be reasons for your different weapons. So what do you see?
Or I guess things you might want to focus on more.
Yeah. What should you focus on if you were to select between 1-pound and 3-pound going into a competition? Because the delineation there, I mean, you accidentally go overweight on your robot, you could maybe sign up for 3-pound. I mean, I think that's frowned upon, but
the trend that I've heard is you build and you realize you're overweight, so then you start cutting down.
Yeah.
And you build to be overweight and then cut down after that.
The 1/4 inch of drill bit becomes your best friend at that point. Just get all the lightning holes you can get.
That and a polka dot design. There are some programs actually that are able to kind of do those trust calculations that we all hate as engineering majors. If anybody's taken structural engineering classes and had to do anything about
You're
trusses.
making me so glad I did not do mechanical engineering.
Yes, I am also glad. That's why I'm doing electrical, because we are not doing any of those structured
We're
programs.
gonna switch the view back to the field for our next match. We got Pork Chop in one corner, I believe, and we got Hunter in the other. Yes, Hunter is that the red side?
The Hunter is going to be
Okay.
the horizontal spinner.
We're gonna. The camera views are hard. We figure out which robots where, but it's fine. It's
All
fine.
right, is Hunter ready?
Wait, it tells me red versus blue.
Is
Okay,
Pork Chop ready?
never mind.
One
All
pound.
right.
Both teams ready.
Countdown's coming.
3,
3, 2, 1.
There we
Here
go.
we go.
Ooh,
Horizontal spinner going in
early
quick.
sparks. We got a vertical versus a horizontal. We're getting. Oh, there goes the blade.
There goes that spinner for the horizontal. Hunter has lost his vertical spinner.
Ooh.
His Pork Chop is now beating him up with that vertical one.
I think that was a tap out, is what I just heard. There's some discussion on the field real quick. I'm pretty sure that was a top out.
Once again. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Looks like both robots are disabled. His pork chop was upside down, and Hunter completely lost his vertical spinner, or horizontal spinner, sorry.
All right. The winner of that match, wait.
Pork
the winner
chop.
of that match was pork chop.
Making that tactical decision to tap out because you lose your main weapon. I mean,
Well, I mean,
you
one
may
was
as well
gone.
not just.
And for as low or for as small as a weight or as small of a robot that was, I don't know how well of a pushing match that would have been. But coming up next to the field, we have Poggers versus Stoneforge. And
Poggers
we
and
will get
Stoneforge make your way to the arena.
Poggers has to.
Oh, looks like
forfeit.
Poggers is forfeiting.
All right, so that will be a forfeit. And
That
we will
means
be
we're
moving
going to
on
be going
to the
back
next
to
match.
1 pound.
All right. Hold on, chat. Things are changing. It is changing. We are very dynamic right now. So coming up to the field, we need Viper 5 versus Drive Test Frame ? Please come to the field. And then in the queue,
We might come back to that queue in a second.
get to
Right
that
now we
queue.
have Viper 5 and Drive Test Frame. Please make your way to the food. Lots of information getting thrown at us real quick as we're trying to decipher exactly which matches are next.
So, hold on. In the 3-pound class, please get to the waiting area. We need Hot Take versus Ring Linger in the queue. We need you guys in the queue. And then in the box, we need Viper 5 versus Drive Test Frame ?
Is
The
it a
question
drive
mark is
test frame?
obligatory. The question mark is obligatory. Like I don't know what else to say.
Looks like it might be a little bit more as both robots are getting onto the field right now. Maybe switch over that camera to the field cam.
We are getting set up. Robot is live. That door is about to shut.
It's like a cage match in WWE. Once it closes, nothing comes out till either tap out or destruction.
I think we got.
Is that a
Is that
lifter?
a flipper or a wedge? I can barely see it. I think it's a flipper. It's hard to see from here. And we got a vertical. Easy vertical right there.
Is Viper 5 ready?
We're getting the countdown.
Is Drive Test Frame ready?
Drive test looks a little bit more like a little bit more than a drive test frame, as they've got both a ramp and a vertical spinner.
They're gonna do their base here. We got it. We're gonna hit the countdown.
3,
2.
1, start
Here
moving.
it goes.
We're going. We're live. We're moving. And we're smacking. No big hits yet. Ooh. Some good
Aggression out the
strategic
gate.
hitting there.
This Viper 5 is moving.
The weapon has
Got
not
his prongs
spun up,
underneath
though.
the ramp.
I don't know if that's strategic or if Viper's having issues.
Ooh. Viper with some good pins as that ramp bot is being used to its full potential.
Good
Getting
pin.
right underneath
wow.
there. Going straight back in for another one, getting those aggression points and also control points.
Might have a.
Doesn't even have to lift to be able to disable him.
Yeah. We need.
Ooh, once again, a really good pin coming in from
That
Viper.
pin
It looks
is
like Drive Test is
done.
not going to be able to move until Viper lets him. Once again, a third good
so
pin.
many good pin points here. Wow. Just throwing them around the arena, but not a true throw.
Oh, once again, Viper doing a really good job of getting behind drive test.
Oh.
And under him.
And under, wow.
Once again.
And looks like the vertical spinner is just it hasn't moved the whole match.
It hasn't moved, but I don't even know if it had moved.
I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. It is alive.
30
He's
seconds
been in a
remaining.
good position to be able to even get Viper into that spinner.
Uh-oh. It's moving
Viper
now.
could
You can
easily
hear it.
lose a wheel if he rides up that ramp, but it looks like he's going to get another good pin. Drive test trying to back out of that corner. Viper's not letting him and putting him right back into it. A few seconds left of this match. It looks like
5,
Viper's going to be the one that's
4,
going to be exercising
3,
the most control.
2, 1. Game over.
You know, I'll be honest. I think we know who won that. Those pinpoints, just one after another.
Yeah. I
Like-
mean, 3 right off the bat before 30-second mark, and then even more, and the aggression, the control, just we never even saw. There were no weapon points from Drivetrain, even though Drivetrain's weapon was able to work, as we saw. It was indeed spinning, but they were not able to even get close to the spinner to hit Viper.
Yeah. Well, coming onto the field next, we have Hot Take versus Ring Linger. I think that's a play on words, but I can't decipher what the play on words is supposed to mean. Not sure. I'm trying to figure that out. But yes, Hot Take and Ringlinger, please come to the field. To come into the queue, we need Dark Side versus Potato. Please head to the queue.
With the lowercase
P.
P. We have
there's
two potatoes.
Potato with a lowercase p. Head to the queue. interesting distinction there.
Important, though. Two
Wow.
whole different teams. And I'm sure we'll see how their robots differ as
Is
match
potato lowercase potato and uppercase potato? Is it a 1 pound and 3 pound?
it might be.
That would be hilarious. I'd like that. Or is it
Next
like
match with Hot
shaped
Take
like
and
a potato?
Ringlinger. 3-pound match. So if it's 3 and then 1, 3 and then 1, it should be 1, which would bode well with that theory
that would. We might
the
be on,
1-pound robot being
we
the
might be
lowercase
onto
potato.
something. We might be onto something.
We might indeed.
Got
Hot Take and
one on the
Ringlinger taking
field.
to the arena here as the safeties are now disengaged.
And we are bringing our other robot onto the field. Hot Take versus Ringlinger in 3-pound class. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Combat Robotics in its prime here in College Station, Texas at the Memorial Student Center.
We've already seen a lot of carnage and destruction.
Oh,
Oh, there's the flamethrower!
All right, the crowd is hyped.
I would imagine Hot Take is the one
Yeah, I can see where this is coming
with
from.
the flames.
Yeah, there we go. We're
We
getting
just
the
got
thumbs up from the
confirmation.
driver. Chat, get hyped.
Here it is.
Venue, get hyped. Audience, let's go. We're about to get some flames.
First flamethrower we're seeing this competition. Let's see how it does against Ringlinger, that horizontal spinner.
Our ref's giving the countdown very soon.
3,
2, 1.
Here we go.
It is started. Get that first blade up.
That is
He does not
terrifying.
want you nearby.
Yeah.
And he's just going to put out the flame.
Depends
The
on how
flame-
long range that flamethrower is, if
Oh.
he's going to be able to get into that radius without taking a big hit. That's going to probably send him flying across the arena.
It looks like a horse.
Oh.
He can't even hit the.
It might even function like a fan, pushing the flames away. Ooh,
Oh, that wheel is going to go bye-bye.
taking a lot of damage.
Uh-oh, not the wheel. Not like this.
Hot Take's going to need to get out of that corner really quick. And they do.
It's
Ringlinger might be
there-
invulnerable to that flamethrower attack because he might be putting out enough wind to
Ooh.
knock those flames away.
There's some strategy going on here. There's a reason he hasn't done it. Oh.
Oh!
Okay. I retract everything I just said. I retract that.
There goes that wheel.
The wheel is gone.
And it looks like
Wow. If they don't move, that's a knockout.
their wheel is high centered. I don't think Hot Take
The
is going
wheel's
to be able
gone.
to.
The wheel's
Well,
just
no,
gone.
their other wheel that's still there. Looks like it might be high centered,
That
but
is
that's
a
going to be a tap
knockout.
out anyway
Or is it
because
tap
they do
out?
not
Okay.
want that
Not a
lawnmower
knockout. Tap out.
absolutely
Good game.
Rip the back of the robot apart.
That is a dub for Ring Linger against Hot Take.
That just shows you how much damage the 3-pound does. Those motors just become so much more powerful. You can either put gears on them, gear up that motor, and make it have just a lot more power.
The immediate spin up.
The immediate spin up.
Like, that was tuned. It was not just a hit and then it took another 3 seconds to spin up. It was like immediately spun back up.
I mean, whenever you start a lawnmower, even though it's a combustion engine, I mean, it takes a second to get up to full speed. But
all right, come
not
on
Ring
to
Linger.
the field. We have
Lowercase Potato
we have
and Dark Side.
Yep, that is correct.
That's going to be a
Dark
1
Side
pound
versus
match.
Lowercase Potato.
Oh.
Please come to the field. Although they still have to clean up the field just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, thankfully the wheel is wooden, but that
Easily replaceable, but also easily breakable.
I bet you could just hack one out with like a jigsaw. real
Yeah, you
quick.
probably could.
I bet that's exactly what they did just before they left. Just 10 wheels.
I mean, that's part of the design elements. Having that repairability is very important. Being able to construct things on site if you need them, if you don't have those extra parts. Very important aspect of the competition.
Please head into the queue. We need Warhart versus Data Collector. Please head to the queue for the upcoming match.
And Potato and Darkside to the field so we can get this next match underway. And that's going to be 1 pound.
Yeah. This will be our 1 pound match, or one of our 1 pound matches. Got quite the schedule today.
Here we go to the field cam as Darkside and Potato looking like they're ready to go. Cage closed.
Let's see. It's hard to tell from the corners here. I think we got wedges, and I can't see the weapon. We got a flipper. It's hard to
Oh,
see.
yeah,
from
there
here.
you go.
We got a flipper, and
Looks like another wedge. If I had to assume based on the names, I would say Darkside's probably the flipper.
I could see it. Flip, but a flip you to the dark side.
Oh,
I don't
here
know.
we
That
go.
was bad.
3, 2, 1. Here we go.
They started. There we go.
Oh,
There's a flipper. Oh. Trying to get a good flip here.
looks like that is a good flip. Actually, you can see the underside of that ramp. Oh, and it's able to flip itself over.
It's like
Another good flip.
the name of the game here is not destruction with these bots.
Well-
It's going to be entirely gathering your points.
Having a ramp and having a flipper are two different weapons completely, and being able to flip multiple times, that's going to get you a lot of weapon points
Yeah.
and probably a lot of control points.
There is an off chance that the flipping here could damage the other robot when it hits the ground, which is also something to look for.
Still utilizing that weapon a bunch.
But he's just trolling him around at this point.
Potato on the underside here. Once again getting flipped. Looks like it's actually going to be able to bring that flipper down and bring him into a pin.
That's a good pin. About 40 seconds left here. Some good control.
Lots
Good
of
control from the
movement
dark
as well.
side with this flipper.
Darkside being very aggressive as
30
well. Looking
seconds
like Potato's
remain.
trying to just get into a good spot that's going to be able to get to the backside of Darkside, but I don't think the dark side of Darkside is going to be revealed today.
It looks like the advantage here. Well, whoa, do we have a dead wheel? We might have a dead wheel. Or this is intentional.
Looks like a dead wheel
Chat,
to me.
I think we have a dead wheel.
Might have been from hitting the ground, just like you were saying.
Yep.
That does
5,
not matter. Once again, he's
There we
on
go. We have
upside
countdown.
down.
2, 1.
That's the
Game
end of the
over.
match. Yeah. Although it wasn't blowing a robot apart, but there was a clear strategy there of trying to get as many control points there. And you could probably get aggression from that, just from constantly trying to move the other robot. And then, yeah, pin points.
I mean, the flipper just seems like the better ramp. Because
It-
you're able to get lower with that flipper as well, closer to the ground instead of having your robot, as we've seen these robots flip and fly around the arena with their spinners still active, it chips up the bottom of that. So
Yeah.
you're not able to get as close to the ground if your robot is entirely on that ramp versus the flipper where you can put it a little bit more into the ground, also getting up underneath them and not even just taking even the slightest advantage and just being able to lift them up and turn them over as we were seeing Potato getting tossed around.
Next to come onto the field, we need Warhart and Data Collector. Please come to the field. And
Once
then
again, Warhart and
please
Data
head
Collector.
to the queue. We need uppercase Potato, capital P, and Zach. We need you guys to head to the queue. Warhart and Data Collector to the field.
And it looks like Potato's going to be a 1 pound. So there is a capital Potato 1 pound and a lowercase Potato 1 pound.
Dang it, we've been foiled. We've been foiled.
Thought we figured it out.
I thought we had the mystery solved here, Scoob. Like Scoob. Dang. All right.
Warhart and Data Collector entering the field now. As we might switch the camera just to show how these safeties are getting taken off of these robots.
We have veterans and newbies alike, and I believe we have some vets coming onto the field. I'm not totally sure, but just from my own perusing around in the Discord community, there's been a lot of contribution, a lot of good talk, and I think we're about to see a really good match here.
After the cue for Potato and Zach, we're going to have 2 more 3-pound matches and then break the bank round 1, the chance of getting into that money bag.
I'm going to laugh if we shatter it first time. This is gone. Reduced to atoms.
Here we go. Warhart and Data Collector in their respective corners.
Is Jay Collector ready? Yeah. Sorry, but.
Both 3-pound robots. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Ooh.
That.
Oh! The egg beater going straight in. Lots of sparks flying.
What the heck?
As Warhart and Data Collector go head to head. Oh!
I am physically recoiling at that. Oh,
This is happening right in front of us, and it is terrifying to see in real life.
dang.
Ooh.
Oh, man. The belts are gone. Wow.
What a match.
The crowd loves this one, chat.
That's some
Man.
extreme destruction. You can see some belts around the arena. You can see some wheels. You can see some chassis pieces.
Wow. Oh,
That
man.
egg beater bot really taking out the vertical spinner in that design.
That was nuts.
Sparks at the initial engagement absolutely flying everywhere.
My prediction was, what can I say? Great. Wow. Okay.
What a match to watch.
Not sure how to feel about that.
Now we got,
I'm still like shaking a little bit. That was jarring to watch.
hearing those hit the cage right in front of us is pretty intimidating. We got
Yeah, it's
Potato
one thing
and
when you're
Zach.
watching it, but like live, there's a box in front of you with shrapnel flying everywhere.
And spinners still moving
spinners.
sometimes their same speeds that they were whenever they were coming off that robot.
Wow. All right.
Potato and Zach, please make your way to the fields as it is getting cleaned off for your match.
And then next in the queue, we have Boxbot Extra Large versus Dungeon Dweller.
So please,
Head to the queue.
Boxbot and Dungeon Dweller, head to the queue, not to the field. The field is for Potato and Zach right now.
Uppercase Potato.
Yes, uppercase Potato. I forgot we had to make the distinction.
Wow. That was quite the match just there. Yeah.
That's the carnage we're here for. We're here to watch robots get ripped apart sometimes.
I can almost smell like the aluminum and magnesium shavings from here, from the box.
I can smell the.
Yeah. Just the smell of sparks flying.
Gonna have to take a little bit more time in between this match as the field's getting cleaned off.
Pulling the shop back out. There you go.
I hope you get that cleaned up.
Don't want any parts of previous matches to be interfering with the ones going on in the live section.
Lots of rubber, lots of aluminum. There were some rubber belts on the field. Snapping a belt will definitely kill a weapon.
Especially whenever that's what's running your weapon.
Yeah.
Take you out pretty quick.
Looking at chat. Sorry to scream there saying the data collector was looking good at NHRL last weekend. Yeah. Yeah, they were. Wow.
Egg beaters are very popular in NHRL. From what I've seen, and I think that's been my favorite type of design so far, honestly. The flamethrower for the style points, but in utility against the horizontal spinner, especially whenever it's able to put pretty much wind down, almost like helicopter blades, you're not even able to get that flame anywhere close to do any damage.
Especially when you have these robot matches where you have, well, if you have weapons that are spinning like in axes that are off from one another, they're in different directions, but overall, weapon hits from one robot to another are crazy huge, because some robots, that's where most of their mass is and most of their inertia, so they fly everywhere, and that's also where you get your sparks. The weapon-on-weapon hits, I mean, that's just the crowd favorite there. Also,
Commentator favorite to me.
Yeah, that's my favorite. You're trying to avoid your weapon getting technically hit. Like your weapon is supposed to be the one dishing out the hits, not necessarily always taking them.
But sometimes using that as a counteraction of the force that's going to be exerted by another opponent's weapon can be beneficial, at least for saving your robot's weapon from being absolutely ripped apart.
Yeah. Whew. Chat, you guys seem to like that. The audience loved that. I mean, you heard the cheering. I saw y'all out cheering out there. That was great.
That's what we're here for. We're here for that robot-on-robot destruction, as we saw the sparks flying, wheels flying, chassis parts flying, sometimes weapons flying.
And if you want to get into this, if you want your family to see this, share the stream, share Texas Aimbots. We're going to be trying to do this as much as we possibly can, but this stream right now is going to be going at least until 6, and we're going to be doing as many matches as we possibly can. I'm going to have to run through it real quick. Sorry, but like, subscribe, share, do all of it. We need it, and you need it, because you need to share Combat Robotics with everyone.
Because people want to see it.
Yeah.
It's what the people want to see.
We need more NHRL events in Texas and right here in College Station. And
like
I think we're ready. We're getting onto the field.
Field cam.
We got Potato and Zach for the 1-pound bracket.
Speedy ramp bot there.
And we're on the field.
Both contestants taking their sides of the field.
All right.
All right, Zach, ready?
You ready? Not yet.
We got a horizontal spinner from Potato.
All right, it's Potato.
And Zach being a very speedy ramp bot. He might be. This robot might be short enough to get under that spinner and not be able to take damage from it.
I think the bot that Zach has is short enough.
That horizontal spinner is in a pretty good spot, though.
And the match has
Very
started.
flat
Here we
ground.
go.
Oh, it looks like he might be taking some damage from that spinner.
He was
If
able
it's
to
able
stop
to
the
get
spinner,
up,
though. He was able to stop. Oh, well, there's a
that
speed
spinner is able to spin up. It might be pretty
But
bad for Zach.
I think he's short enough. If he hits the wheelbase, though.
With those unprotected wheels, if he gets caught even a little bit,
Oh.
that might spell disaster for him. Oh, he gets under his ramp.
Oh, nice.
Good pin, good pin. Oh!
Wow. That is some fantastic driving
Driving
there.
from Zach as he's able to.
Oh,
no, there goes his
there
wheels.
goes a wheel. But that's why we got 3 more.
3 more and very functional.
Oh, okay. That's why we got 2 more.
Oh, and one more.
One more. We got 1 wheel left. That's a tap
Looks
out.
like that's going to be a tap out from Zach as all those wheels just
Wow.
got shredded off. Potato's horizontal spinner putting in work, working his way around.
Fantastic driving from Zach. That was great.
Yes. Sometimes we see these robots and they're moving and they're looking a little bit like they're not in 100% control, but Zach's robot was very controlled all the way up until he started getting smacked. As soon as that backside was exposed,
That little
not really much you can do
that
with
little
the horizontal
tank,
spinner.
That little tank drive with the 4 wheels probably made it that much easier to try and drive, because it's kind of hard to maneuver a 2-wheel robot. I know I said like you could stop on a dime, but If your robot's spinning, you're not stopping on a dime.
Especially whenever it's two wheels not on the same like center of gravity.
Yeah.
You got a caster in the front. That way you're going forward. The caster might be turned at different angles. Might make it hard to just go straight.
Oh.
Zach's drivetrain, very good. Looking forward to seeing that getting repaired.
Coming to the field. Next up, we got Boxbot versus, I think it's
Dungeon Crawler?
Dungeon Crawler? Dungeon Dweller.
Dungeon Dweller.
Dungeon Dweller. I have to get that
Close.
right. Boxbot Extra Large versus Dungeon Dweller. Please come to the field. Our next match, we will have in the queue, we need Bungalow Bill, and I think it says Hailstone.
Bungalow Bill
Bungalow
and
Bill
Hailstone.
and Hailstone, please head to the queue. And then
Get inspected and ready to
after
go.
that match that we just mentioned, Bungalow Bill versus Hailstone, we will do Break the Bank.
Round 1. If it doesn't get broken the first round, you still got other chances at it.
This is true. I predict the zip ties will get cut at the very least. The zip
Alrighty.
ties will disappear.
I think we go to the field here, and I think it's pretty obvious which one of these is going to be
Boxbot.
Boxbot.
Let's go. Amazon, not sponsored by Amazon, but sort of sponsored by Amazon because he bought the box. He bought the box. And Dungeon with what is that? What kind of weapon is that? About to hit the countdown. Here we go. 2, 1.
Looks like he's going to try to
That's a start.
smack
Here we
like
go.
a sledgehammer. Dungeon Dweller. Oh, wow.
I see.
He is getting up to speed. Looks like both robots have similar ideas.
It's a tactical smack.
Ooh.
Oh! It's a tactical whack. I see. I understand the meta.
Very tactical whack.
BattleBots, they're coming for you.
Surprisingly,
This is
the
the
box
meta.
is still intact.
This will be the meta for BattleBots. I'm calling it.
Real question is, what is Boxbot hiding under the box?
What's in the box, man?
Dungeon Dweller might find out as he is spinning up to full speed in the middle of the field.
Not sure what I'm watching. It's a lot of spinning, and I'm loving it.
Oh no, I'm stuck against the wall. Oh, there we go.
Sledgehammer with a few screws on,
trying to-
hanging out of it might make an effective weapon here as Dungeon Dweller is trying to work on getting to that wheelbase of Boxbot.
Boxbot has some really thick wheels that are going to be.
Looks like we have a Beyblade match right here.
I think that was a bit of a standoff there. Now he's just running into him.
Ooh!
Okay. Wow.
Dungeon with some slams into the corner. Boxbot working his way out. Dungeon Dweller gets a good hit on the wheelbase in here. It might spell disaster for Boxbot, but so far he has been holding up. Some pretty durable wheels.
Is he stuck? He might be stuck.
Oh,
He gave him a bit of a homie stock there. Helped him out.
We got 20 seconds left.
clock timer ticking
Down to the 15-second mark.
Going to be a pretty close match up to the judge's decision here.
Yeah. The aggression from Dungeon Dweller is
There's got to be
high.
something under that box because Dungeon Dweller just got hit back.
This is true. There is something in the box. That is the end of that match. Yeah.
That's going to go to judge's decision, which we'll have for you shortly. Not really a clear-cut winner there.
Yeah. I can figure. I know who the aggression points were probably going to go to, but that one random hit with just making Dungeon Dweller fly. I don't know if that was self-induced or if there was something hit. Like, I'm trying to look at the robot right now. I can't see anything. Like,
There's a weapon under that
there's
box.
there's something in there. There's something in there.
More than the box to see.
All right. Next onto the field, we need Bungalow Bill and Hailstone.
Then after that, we'll be doing Break the Bank round 1, where each of these robots has a chance to break open a plexiglass/metal/zip-tied/epoxied box with money in it. You have to put the money in to partake in the
Made by
event.
our very own producer, Preston Kuna. My man made that box so quick, and I think it's going to survive, honestly. At least 3 rounds. $20 on the table, 3 rounds.
All right. Bungalow Bill and Hailstone, make your way to the arena as we get ready to kick off this next match.
Man, the Boxbot was creative. was creative.
Very creative. Hiding a weapon under there did not look very intimidating until we saw.
Look, it's the strap because
Dungeon Crawler go
cardboard
flying.
can flex. Cardboard can flex, so you just absorb every hit. Like this is it. Pair it with TPU, you win.
All right, so Warhart will be first from her
For
up
break the
for the
bank,
break
yeah.
the bank round 1. So Warhart, if you also want to make your way to the queue, get ready to try and break the bank and take home some money today.
But we're going to hit another 3-pound match here. We got Bungalow Bill versus Hailstone. We got our refs getting ready to go. We'll get the okay, and we will send it. We got a big egg beater in one quarter.
As we've seen egg beaters in the past be extremely effective. Looking forward to how that's going to do.
That's a tiny drone
today.
motor for an egg beater. Wow.
I don't know.
And then we got Hailstone
Are you
with, I
ready?
don't know if it's just a wedge or not.
both
2,
teams ready. 3,
1.
2, 1. Here we go. Rampbot versus the egg beater. Looks like he's able to get under before that egg beater spins up all the way.
He might be able to get the stall out of the. He might get the stall. He could.
He could get the stall. It looks like he's going to get another good pin.
Although the drivetrain has not moved yet.
Drivetrain hasn't moved because he hasn't been on the ground. It's still functional.
This is true.
Very good pins. Oh, another
There we go.
good slam into the wall. That ramp taking a ton of damage, but not looking like it's taking any.
Man, it's hard to grind down that steel wedge plate.
Especially from the angle of attack that egg beater has.
He's
got
got
to
to get the wheels. He's got to get the wheels, man.
Thank you.
That egg beater is terrifying.
Very close call with the wheels.
Nice and smooth.
Once again, pinned very well.
Oh!
Lots of slamming done by a ramp bot, showing that ramp bots are here to
That bot
play.
is so fast. Is this a knockout?
That looks like it might be a
might have
tap out from a
knockout.
ramp bot.
Ref's getting the countdown. Here we go.
3, 2, 1 on
That's
the
a knockout.
countdown. That is
That's
a
knockout right there.
from a ramp bot.
Wow.
That was something I did not expect to see today.
Man. I'm full of surprises, he says, and I believe it. I believe it. Wow.
Using the egg beater's own inertia and own force to just go and slam him into the wall. Really good pins
Yeah.
coming out from that. That just shows you how good a good drivetrain can really do in this competition.
There was some very fine tuning on that drivetrain there. It moved so concisely and so quickly. Like that. Chat.
Precise and
I don't wanna
concise
get-
seem to be the name of the game.
I don't want to get pedantic here, but there's something called PID tuning, and all you got to know is it's important, and it makes things very crisp if you do it right.
Yes.
For all my mechanical engineers out there, you know what that is, and you hate it. But
And the coders, too.
the coders,
Don't cut them short.
man. All right.
Great match. Did not expect to see that performance from a ramp bot,
If I am
especially
correct,
versus an egg beater, which has been dominating in this competition.
we are working on some match updates right now.
Warhart
And
to the field as break the bank is about to happen. First round with Warhart having the first shot on it.
Looks like we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick 20-minute break, chat. Come back in a little bit. Sorry about. Okay, we're doing an in-person break. My bad, guys. We'll be doing an in-person break for all of our robots, everyone in the venue. We're going to be trying to update the brackets and clean things up, and this will give the volunteers a chance to catch up on our brackets. After that, we will see more matches. Warhart, please come down for Break the Bank.
They're doing that now.
We're doing that now. We are doing Break
Those
the
watching
Bank
online,
right now.
that will be happening shortly.
And actually, yeah. So, yeah, quick 20-minute break for everyone in the venue. We're going to do Break the Bank real quick, and then we'll get started back up with those matches. Maybe get a couple of interviews in. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Ask some of
Be
the
a great
teams how they're
time.
doing, how they built their robots, what made them take those decisions. On
How many matches have you been through?
Yeah,
Oh,
how many
man.
matches?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Having the people that built the things talk about it's usually the best way to get any information on robots. And just the general scope of the competition. You know, what makes them choose certain things.
Yeah, I know I said it earlier, guys, but I now want to make my own battle bot or my own combat bot just watching these matches, because there's a lot that can be learned just from watching matches of what does and doesn't work. And there's just a lot of randomness to it. Sometimes you get a lucky hit. Sometimes they get a lucky hit on you and you lose everything. I mean, there's something to be said about watching matches and learning from it to try and make your own robots.
Yes, that and driver skill. I feel like that is something that is undervalued sometimes. You can have it's kind of like there's a diagram on the ultimate rulebook for combat robotics, and it's all the different 16 types, and it's like this. It's kind of like a large scale version of rock paper scissors lizard Spock, but with a whole lot more permutations than just lizard Spock. But it's interesting to see like a ramp bot go against an egg beater, which is not really favored for the ramp bot, but being able to have that driver skill to overcome that challenge of being, okay, well, I'm at a disadvantage here, but I'm gonna get right behind him. I'm just gonna stay behind him. I'm gonna keep him pinned, and I'm gonna throw him into the wall a couple times and deactivate his robot. Actually.
All right, as we get set up, we're getting set up for Break the Bank right now. So, there's some pretty easy rules with it. So, for those that were interested, everyone put in, I believe it was $2 into the Break the Bank, and 3-pound bots get 30 seconds in the ring with it, and 1-pound bots get 1 minute with it. And each bot is selected via a random number generator at periodic times, and that's how we decide on who enters the ring. So if you get picked very early, maybe you won't get it first try. If you get it near the end of the day, maybe you'll get an easy break. It's all about luck, and it's also all about how well Preston epoxied this together. We'll see. But
epoxy, zip tied, all the other ways of securing metal, plastic, wood.
Don't.
All right.
Chat, you're about to get a quick poll here.
How many hits do you think this box is going to take?
How many hits does
it
take to get to the center of the bank? There we go. There we go. Oh, and for those of you here in the audience, hop on the YouTube channel and vote. How many hits do you think we're gonna have here? Honestly,
looks like we got a lot of people going for 2.
I'm gonna go with. Oh, with this bot? Okay, yeah, I'm going 2. Never mind. We're gonna roll with 2. If we were able to get the 3 robots with this, 3 3-pounders, I would be shocked.
A lot of people have faith in Preston.
Wow.
Looks like 4+ is going to be our number 1. Preston's epoxy skills going to be put to the test here.
Hey, I will say, the epoxy did get to cure for more than 24 hours, so there is that advantage. All right, I think we're getting started.
Poll is ending. I think 4+ is going to be winning based on how much it had.
Our ref is going to give the countdown. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh,
30 seconds in the box. 1 zip tie already gone.
So, chat and the audience. Here's the deal. If you destroy the money, you can't get it.
Actually, after taking a tour at the mint, they're able to recover the money in some pretty interesting ways.
Oh!
5. There goes an entire side. 4 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
1
more good hit.
Game.
Oh. Wow. That was a good hit.
The box taking more than 3 hits, I believe, there.
That was good.
The bank is still alive. The money is still in there. Still able to be won by any team afterwards.
Wow.
Now weaker with one side missing.
That box has to be mangled. I cannot even imagine it. You want to go? I'm going to go grab it real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the safety is the #1 priority here, as there are, as we are seeing, some pretty dangerous robots in that arena. That egg beater actually having such a large moment of inertia that it was making it hard to drive. There was so much momentum just being thrown around in that egg beater's drum that he was not able to really move that effectively to be able to line up those shots. As we saw, those shots were pretty deadly whenever they were able to connect. Looks like the box is going to be right here. Wow, that is quite mangled. As you can see, an entire side here is lost.
We lost an L
zip
bracket.
tie is broken.
There's one zip tie left. They didn't break all the zip ties. There's one zip tie.
That wood is actually pretty close to the bottom. I'm not really going to touch it a whole lot. I'm not going to.
Yeah, we're
I'm not pulling the wood off. I'm just showing. Yeah, we lost an entire bracket on the corner. Another one bent here. Just showing you how powerful even a millisecond of action with these robots really is. That metal is bent. I mean, I can't bend that metal.
Yeah, you're not bending that metal back. Good. Look at this tear. The camera's not going to focus it very well, but like,
oh, yeah.
there's a good tear right here.
It's
That's
a big
sharp.
gash in the more structurally.
Yeah, it just
The
cut
best structure of that L bracket is going to be that corner.
like that corner right there is mangled, and he hit the strongest part of this entire box. That was fantastic.
Looks like we're going to be taking a 10-minute break here, and then we are going to have another round of Break the Bank before we hop straight into more matches with the 3 and 1 pound robots facing off, tearing each other apart, and I can't wait to see it. After what we've seen today so far, I can't wait to see it.
Oh man, I was not anticipating hitting this hard this early.
I mean, they got to start somewhere. They're not really reserving. I mean, we've seen strategies in RoboMasters where people will not use their strategies all the way until the very end whenever they get into the playoffs because they have that much confidence they're going in with the playoffs. But here, it is make it or break it. You either use it or you might even lose it if the other robot has got another weapon that's going to be able to destroy it. So it is out the gate, action-packed.
Especially some notable matches. We saw Warhart versus Data Collector earlier. Sparks flying, belts tearing, weapons just completely disintegrating. That was crazy. But we're going to take a 10-minute break here, and we will be right back with another Break the Bank with the 3-pound robot Hound, which you've seen already. All right.
See you soon.
See you back. from a brief break.
We are indeed back.
Yes.
We have Hound in the cage with the bank, ready to break it. That is not Hound.
Not Hound. No. He's just doing a quick test. We got another robot doing a test. Yeah. Hound is going to be in there soon. But yeah, we're going to do another break the bank round. We're going to, again, for those of you coming back or just now joining, break the bank is a little competition that we made ourselves where there's some money inside of a box that everyone chipped in, and they are randomly pulled. Their robot name is randomly pulled, and they will get a chance. If they have a 3-pound bot, they get 30 seconds. If they have a 1-pound bot, they get 1 minute. Any money that comes out of the box, they get to keep. If they destroy the money, well, you don't get the money. I mean,
the Mint has some recovery ways of getting that money back. They can even get it back from fire damage. So
this is true.
For the one flamethrower.
This is true. let's try not
might
to
not
burn.
come out of the back, or might not come out of the bank, but it might come.
But we will be starting
it
very soon.
Burning in the bank.
Chat and audience, who do you think is going to win this round? You think the box is going to stay true, or is the bot going to win?
The box or the bot is the question, as Hound is now getting ready to go. We're going to transition on over to the field view here in a second as we are getting ready to break the bank.
Hey, Hound, are you 3 pounds or 1 pound? 3?
And yeah, Hound is going to get 30 seconds.
30 seconds of competing.
Yeah, we'll start in about a minute, and they get 30 seconds to take
Break this
hits at
bank.
this bot or at this box.
Looks like an egg beater / double vertical spinner here, which, as we saw last time from the vertical spinner, or I guess the egg beater design. Really destroying that box, putting in the work, bending some metal, taking off one of the entire sides of it. That side stays off. We do not try to repair the box in between. So
it's right in front of us, yeah.
Having that RNG element of you either kind of have a sweet spot of like how many people have damaged it to be able to break it easier versus breaking it yourself in a few goes.
I think the zip tie is going to survive. There is one lone zip tie still on there. I think it's going to survive this entire ordeal. I don't think it's going to break.
30.
I don't know who made zip ties, but there we go.
We're
going to hit the
got 30
countdown.
seconds on the clock.
3,
3, 2, 1.
And go.
Here we go.
All right, get the
versus
first
the
hit.
bank.
And it's going to smack
Here
it.
it goes. Weapon starting up, trying to get into position. Looks
Did
like
he
the
lose a
box
wheel?
broke the wheel.
He broke a wheel? Box meta? Oh, wait. He's going to cheese his way over there. Here we go.
Getting into position. Weapon spinning up. On the weakened side. He's got 8 seconds
There's
to make a move.
no way.
5.
There's no
Is he going to
way.
be able to get into position?
No.
3, 2,
No.
1. Here we go.
Box.
The box takes
Wait,
the
match
cake.
is over. Match is over.
Box takes the cake because Bot wasn't able to get to it.
Wow. That is both infuriating and hilarious. Man, feels bad.
All the suspense for not so much carnage this time. Not really even a hit. We just got to see it spin up. However, better to happen on Break the Bank than to happen in a real match where half of your drivetrain dies.
Yeah. I don't know how it broke. Maybe it just hit the box just wrong and the wheel didn't make it. I don't know, man. That's rough.
Regardless, the box stays alive. Break the Bank is still active. Those who have put in those $2, having their names drawn out of a hat for their chance next to break it. But we are going to be going into some more 1- and 3-pound matches pretty soon here as we are getting that schedule set up.
Just some quick updates for everyone. For everyone in the venue, a reminder, one member of your team must be in the pit so you can be in the queue. And we are getting some updates as we speak. One moment.
We got some links for the brackets.
For everyone in the venue, we've had some delays with the brackets, but they are back. They're going to be updated live, and the links for all brackets are currently in the Discord. So please go check that out, figure out where you're going to be and what your potential matchups are for the remainder of the day.
And for those in the chat, we might link
go
that
check
in the
Discord.
chat.
Go check Discord.
Get those brackets to everyone who might want to see them, because that is who's going to be next.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the question we're all asking now: is who's going to be next?
Who is going to be next? And I don't have my iPad right now, but we'll find out.
Looks like we're going to be waiting here as we're.
We've got our runners, running around to try and get the next robots ready onto the field. Wow.
Well, no action on that break the bank match, but I'm sure there's
We
going
might
to be
actually
plenty of
hit
action.
we might actually hit 3 bots like I was anticipating. That would be hilarious. I would like to see 3 bots.
The free for all. I mean, you talk about the money getting destroyed. I feel like that's the most surefire way you're going to be able to ensure that happens.
And like it would be cool. I think in reality, at least 1 or 2 of those dollar bills is just gone.
I'd say more than half. I mean, you got all those weapons, and they got to have time to spin down those. Small amount of cloth is not really that much of a.
There's no way some money isn't
How to
destroyed
resist
in the
it.
process. Man.
Looks like we're still trying to figure out exactly who is up next in this bracket.
We are getting into the queue.
Looks like up next we have Nanette versus Brobot in the 1 pound bracket. So Nanette and Brobot make your way to the field now so we can get you going.
Yes, Nanette and Brobot to the field. Let's get ready for another 1 pound match. It'll be a minute, but yeah, let's get to the field.
So far, what designs have we not seen? Do you know? We've seen the horizontal spinners. We've seen the horizontal sluggers.
We've gotten most of them, I think.
I think the only thing we haven't seen is like a vertical
We haven't seen any
Sledgehammer.
Sledges. That's true. We haven't seen.
We haven't seen any crushers either.
or crushers. I think
Crushers
we
or
have.
pinchers,
I think there's
guess.
one bot here that is able to do crushing, but I don't know. I don't know where they are yet.
Look forward to seeing them if they are indeed here today. Seeing those crushers with like a lead screw or something, being able to just.
To say crushing's hard to do at a 3 pound scale, unless you have some super powerful servos. You could probably do it. I don't know.
Screws do have that incredible mechanical advantage, especially whenever you're using that in an application of a leverage arm.
This is
But-
true. That would work.
Especially considering the materials that a lot of these robots are made out of are indeed plastic, sometimes metal for the attacking parts, but you're not really attacking those attacking parts if you're using a pincher.
Yeah. Next up in the queue, we need Hound and Bungalow Bill to head to the queue for the next 3 pound match. So please head to the queue, Hound and Bungalow Bill. Say that 3 times
Nanette
fast.
and Robot should be making their way to the field now, as this next match should be kicking off here pretty soon.
And I think we're waiting on them to roll up to the field. I think I see both. Yep, we're getting ready.
Looks like it's still going to be a few minutes. If you're new here, if you're just tuning in, if you have missed the explanation before, this is indeed BattleBots. Now, whenever you're saying, oh, I'm watching a robotics competition, this is indeed BattleBots. It is a combat robotics competition.
Yeah, this competition is also global. You can see it anywhere. Find NHRL matches anywhere in the world. And New Zealand has a huge bracket. Brazil just had some matches. I'm sure there's some other ones I'm missing, but we're trying to build our own bracket here, hopefully, and have more matches.
Combat robotics across America has been gaining traction, especially. I mean, it's very easy to join sometimes. I mean, you can make your parts out of very cheap materials and be able to come here and compete alongside even the ones that might be spending a bit more on their stuff.
You could probably make a bot for sub $100.
Oh, I can guarantee you can make a bot for $700. It just depends on how many times you're going to be able to take
How many
a
times
couple
can you
hits.
take a hit? I mean, as you can already tell, we can make a bot. You can make a robot for like $30 if you have a cardboard box. But like, that's it all depends. But yes,
This combat robotics competition is hosted here at A&M. Texas Aimbots is the RoboMaster robotics team here, and that is who's hosting this competition.
yes, and a massive shout out to Texas A&M and the Memorial Student Center for allowing us to use this as their venue. There's a lot of overhead and getting this all put together, and it is coming together wonderfully.
And all the volunteers.
All the volunteers.
Spending their time out here today as we are watching some robot carnage, judging some robot carnage for some of them.
Judging is hard.
And, yeah, making the difficult decision on which robots win based on the criterias of
We got
damage,
aggression,
and control. Being able to get those pins off. Sometimes that's how those ramp bots are able to win, even versus, as we were seeing earlier, a drum beater, which is one of the more popular designs that's been a lot more successful. But we saw that ramp just be able to take extreme control of the situation, never lose any of his wheels despite all of his wheels being unprotected, and just have that, just really showcase that driving is a very important aspect of this competition.
I think we found out that the best possible chassis you can have on your robot is the break the bank.
The box.
The box. I mean, it's just a box.
Boxbot.
It cannot fail. It cannot and it will not fail.
I mean, we've already seen Boxbot himself.
Yeah.
Hiding the weapon under the box, and we don't even know what it is yet, but it's certainly
There's something in there.
Dungeon Dweller was thrown back earlier.
Got some hype in the chat for Brobot. Lots of support for them.
Brobot is one of the next matches coming up, or the match coming up, as they should be making their way to the field now.
And waiting for word on our producers on when our next quarterfinal match will start.
We do not know exactly how long that's going to take, but hopefully not too long, as I don't know about you, but I'm ready to see some more robot on robot carnage.
Shout out to all of the viewers from out of state who have family or friends here competing. We're so glad to have you here, and we're glad that we're able to stream this out to everyone who's able to watch. This is a treat.
And if you're just tuning in and you're from College Station or in College Station currently, you can actually swing by the MSC and come check us out live in the Gates Ballroom.
Gates Ballroom on the second floor of the Memorial Student Center. We're chilling. You can see Matt and I sitting in the corner talking about robots.
And see the robots live, because it's definitely a whole different thing to see it right in front of you happening, shaking the entire
It's really only
cage.
about like an 8 feet in front of us. Like on the other side of this monitor, there's about another 6 feet, and then there's just robots. I mean,
robots destroying each other,
destroying
not just you know, oh hey, it's the pits. No, it's the event right in front of us.
So we're gonna have a couple more matches. We have, as we've already said, Nanette and Brobot that are gonna head into the ring. In queue, we have Hound and Bungalow Bill for another 3-pound match, and then we will hit our 2 p.m. lunch, and we'll have some interviews. We'll do Break the Bank. Please stay tuned in. You'll get to see all sorts of the inside scoop. And then we'll start hitting more matches and some of the quarterfinal matches.
Getting up to those higher level matches, as well as we're seeing these robots get worn down. I mean, that is a large part of this competition, is being able to repair your robots. Your robots are going to take damage. It's not something that you can really avoid. I mean, you can have the best driver ever, but they're going to take damage eventually.
All right, we need Nanette and Brobot to come to the field. Y'all are coming up.
Nanette and Brobot to the field now. You are going to get in the cage and fight.
It is 1 pound time.
We've seen some pretty impressive 1 pound robots today already. And I guess we've seen both of them compete. This is the 1 pound winners bracket. Both of them winning their respective matches beforehand. And
getting that mass balance between your chassis not flipping the moment you hit something and then having a heavy weapon is mind-boggling to me. That's why I just deal with circuits. I can't do mechanical engineering.
Well, and also, as we've seen, sometimes it's like that weapon having such a large amount of momentum in it can really disrupt your drivetrain if your drivetrain doesn't have the adequate support to be able to drive correctly while the weapon is active, which is pretty important for dealing damage.
Yeah. We got 1 robot on the field. They're getting ready to field the second one.
Looks like Brobot is getting into position here on the blue side. And Nanette will be coming in on the red side shortly here. Looks like we got a question in the chat from Steven.
If y'all could build your ideal
robot, what would it be?
Oh, man. Look, I've said I just want to build a robot. I have no clue what I would do yet. I'm thinking Probably a drum. Probably a drum spinner. But I'd probably have to stay with the 3 pound because I don't think I could bring it down to 1 pound. All right. So in the right corner, we got Brobot, and we're about to bring Nanette onto the field. Very soon. Like, we need you now.
Minotaur on steroids would be the ideal bot from Mary Mary in the chat. And I would have to agree with that. It seems like egg beaters are a very good option, especially if you're able to control the amount of momentum that you're driving in the front of your vehicle with. Because as we've seen, that can kind of influence your steering, that can influence just the entirety of your robot, but also do a ton of damage when used correctly.
Oh, man. The
Cage
door's
is closed.
The door is closed. And we
Nanette
are
versus Robot
gaming.
here. Nanette on the red side, Brobot on the blue side.
Our ref is waiting.
Robot ready.
Yes.
Is Nanette ready? Okay.
Ready check going across.
3.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go. We are off.
Horizontal spinner versus vertical spinner.
Get that good view. Here we go. Oh, just trying to get the 1 hit. There we go.
Ooh.
There's a
Nanette
clash
taking
in
parts
there.
out of Brobot as Brobot to get to the underside with that vertical spinner.
Bumping the wall a little bit.
The wall, that horizontal spinner putting in work against the vertical. Is it low enough to get underneath?
Robot putting out some good aggression.
Oh! The net takes a large amount of damage as Brobot. Looks like
There's
it.
a-
Oh, there's a battery on the field.
There's a battery on the field. That's a tap
I think that's going to be a tap for the net as Brobot sweeps that.
Wow.
Brobot getting underneath and taking out the vital parts of the net as the battery is on the field.
Man,
That's a pretty vital part.
that was quite the takedown just then. But good tap out.
Clean,
And
effective.
Good stop because
Didn't take a lot of damage either.
good stop because that lipo battery was on the field. Yeah. But coming onto the field next, we have Hound versus Bungalow Bill. No.
Looks like it's actually
We
going to
just
be
had
Hot
a-
Take versus Data Collector.
We change-
Hot
all right,
Take
we had a
being the
change.
one flamethrower bot we've seen at this competition. Last time was going against a horizontal spinner, not really able to deal damage with that flamethrower due to the almost like helicopter-like force of wind coming off of the bottom of that horizontal spinner.
Well, in that most recent match that you saw, Brobot was declared the winner. And next up, we had a bit of a change to the schedule. We have Hot Take versus Data Collector coming onto the field.
Hot Take and
Hot
Data
Take
Collector.
versus Data Collector. Come
Once
on
again,
down.
being winners in their respective first matches in the 3-pound bracket.
I
I think
hoping
Data
we get
Collector was a drum bot, if I recall correctly. And Hot
think
Take
so.
being the signature flamethrower.
signature flamethrower. The token flamethrower of this match.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They are the losers because
Getting the live updates as we go.
Hot Take was not able to do any damage with that flamethrower and took a lot of damage from that horizontal spinner last time it was in the match.
Getting lots of Brobot for world domination in chat. Love to see it.
Robot did a very good job last time talking about driver specialty, being able to get underneath the other robots, especially a horizontal spinner that you're not really able to get under if he's spun up, but they did a really good job of finding that weakness, being able to get into a spot where they're able to get underneath them and not take damage and deal a ton of damage in the process, ripping out that battery and taking off the entire front of the robot.
Yeah, getting into the underside of that armor where it's typically thinner on most robots is mainly the move. You see that analogous to every weight class for all robots. And
Seeing the chassis ripped apart. Absolutely ripped apart.
And we have gotten word that Hot Take has just used their 20-minute delay, so we are going to pause and wait for whoever the next matchup is going to be. So we will update you soon.
Looks like it's going to be Hound versus Bungalow Bill.
All right, Hound and Bungalow Bill, please come to the field this time. Please come. We've had a team take the 20-minute technical timeout extension, so we'll be back to them later.
That 20-minute technical timeout being a pretty good strategy for a robot if you have to rebuild it. We saw Hot Take sustain a lot of damage last time before they were able to tap out. So it makes sense that they were going to need some extra time to put their robot back together.
So I bet there's some people wondering why are they always having to take on and off these different like devices when they enter the ring. You got to remember. Quick announcement to everyone: we need Pork Chop to show up to their pit, or they may end up forfeiting their next match. Pork Chop needs to head to their pit now. Oh.
Looks like they did indeed find Pork Chop.
They found Pork Chop. That sounds good.
No, I'm Bungalow Bill. Okay, so continue the story of Bungalow Bill.
How does Brobot have fans from Minnesota, is that Indiana, and Texas? Y'all are
A lot of
everywhere.
representation for Robot.
I don't know my state abbreviations. I think that's Minnesota and Indiana. Maybe. I know what Texas is.
Hopefully. So the cage is going to be closing for Hound and Bungalow Bill here.
The cage has closed. They
Bungalow
are
Bill in
getting
the
ready to
blue
start.
corner, Hound in the red.
All right, Bungalow, are you ready?
Yes.
Is Hound ready?
And our ref is getting the countdown.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. There you go.
There it goes. Ooh. There goes Spinner spinning
Oh,
up.
it's too much
Looks like
gyration.
Bungalow Bill's an exposed
hitting the wall.
rear.
Woo!
Ooh. Bungalow Bill taking a lot of damage from
Did a lot
Hound.
of bumping around. Oh, he's got the flip. I think that weapon might be down.
It's not down, it might be weaker as Bungalow Bill is getting thrown around the arena by Hound. Hound showing a great display of aggression here. Hound getting flipped a little bit, but being able to right himself. Bungalow Bill still showing aggression despite losing some parts. Looks like Hound's going to be able to right itself again.
It's vertical spinner versus the egg beater here. He's got the flip, doing
Flipping
another
like
flip.
a pancake, getting stuck in the
Oh,
corner.
he's
That
stuck.
looks like that might be an immobilization. If Bungalow Bill's not able to move for 10 seconds, that is going to be, oh, never mind.
He's going to get back onto the field. Okay.
Hound does not want this game to end. He wants to rip Bungalow Bill apart.
Slowly chipping metal off of that.
And off of himself and the arena as he is bouncing around but is still able to right himself. Looks like he might have lost control of one of his wheels.
Got some sporadic driving here.
30 seconds remaining as the clock ticks down. Hound not really able to pursue Bungalow Bill anymore as his drivetrain seems to be messed up. Both robots damaged in some way or another.
There's 15 seconds left. We can only get a couple more hits off, but the driving has been stopped. There's no driving here.
Hound not able to get any points at the end, but showing a very strong performance at the very beginning. Could probably lead to Hound's victory here.
I think so. Those good initial hits and the immobilization of the other weapon, there must have been a stall out or something broke, but there's no way they don't lose that. Or there's no way they don't win that.
Despite sustaining a substantial amount of damage, Bungalow Bill seemed to be pretty well functional. Sadly, their weapon was not, which is going to make it a lot harder for them to get those weapon points. Not really able to get the pin points showing or after they were pinned, sitting up would have been the match if Hound left it alone.
Yeah.
Hound not wanting the end of it, wanted to do a little bit more damage, probably playing for the long game, having to make sure that Buffalo has to go back and do some repairs before they're able to do their next match, as their robot was getting pretty ripped apart.
We are currently getting our next match queued up. And if I am not mistaken, we will have Earthquake versus Darkside come into the field for the next 1 pound match. Both of these robots, I believe, have won their matches.
I remember Darkside pulling off some pretty good flips earlier.
Darkside was flipping them to the dark side. It was quite impressive.
I believe he was going against Potato earlier and was able to flip. You get under the wedge bot.
Getting under that wedge was kind of shocking, actually, because the wedges are typically meant for trying to get under.
But having that variable lift system, being able to get even lower than that by pushing it down even more,
you're
really helps.
Millimeters off the ground there.
And Hound won that last match. Not super surprising, as we saw Bungalow build taking a lot of hits, taking substantial parts of their robots off and disabling that primary weapon. Hound was a pretty clear winner in that situation. However, Bungalow Bill was definitely trying.
Up next in the queue, we have Earthquake and Darkside coming to the field now. In the queue, we're going to have Stoneforge versus Ablation for the next 3 pound match. So please head to the queue. We are setting up the field. So something that some of these smaller robots, they don't always have the fastest drivetrains, but they're able to. They have a high enough stall torque to keep themselves from getting pinned. They're just not. They can't be moved. They're just able to stop in place.
Being able to stop one of the entire scoring criteria, that being aggression, which, I mean, I guess is also contributed to drivetrain, but not getting pinned, making sure that you don't give your opponent those control points, and then obviously the weapon points are kind of a breed of its own. But Darkside going to the blue corner with that spatula flipper.
Go flip you like an omelet over there. I mean, they are. Let's see if they can get under Earthquake.
Earthquake looking like another ramp bot opponent for Darkside. Last time Darkside showed that was not something that he really cared about. He was going to just get after it.
Doing the countdown, 3, 2, 1, and go.
Let's see if Darkside will have the same outcome against another ramp bot in this match. Looks like it might be pretty similar. Earthquake's able to drive and still have full control while being upside down. Darkside might have lost control of the weapon here. Oh, wow.
Nope, that was a clamp.
Just saying that, getting into the... It's almost like
put him into a chokehold there.
Yeah. Had his arm up, said, look, I'm exposed, and then baited him into a pin. Earthquake's ramp being on the wrong side makes it really easy for Darkside to get under him and just pin him, as Earthquake is now just getting
the ground.
completely clamped by a robot that functions just as well as of a flipper as it does as a clamp.
I think some of the driving difficulty here that Earthquake is getting is, are the controls reversed? Like, is that accounted for when it flipped over?
Good question.
I would totally forget about that.
Might have to ask them in the interviews later.
I would totally forget to do that, and suddenly my controls would be reversed.
Earthquake is able to ride itself. Darkside still doing a very good job of control, aggression, and weapon usage here. As
30
Earthquake
seconds
hasn't been able
remaining.
to use his weapon very effectively. Almost getting in the backside, not enough to cause any weapon points though.
These two bots still in a standoff.
A few seconds remaining. Darkside going for one last flip. 10 seconds on the clock. Looks like another flip.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game
and that's
over.
the end of the match. Good play from both teams, from both bots, both drivers. That was some good drive mechanics there.
Once again, Darkside showing that whenever it's going against a ramp bot, it's gonna take the cake.
Yeah, and for it being not a very non-destructive match, there's still, like we've said before, there's something to be said about using your strategy of trying to pin the other robot or have that level of aggression to gain the points associated with the competition. Because other than just outright destroying the other robot, there are point criteria you can fall under. There's aggression, there's pinning, there's one more.
You got
It's escaped me.
aggression, control, and weapon usage.
Weapon usage, yes.
Now, weapon usage being the flipper and as
The
also
constant
working as a
flipping.
clamp
Yeah, the
as
constant
well.
flipping.
Being able to pin with that flipper on its way down, it's a very great dual usage of that part.
And the winner of that match was Darkside. So shout out to Darkside for winning that match. Next up on the field, we have Stoneforge and Ablation. Please head to the field.
Stoneforge and Ablation to the field. In the queue, we have Viper and Porkchop. So Viper and Porkchop or Viper V
Viper
V.
V, Viper 5. Head to the queue.
to the queue with Porkchop.
And then Stoneforge and Ablation head to the field.
3-pound match.
3-pound
Sometimes,
madness.
like you were saying, with the different ways of scoring, having those less violent weapons, being able to pin, being able to disable by holding them above the ground, high centering their wheels so that they're not able to drive. Those are all really good ways because whenever you have something that is spinning on your own robot, you also run the risk of that damaging your own either weapon or disabling that weapon by having a belt come loose if it's something that spins, or just being able
Using their
to
geometry
not have to
against
worry about having to replace that part every time. Sometimes if it might get broken by hitting either the metal of the arena, the metal of other robots, the plastic of other robots, and having the little bit more passive, I guess you could call it. It's not really passive, but the less violent, I suppose, ways of disabling and earning those points can sometimes be a lot better because you're not having to focus so much on repairs and you can focus more on just the fine-tuning of everything instead of just making sure everything's in one piece. Ablation and Stoneforge in the arena now. 3-pound robots.
We've seen good things out of both robots. They both have won their matches thus far, and I'm thinking this is either going to be an outright slaughterfest or there's someone's just going to lose a wheel and they're both going to be spinning in circles. That's my guess here.
I think this is our first egg beater on egg beater. Or two vertical spinner versus egg beater. Regardless, I think we're going to see sparks fly just like we saw a few matches before.
Got the countdown. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
There it is. Let's see those sparks.
Oh, man.
3-pound robots bringing out the
What
entire
the
new
heck?
level of destruction. Stoneforge
There goes
getting
a
flipped
belt.
as Ablation is really putting on the pressure.
One belt's gone. Got a good flip on him.
Stoneforge's wheel protector saving its wheel. So you can see that it's turned up, but
I think we had
better
a
that
weapon
than the
spin
wheel.
down. Oh, nope.
Ooh, Ablation in a very
There's a
good
pin
spot to deal a
grinding
ton
it
of
down.
damage. That's going to be a tap out.
Wow. That was a match.
Ablation with great positioning to be able to get Stoneforge up against the wall and have those vertical spinners just be doing its work on the dark
He
side
got him
of it.
pinned and just started grinding away at the bottom.
It's a quick
man.
tap out for no.
I can see the bot from over here. There's just chunks missing from the body.
For a very obvious reason, that would be a smart tactical tap out to not have to repair your entire robot and instead just have to be able to patch it a little bit and take the loss this time.
Oh, yeah. That was a fantastic match to watch. And now they're going to have to take the extra time to clean up the entire field with that broom.
Those 3-pound robots, whenever they start getting flipping around and things like that, especially whenever they have vertical spinners and or egg beaters, they just really tear up most of the arena.
Oh, yeah.
You can see wood chunks getting pulled off the field now. Just there's a lot of carnage left behind whenever these robots that have the extra power that that weight class allows just really tearing into each other.
And up next onto the field, we will have Viper 5 and Pork Chop. I think it's Viper 5. I don't think it's Viper V.
I think it is Viper
Probably.
5.
Yeah, Viper 5 and Pork Chop, both winners in their respective matches. They're going to be going head-to-head in a 1-pound winners bracket. And then after this match, we will have some interviews during lunch, our lunch break, and we'll do Break the Bank round 3. And this time I will see if I fail my bet of whether or not the box is going to break on 3 robots or before.
I mean, the box did damage last time. The
box
made the wheel not able to move.
The box got aggression points. Like, I don't know what to say, man. It's
Aggression control? I don't really know. I mean, I guess you can count the zip tie as a weapon. Looks like Pork Chop is going to be going to his blue corner here. That unprotected drivetrain, a little scary, but we have seen robots with that drivetrain style still do very well.
just hit them hard, hit hard and fast, and you shouldn't have to worry about your wheels, right? Right?
The robot's disabled in 15 seconds. You don't really got to worry about a whole lot. As long as it's not yours, then you got a lot to worry about.
All right, with just seconds away, we're about to start our next match.
Viper 5 having a similar design to Brobot, with the sharper ramp in the middle, larger ramp on the sides, and the vertical spinner on the top.
3, 2, 1, go. Here we go.
Vertical spinners battling it out. Pork Chop with a very
Running
nice
into the corner there. Tactical retreat.
Very nice first hit.
Let's get a good hit off of these. Get a good hit here. Ooh, good flip.
Viper 5 trying to right itself now. This Pork Chop closes in to try to do more damage. The wheelbase is actually running into each other, almost hitting the wheel for Pork Chop. Viper 5 in a bit of a precarious spot here. As Pork Chop actually puts himself into a worse position.
He got high centered on the weapon. Something came off. I don't know if that
Looks
was a
like
weapon
part
or
of
not.
a weapon. Do not know from which
and he's
robot,
flipped.
but it looks like Pork Chop is going to be flipped upside down. Still having control though. Looking like might be able to right itself. Pork Chop righting itself now. Oh, and then flipping again really quickly.
He's so fast.
Pork Chop does not seem to have a functional weapon currently. That weapon on the field might be Pork Chop's. It seems like Viper is still very much alive and active. Pork Chop got to be careful with those wheels.
30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left on the clock.
About 25 seconds left. They are
Still many more points to be earned. Sounds like Viper's weapon has turned off.
and it is now just a shoving match.
Oh, it looks like Viper's going to get a good pin on Pork Chop in the corner. 10 seconds left. Viper going to be earning a lot more points.
5,
with the
4,
pin and control.
3, 2, 1. Game over.
As well as that weapon getting disabled. I think that is going to be a victory for Viper 5 here.
That was a good pin. That was a good pin at the end. Yeah, that initial hit on the weapon was probably what a. I mean, even with that initial hit with the weapon there, I think is what led partially to their downfall. But
Losing your weapon early in the
they
match
were able
is
to
not
hold their own against that vertical. Like that was entertaining to watch. And then another brief update to both chat and everyone in the venue. We will start ferryweight matches after lunch. Ferryweight will start after lunch. So get ready to watch the ferryweight field and maybe see some robots get thrown into the pits of doom.
Pits of Doom do exist on the 150-gram ferryweight field, which is almost a competition of its own.
Yeah. so
Hopefully we might see some more crushers, flippers. I don't even know if you can really, I don't know how you would manage that with such a small weight limit.
Yeah.
But I
fairy
guess
weight
we're going to
blows
see
my
how the
mind.
engineering turns out.
Fairy weight is only 150 grams. That's like 2 sticks of butter. It's not a lot. It's not a lot at all. It's about the size of one of your, like a small drone.
Small drone that's meant to be flying, not
Meant
meant
to be flying, not to
trying to destroy another 150-gram robot. Be interesting to see if you could put all the 150 grams in the ring with the break the bank, if they'd be able to really get anywhere with it.
Yeah. Just 10 grams of drivetrain, 140 grams of weapons. But next up for Break the Bank, we're going to have Unga Bunga. They have been selected. We are figuring out our schedule as we go.
Looks like we're going to be having an interview coming up from one of the builders of the robots we've been seeing so far today.
Yeah. And we will be back in just a couple minutes with who you're going to be interviewing, and our interviewer is going to be none other than our very own Preston Kuna. Thank you.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back. We're really excited to have a member of Unga Bunga with us.
Yeah.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
So my name is Christopher Tran. I am the team captain of Crimson Robotics. We're the combat robotics team at the University of Oklahoma.
All right, so it was your shirt. I give it a little up so we can see it on the screen. Okay, that's enough. All right, so the Oklahoma, OU, Sooners, trash, however you want to describe them. You can use whatever. Well, look. You're in between A&M and UT here, and both of us don't like the Sooners. So, but we're really glad to have you at the Combat Robotics event. We're hyped to have you here. Football aside, this is the future, and I'm glad that you guys are here. Really appreciative that you've spent your time. Your robot is awesome.
Oh, thank you so much.
I had you bring it over.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, we can throw it up here in the stream a little bit.
Yep.
So this is what I would describe as an egg beater. Is that correct?
Correct. This is an egg beater spinner. As you can see in the front, it's shaped like an egg beater, and basically it spins upward and uppercuts people and does a lot of damage.
Okay, so it's spinning up when you're right side up, right?
Yes.
But something that I know a lot of our viewers already know, if you've already tuned into a lot of BattleBots, is that all of these robots are pretty much invertible, right?
Correct.
To stay from getting knocked out or losing mobility.
Right. The crucial thing in combat robotics is that no matter what, you have to keep moving. You know, if you're just staying still, you know, that's not good. Your opponent can come in, just take advantage of that, or, you know, worse, you get knocked out. So being able to keep moving no matter what happens, you know, it's very important in this sport.
Awesome. Well, we've already seen some really impressive performances from your bot so far. And next up is Break the Bank.
Ooh.
So you've seen it twice, right? And
Yeah.
the first robot made a lot of progress. Very
Okay.
impressive. The second bot, unfortunately, had a few issues, right, with their drive system right
Yeah.
there. How do you think you'll do? How do you think you'll fare against the box?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the current conditions of the box, but I think I have good chances with this robot at least. You know,
Let's see if we can get Ian to bring us the box. We'll give you a little look-see right here. Not too long. No excessive strategizing, but
Okay.
there is one exposed edge now,
Which
right?
Is it that one?
No, this edge right here no longer has its metal sheathing, courtesy of our first Robotics team, Warhart. So the box is quite damaged. For those of you at home, this box only weighs about a pound. So weight-wise, it is right up there with the robots.
Yeah.
Very, you know, it's not like we're asking you to run into a brick or something, right, which could
Right,
damage your
right.
robot. And, but this is exactly what you've built your robot to be able to hit, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm surprised that Warhart wasn't able to get through this at all. But yeah, with that
You could
exposed corner,
see
that can really help.
this edge right here where they got their
Oh.
first hit. To make sure you don't cut your own fingers. That
Yeah,
is
I
a
think-
sharp exposed edge right
I think my
there.
strategy at this point is to just, you know, get this exposed corner, just keep running around.
That polycarb is definitely the weakest point
wanna
for the box.
If you want to compare the box, yeah, I mean,
you could get a hit. You
I
could
could
get
get
it.
a
A
hit.
well placed hit. So what's your role on the team? What do you do?
So I'm team captain. I get to, you know, lead my team, and for me today at least, I'm repairing Unga Bunga by myself. Another one of my team members is repairing Hot Take currently, and
Wonderful.
and then we have a third team member. He's just running back and forth between us just to make
Yeah.
sure that everything is okay. But yeah, that's my role here. But primarily back at OU, I get to, you know, teach people more about combat robotics, you know, get more people into the sport because, like, it's really fresh at OU right
Yes.
now. I'm the founder of it.
Wow.
So we started back in February 2020, right before pandemic. Great time for
Yeah.
to start a
Wonderful
robotics
time
team.
to start an org. Uh-huh.
But you know, during that time, I was able to, you know, teach people the theory about combat. You know, how robots are what's the nuances behind the sport, the meta, and all that. And it's just great to see, you know, like people grow as a result. You know, I have not only engineers on my team, but I have like people who are in finance, and they get to build their own robot, and it's the greatest feeling in the world just to bring people into the sport that I love.
I have noticed that this sport is incredibly inclusive, right? We see huge gaps in age. We see, like you said, different life paths, right? Business majors, finance majors, engineering majors. This is something a lot of people could compete in. After lunch, we're going to be hitting the 150 gram, which is a great entry point, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, totally. I mean, like, it doesn't cost that much, and the damage you would see in that weight class, while not as high, you know, it's a great beginning, like, weight class to
You're
be
not
part
having
of.
to rebuild your robot in 10 minutes in between.
Exactly, and you're not spending, like, hundreds of dollars repairing, like, 3-pound robots. I mean, these are still small, but like repairs can be like up to like $100, I think, after each tournament.
I can imagine. Some of the
yeah.
devastation we've seen in the box today seems like you might be rebuilding almost every part of the
Oh
box.
yeah, yeah. Especially like some of the heavy hitters we see from WPI. Like I have Ablation. I know the driver personally, and I fought him a couple of times before, and he's ripped this thing up so badly.
Well, all kidding aside and all football rivalries aside, we are so grateful that y'all are here. And what an awesome opportunity it is.
Yeah.
This is A&M's first event in combat robotics.
Right.
I think ever. I've been at A&M now for over 7 years. Before you judge me too harshly, I'm now in a graduate program, okay?
Okay.
Engineering does take a while, but
hey, you get there eventually.
you get there eventually. But in my 7 years, this is the first combat robotics event I've seen at A&M. And so it's really great to be able to connect with universities nearby, like OU. Hopefully, seeing these events, we can lure a couple of the other local universities in and start to have these events more frequently, right? Because that's what every combat robotics builder seems to really want, is just access to events, to competition.
Right. And like not only for like universities, but also those outside of the university wanting to get into the hobby. Again, we're very inclusive, and we got to provide more matches for everyone to fight in.
That's right. That's very true.
You know, you guys you're doing a great job so far.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. This is
it's very busy for a first tournament, but you know, like I think this thing can grow a lot bigger.
Yeah, I definitely think as we continue to, grow in size, and A&M has been very supportive of this event, but as we continue to bring people into the city and into the university, that support will continue to increase, and we'll really be able to scale this up. I think the dream of Aimbots is to just be a hub for this kind of robotics. We have our RoboMasters event in June. We're hosting this event now, and then we're hoping to do some more combat-focused robotics events throughout the year.
Okay, that sounds great. And hey, if you have another tournament, my team will definitely be here.
That's great to hear. It's wonderful to meet you. I'm super excited to see how you do against the box.
Yeah.
And
when are we having that?
Yeah, I think that's coming up here in a few minutes. Yeah, I mean it's lunchtime. So Sid, if we're ready to go, I think we'll stick Unga Bunga and break the box in the arena. We're ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. You look ready. Your bot looks ready. Let's do it.
Oh my goodness. Can we take pictures before and after?
Yeah, we'll take some before and after pictures. Chat, give us just a minute as we transition back from our interview. Thank you so much to the OU team for being here. I know it looks like a small thing to do these interviews with us, but time is so limited for these teams. They really are rebuilding their robot in between every single match. We're going to throw Matt back here in the seat to commentate you through the next Break the Box event. So get hyped, get ready for that. And yeah, here we go. Let's see. There we go.
Unga Bunga versus the box.
All right, we're back here with Unga Bunga, getting ready to break the bank.
Man, they're going to get some good hits off of this. I guarantee it. Yeah, he's looking around.
Don't touch it, Chris. Come on.
And he is a 1-pounder? This is a 3-pounder. He's got 30 seconds. For those of you that are able to hear that over the overhead mic, at the 30-second mark, they're going to pause it. They'll count him in, and then he will get to take a swing. But yeah, I'm interested to see. There is definitely some talks of whether or not the volunteers are currently throwing this match at the moment, because they lined it up where it is the most prone to breaking.
That corner without the metal on it is going to be the easier one to destroy. It looks like that's what is exactly lined up in a straight line for.
I don't know what he's doing. But I am eager to see. I think the box is going to go. I think the box is going to go. There's no way it doesn't.
It'll be interesting to see if the box is going to go. We got a few seconds.
30.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
And here we go.
Here we go. Bonk.
30 seconds with the box. Unga Bunga
Got to get some good hits on it.
looking like he's trying to take that corner. But
All
it's
I'm saying, if
already
he doesn't,
pretty damaged.
Oh, there's a plate gone.
Another plate is
I don't
gone.
know if the
Zip
dollar
ties
bill's out or
flying
not,
everywhere.
but the zip tie is gone. He was able to get a couple plates off, but the box is in the corner. Oh, it is not in the
Another
corner.
plate. Taking off 5 seconds left.
3, 2, 1. Game over.
Ah, man. That was some good hits on that. In a minute, Ian will bring the box back over here, and we'll get to take a look, but
The box still stands.
it somehow still stands. I do not know how. Preston
rooting
is
for the
hyped.
box, as he was the one that did indeed make it.
Preston is hyped that the box is
We
still
have
alive.
the box right here.
I
I am impressed that the box is still alive.
This is nuts. I don't understand. I mean, there's a giant gash here. There's a giant gash like right here in the next to the hole that they put the money in. Here's the big gash. Three of the 4 plates are gone. And they just are shattered. But the epoxy and the wood screws is what's holding it together at the moment.
The divots in the metal as well. Lots of destruction from pieces that are on the more hardness scale. Not easy to crack.
The funny thing is, the polycarbonate is what is not cracked, although there is a gap.
It is close.
There is a gap. Whoever's next, they have a fair shot. It's still pretty robust.
Well,
So,
after that break the bank round, we are going to head over to a 20-minute break. And then we're going to interview, break the bank again, and then we're going to go back to matches. So
But-
don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We are ready.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope you're enjoying the content today, all of the bots, all of the carnage. We have another interview with us today, a member from WPI. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, who your robot is.
Yep. Hi, I'm James Wynn. I am from Team WPI. My robot Stoneforge. And yeah, super excited to compete today.
All right, so what's WPI stand for? Are you a university team, a group of friends, high school? What's up?
Sure. So WPI is it's the University of Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Whoa.
So super big team. We have about 20-ish active members that compete pretty much every single month. So we're really excited to branch out and compete in other events such as this one in Texas.
Awesome. Well, we're super glad to have you here. Thanks for coming out. This is really cool. So when you're competing every month, are those at local events? Are you traveling? Is it a mix?
Yep. So it's usually a mix, but our biggest event that we go to is Norwalk Havoc Combat League, and so that's the really big one that we go to. And so that happens actually every 2 months, and so we're really stoked to be competing at events other than Norwalk. Kind of feel out the field in the U.S. Definitely having a good time here, though.
Yeah, I'm sure the diversity is nice for the bots as well, right? To be able to face different kinds of bots.
Yeah, for sure. Norwalk definitely there are certain type of robots there, so it's really cool to fight different types of robots. Like, for example, I fought Ablation my last match, and that was super fun. Definitely a really good experience to fight Ablation.
Awesome. I need to know, did you sign up for Break the Bank?
I did not, unfortunately.
But now you're filled with regret, right?
Yep. So after the first Break the Bank, I actually went to one of the event organizers and I was like, "Hey, can I sneak in?" They said no because they already put all the cash, all the sign-ups in there. But definitely next time.
I'm really excited about it. It's something I think maybe you'll have a better idea since you've been to so many events that I think is rather unique for combat robotics so far.
Yeah. I've actually never seen anything like this, and I think it's super cool, super fun.
Still a little tacky.
Yeah, I think it's a cool, super cool event.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. But that is true, chat. After that first round, we did not let anyone else sign up, mostly because Break the Bank is a confidence game, right? And once you see the cracks and it's a damaged box, it's a different bet. Those $2, right? It's a different buy-in. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and I'm excited that it's something that an experienced combat robotics team has some interest in.
Yeah,
as it's a bit of a brainchild of ours. So that's exciting. I'm excited to see your robot continue throughout the competition. Things are going pretty well. Your robot is it's a barrel beater, right?
Yeah. So Stoneforge is actually a modular robot.
Okay.
So I have a drum spinner on it. I have a beater attachment for it. I have an overhead spinner for it. So there's a bunch of different types of weapon types. On top of that, I have different front ends like bareface, wedgelets, forks. So definitely a lot of cool things with that.
Are you changing those modules based on the results of the robot's previous fights? Like,
exactly.
Are you watching those early fights and then picking what you'll use to fight the robots accordingly?
Yeah, so combat, like as a whole, for all of our new viewers, combat's pretty much a game of rock, paper, scissors. So some weapon archetypes are really good against other weapon archetypes. The idea behind Stoneforge is that I'm always at a weapon advantage and putting the other robots at a disadvantage.
Wow. Have you found that holds you back at all, like an optimization perspective, or is it pretty?
It doesn't necessarily put me back in an optimization perspective. It does make the design process a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
I do have to find some places to shave off weight. And I guess to your point, I'm not able to have as much armor as other robots potentially, just because I have to adhere within the modularity rules.
Yeah. So are your 3 weapons the same weight?
More or less, yes.
Pretty much. Well, that's
Probably
super cool. I didn't know that about your robot actually. There's a lot of freedom that these teams have within combat robotics. There's things like these modular robots that's awesome. In some of the competitions, we'll see teams of robots that compete, right, with like a damage robot and a control robot working together.
Yep.
And that's a pretty cool technique. I'm excited that we've got one flame robot at our competition.
Yeah, most definitely.
So that'll be cool. I think after seeing the box, I've heard some rumors and some murmurs about teams wishing there was a crusher robot. I think that would be the move, right?
I think so.
To just break through some polycarbonate sheets. But that's a really neat design. How long have you been working on your robot?
So I've been working on this robot for about a year now.
Okay.
About a year. It's been through 5 iterations.
Yeah.
The first 2 are more or less actually different bots. These past 3 are pretty similar. I'm trying to work to make it a lot more optimized. So trying out a lot of new things for this event. Previously, I ran 4S lipos on all my robots. This one is 6S, and so I'm running at a much higher voltage, running different speed controllers, running different weapon motors that I've run in the past. So definitely pretty experimental, but I'm really hoping for a really high performance this event.
That's great. And then just a couple questions about your organization. So you said you have 20 members, which is great. That's a pretty healthy organization. Do y'all focus on this one robot? Do you have multiple sub teams within that group that build robots? How does that work?
So we have 20 members that actively compete. The club as a whole is actually about it's about 200 members.
Wow.
And so we have a lot of members sign up for the club. Pretty big organization on campus. And so we have we probably have about 15 to 20 beetle weights. We have more than 20 ant weights. We have a few 12-pounders, a few 30-pounders. While they're not affiliated with the club, more so just with WPI, we have Team Robot on BattleBots. And so we have a lot of different combat robots. Stoneforge is just one of many. And so it's really cool to be on a huge team of people that can work together and kind of collaborate, but still have separate robots.
Very cool. Very cool. That is neat. It's a great thing. I'm glad to see so many different universities represented today. In addition to community members, we've got stream. I don't know if y'all have seen it, chat. Some of the views makes it hard, but we've had to bring out chairs for some of our younger drivers to stand on, just so they can see over the 3.5 foot tall arena. So we've got a wide variety. We've got some people here competing that might be retired, if I had to take an educated guess.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of combat. It's an equal playing field for everybody. It's inviting to everybody, and the community is really awesome. So
if you had, it sounds like you've got a lot of experience in the space, and that probably you have helped a lot of people get into the space. So if you had a recommendation, I know there are some kits out there. There's a lot of different weight classes. There can be so much information about getting into it that it can almost become overwhelming, right? You're drowning in good advice. So if you had one piece of good advice for someone looking to get into BattleBots or combat robotics, what would that be?
I think the biggest thing I tell everybody is to just make your first robot and to compete. I think that a lot of people get really tied up into trying to make a really cool, really complex concept for their first bot.
Yeah.
And they actually don't end up either making their first bot, or they don't really have a good experience, or it's really overwhelming for them. I think that going out and competing allows you to learn just as much, and it really gets you into the sport. So that's my biggest recommendation.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This has been wonderful to meet you. It's been a pleasure. I hope we get to see you at more events. We're hoping that this continues to go well. It's been going great so far. Hope y'all are enjoying it. So we're going to switch back to a quick break while we figure out who's next in Break the Bank. Thank you so much.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have a quick break the bank. We're going to do round 4 with Brobot. Brobot supporters in the chat, bring up the height. Let's go. They're going to break this box. I can believe it. Since they're a 1 pound bot,
This
they
is
get
the 1 pound bot.
1 minute.
1 pound bot, 1 minute. First 1 pound bot we've seen in Break the Bank. That's a whole minute in the box with the box.
Honestly, I would be shocked if they don't shatter this box and get all that cash. Sweet, sweet cash to get some nice Dr. Pepper. Not sponsored.
Got a ready check from Brobot coming around.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
Well, let's see.
Can he touch it?
Can he get under the
Can he even
box
get to it?
enough to hit the box?
The box meta is too good.
He's got a whole minute. He's got time to work with. Only 45 seconds left, but that's a long time.
It's so heavy.
Brobot
30
get
seconds
underneath.
remaining.
Got 30 seconds left.
Can he get underneath and get that vertical spinner
He's gotta
able
get it
to
into the
damage
wall.
it?
He's gotta
30
get it into
seconds
the wall,
left,
nudge
half
it.
the time. He's got a lot of time. Here it comes. Box is
Come
tipping
on.
up.
Here we go.
All it's going to take is a few hits from that vertical spinner to get a really good crack on this box. 10 seconds
10
remaining.
seconds left. 8, 7, 6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. That's it.
That is going to be it. The bank remains unbroken, not from lack of trying.
Wow. That was
from
just
lack of
unfortunate.
damage.
That was just unfortunate luck. Dang.
Gonna have Hunter coming in to try to break the bank next.
Oh, is it Hunter's? All right, we do have Hunter.
Going over to the fairy weights as we wait.
Fairy weights have been running in the background.
Could say some pretty hot competition.
Oh, we've had some hot competition already in that box. Woo.
Those unaware did not see the stream as it first came up for the fairy weights. We had a small incident
Yeah.
where that little brown spot is on the screen that
Just
might
don't
or may
worry
not have
about
been a lipo battery, but
It's been okay.
has been safely disposed of as the matches continue.
It was all under control. That's what the box is for. But we need Hunter next for the break the bank. Round 5.
Hunter to the box for break the bank. Make your way to the box.
Fairy weight is unique in that it's almost like a sumo bot push challenge because it's hard to get any spinning weapons to actually break the robot. So they try to push each other into those corners. If you get pushed into that corner, that's an immediate knockout, which is where some robots do have spinning weapons, as we found out recently,
And they've been pretty effective,
they worked
as
out
we've
pretty
seen
well.
as well.
But overall, it's just a sumo push match into the holes. So it's all about speediness or it's all about torque and just pushing at the right time.
Well, having only 150 grams to fit a whole robot in that's going to be fighting other robots is a pretty tight requirement.
2 sticks of butter.
2 sticks of butter. Yeah, that is a
That's the closest
interesting
American
comparison, but
way I can describe it.
accurate as well. I don't know if you've ever held 2 sticks of butter in your hand, but that's pretty light.
2 sticks of butter is the way that you describe. 2 sticks of butter is a common way to describe drone weight. That's like the limit.
All those smaller motors still able to output a reasonable amount of torque, especially whenever you put the right gear ratios on them. This is where the engineering part goes in, I guess. All right, looks like Hunter's going to bypass their chances. Viper V is going into the box with the box.
Viper 5. Viper 5, you are next for Break the Bank. Please come on down. Viper V, Viper 5, I don't know what your name actually is. Come down to Break the Bank for round 5. I'm honestly astonished that this box has lasted this long. I think Preston is too. I think all of the organizers are, and I think everyone in the audience is too. It's just untouchable.
Well, the box lucked out whenever one of the drivetrain wheels was not wanting to work.
This is true. Oh, yeah.
What was that?
I think it was not Stoneforge.
I don't remember who it was, but their drivetrain was not able to work, and the box ended up winning that match.
The box is the box holds true.
Brobot could not get under the box to be able to get it, which was tragic, but I guess it's a way the box can win, is being quite flush with the ground because it doesn't have wheels that it needs to move around on.
Just the tolerancing there was rough. If that bot was a 3-pound, it would have had enough weight to pick it up, but alas, it was not enough. I know we said we would start 3-pound matches at 3:30. We are going to do that very soon. Yeah, we had a bit of an incident with the ferry weights, so we had to take care of that.
But through it all, the lipo incident was resolved safely, securely.
And
matches were already continuing
in a very
in the ferry weight.
quick manner.
Those of you watching at home, what is your favorite style of bot we have seen so far? We've seen a pretty big variety, not the entire 16, but we've seen a pretty big variety on bots so
Honestly,
far today.
The wedges have a place in my heart because, like, if you can drive them right, you're almost untouchable.
We did indeed see the correctly driven bot really showing us how that wedge is supposed to be used with the proper drivetrain. Looks like we're going to be going back into break the bank. Viper V getting into the box with the box to win some money.
There's no way they don't break this. There's no way. And we are setting up real close. I think we're about to get started here. For those of you that couldn't hear Preston, he is going to pause it at 1 minute, and then we will start the match of Break the Bank.
After his counted. All right, we're going to go ahead and start it off.
3, 2, 1, go. Go for it.
Box
Just got to
still
get one
untouched.
good hit. Oh.
Just out of range. Looks like it's going to have the same strategy as Brobot as he needs to get it to the wall.
As we figured out, the box only weighs 1 pound. Or 2 pounds.
30 seconds remaining.
But the friction of it on the ground is you just can't push it. It's hard to move.
It's also pretty flush with the ground.
That too.
So for a ramp bot that has to drive around and have at least
15
some
seconds
space
remaining.
underneath it, makes it hard to push.
10 seconds left.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Nice try.
The box.
The box will prevail.
5-0 for that box score.
This box is simply built different, as we like to say.
Assembled alternatively. Created creatively.
Constructed in an alternative manner, which that was definitely alternative.
Question coming in from the crowd. What if you can't break the box? Will you have a second chance to break the box? And we will be going through after a
Yeah,
here, Preston.
there is only one bot left. Hunter's going to get the last hit on this box later. And then if no one's broken it by then, we will pull the same random number generator again. And they'll just keep cycling through until it breaks.
I think those egg beaters got the best chance at getting that box open. If you have a wedge at the front, it's just not really conducive to being able to
Just having the weapon ahead of your drivetrain is what's going to be the deal here. The hard part is getting the corner. If you can get the corner, you might be able to break it because there's definitely already some gaps built into it, and just from shattering the metal plates. I mean, here's 3 of them. Like this one has a giant gash here. You can see in the reflection. So they've done a fantastic job.
And it's been very interesting watching them tear it apart, just like they've been tearing apart other robots in this arena. We've seen some pretty good carnage today.
I've liked what we've seen so far. I have liked what we've seen. There really hasn't been a dull match. Like, it's always been either big brain or just a lot of destruction. Next on the list, we have Hoteta? Am I saying this right?
Is
that Hot Take?
Yeah, and it's Hot Take.
Hot Take, okay.
But it's abbreviated because it does not fit exactly
the
where
next
it's needed.
robots to come to the field are Hot Take and Data Collector. Please come to the field.
That's Hot Take and Data Collector make their way up here. Who's your prediction? You think the flamethrower is going to be able to get some damage in, or how do you think that's going to play out?
We've watched Data Collector's bot multiple times, or we've just watched Data Collector. It's been I think this is one of the modular robots that is able to adapt to any situation. In this case, we know that the flamethrower is not strong enough to go against any kind of spinning blade, because it just gets put out. So I think that's exactly what's going to happen here, and the primary weapon of Hot Take is not going to be able to do any damage to Data Collector. I would like to be proven wrong, but we will see. And I think we are still just waiting on Hot Take, maybe? I think they're back there, yeah. They're getting ready.
And I'm quite with you.
Oh, yep,
Looks
it's
like
moving.
Data Collector's
It
going
is
into
moving.
the corner.
It is moving and it is grooving.
Oh, there's the phone. Yeah. Oh.
Versus Data Cola.
So for those of you that have not seen these bots or this match so far, Data Collector is going to be the bot on your right of the screen, and Hot Take is going to be on the left. You will definitely know it's Hot Take because it has a little surprise.
Brings the heat, as some might say.
And barring from referee, we are currently just doing a couple final checks here with our refs and volunteers.
Hot Take, are you guys ready?
All right.
Data Collector, are you guys ready?
They're
All right,
ready.
we're going to kick this match off in 3, 2,
2,
1,
1,
go.
go. Got the speed up. Yeah, there we go.
There's that fire. Oh! Hot Take taking a large hit.
Woo!
Data Collector is trying to move in to secure the kill.
He took out the weapon.
Ooh. Wheel Protector saving Hot Take's wheels for now. Let's see if that lasts as Data Collector gets to work.
Tap out.
That's a tap out.
That's a tap out. Fantastic work from Data Collector. Wow. And mind you, these are the elimination rounds. So
Data
Hot
Collector will be
Take is
moving on.
out.
Hot Take is out. Sadly, we will not be seeing more of the flames.
No more flames.
I can't. It's fail safe now.
And they're working on getting the robots off the field.
Having something with a flame on it can be a little bit dangerous sometimes, trying to get it out of the field. I actually went and checked out Hot Take's robot because I was interested in that flamethrower, and it is a lighter. It's a very strong lighter.
And we are currently getting our next matches set up. I was kind of concerned there that we've already had one incident with Lipos. I was like, this thing is on fire.
Yes, having an entire other fire.
Even with multiple CO2 extinguishers nearby, I still just balled up. But I'm confident it would be fine.
I have faith that the lighter would not explode.
You know, BattleBots moment, Combat Robotics moment, all sorts of things. But we are getting ready. The next boss to come onto the field will be Unga Bunga and Hailstone. Please come to the field for your elimination match. Not elimination match.
As we see this arena getting swept off. Well, the carnage of last time, Data Collector really taking a lot of chunks off a Hot Take.
Yeah, there was a lot that came off of that robot.
I was talking with Hot Take during one of the breaks, and it's really interesting how they got a lot of parts on their robot that are not necessarily meant to come off, but are able to be pulled off and still be functional. They got those wheel protectors. Their wheels themselves are able to take a reasonable amount of damage before they're not functional anymore. I put a lot of work into their drivetrain, making sure that they're able to, even if their weapon fails, at least be able to still move.
Yeah.
But whenever you just get flipped completely on your side, it's difficult to really do anything.
Finding different failure modes and having that probability of even if something fails, you're still able to work that's a next level of engineering. But next we need Unga Bunga and Hailstone coming to the field.
Hailstone showing us some expert driving last time, really getting behind, I believe, another egg beater.
And just a reminder for that last match, because of the tap out, Data Collector won that match and Hot Take was eliminated.
Hailstone last time showing us some really just how to drive a ramp bot, to be honest with you. Expert show of skill as he was going up against a different, was it horizontal spinner or egg beater? I think it's a horizontal spinner.
Yeah, we have
He's going up against an egg beater now, yes. And Unga Bunga and Hot Take coming from the same team, Unga Bunga being their slightly more advanced robot. As we've seen from its reasonable amount of victories so far.
We look like we're about ready to go.
What's her name?
And I think we're getting the all clear from the refs and the judges. They're currently waiting for some more confirmation before we're able to start, but we will let you know.
I mean, we got to do it one way or another. I'm just trying to figure out what's holding. That's the hope here. All right, I'm ready.
Unga Bunga, are you ready? Hailstone, are you ready? All right. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, start. Coming right off the break.
Right out the gate. That's got to be some aggression points really quick. Ooh, really good pin by Hailstone.
That wedge is unstoppable. Just eating the hits
Once
from the
again.
egg beater.
Ooh. He's got to be careful as that egg beater just got to catch him once, but he is not going to let that happen as he's getting underneath Unga Bunga once
The
again.
aggression from Hailstone right now is just absolutely unparalleled.
That drivetrain is unstoppable. Oh, spoke a little bit too soon, but it's still moving. He's got 3 wheels for a reason. He's going to put Unga Bunga right into another pin up against the wall. Both wheels and the egg beater not really able to move too much. Hailstone puts Unga Bunga in another pin in the corner.
10, 9, 8.
Hailstone trying to go for a pin, but Unga Bunga not letting it happen. That's still going to be a lot more points for Hailstone.
Unga Bunga can't get a good hit on him because of that wedge.
Again, a really good pin.
Oh, I think he might have stalled it.
Just looking for that pin, a takedown by pin. Showing that losing a tire is nothing to be too serious about. He is slamming Unga Bunga into the wall. Hailstone doing a very good job maintaining dominance in this round. 30 seconds left. Ooh. Could have been a very deadly hit from Unga Bunga, but Hailstone takes it like a champ.
He's able to dodge every single shot. The only thing he's losing is just his wheels, but the aggression here
once
is
again in the corner.
crazy.
Hailstone underneath in a very good position to pin.
Oh, that might.
10 seconds left. Looks like Unga Bunga might
5,
not be able to get any
4,
significant hits that are going to be able to
2,
displace those points
1.
won earlier.
That's the match. Wow. That was some intense gameplay there. That was some intense gameplay.
Once again, an impressive display of skill.
30
Hailstone
seconds.
showing
5,
that the egg beater's style
4,
is not
3.
He's not afraid. He might lose a tire. He doesn't care. He's still got 3 more.
Over.
Yeah, Hailstone was able to control the field at pretty much every point and not have any major issues because he was able to avoid the egg beater. But
And also get pins. Despite the egg beater being able to be functional the entire match, meaning that it can turn on and be able to knock itself out of a corner or be able to drive out of a corner, Hailstone still did a very good job maintaining control in those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I don't think losing a tire is going to be enough for Unga Bunga to be able to win that one.
no, he definitely has like 6 more tires back in the pits. There's no way. But wow, fantastic work from both robots. And in fact, fantastic work from Unga Bunga to try and keep laying in those hits, even if he's missing every time. That was great.
I mean, he was hitting that ramp a bunch, but that ramp is just really resilient.
That must be made out of like some high strength steel. There's no way.
Hailstone was the one that took that match. Not
Not
surprising
surprising
given the really display of dominance that Hailstone had over Unga Bunga in that match.
That was very well done. Doing a little bit more cleanup. Our next match is going to be Pork Chop versus Zach, and it is a elimination match in the 1 pound class. Pork Chop and Zach, please come to the field.
I think I see Pork Chop on that field. Recognize that drivetrain anywhere. Hopefully he can keep his spinner this time. Last time he lost his weapon, which is what put him in the loser bracket. But that does not mean he is out for the count. He is still here.
And we are going to go ahead and queue up for the next 3 pound match. It is going to be Fully Defined versus Dungeon Dweller. So fully Defined and Dungeon Dweller, please get into the queue. The last minute checks. They are in the corners, ready to go.
Zach looking like he's taken a pretty similar design to Hailstone.
Zach has done pretty good so far. He's had he's had some parts fall off, but overall, we have 2 robots that are both trying to take it head to head with the 4-wheel drivetrains and just move as fast as they can. I believe we've seen this. I believe we've seen this matchup before. I don't quite recall, but I think we have seen this matchup before.
Chop looks like he's still got his safety on. See that little clamp on the front of his robot. We're all about safety here because these robots could put out, I mean, it does not take much to lose a finger.
Yeah,
so
no.
Safety is of the utmost
There are
importance.
very strict rules on how your robots are able to function with and without fail-safes. it's about as safe as it can get.
Looks like the cage is closed as they're doing some ready checks on the field.
And it sounds like we are good to go. Pork Chop, are you ready? Zach, are you ready? Awesome. 3, 2, 1, match start.
Zach out the gate, just looking really similar to Hailstone.
That was quite the hit there.
Flying. Oh, there goes a
Whose
two
bot
wheels.
was that? I think.
Looks like Zach might be missing a wheel. I don't think Zach has a weapon that would be able to take out the wheel like Pork Chop just did to him. But we've seen a loss of a wheel on a ramp bot before, and it did not mean a whole lot.
Do we have a weapon that's down? Because I don't hear it spinning up right now. I think the weapon's either down or gone.
Oh, but it looks like Pork Chop's still going to get a really good pin on Zach here.
That's a good pin.
Oh, no.
Count it. That was
the judge's going to be counting down.
3, 2, 1.
And that is going to be a takedown.
That is a knockout. Wow. So getting stuck on the edge of the arena does constitute a knockout. It is so long as you did play yourself. Yeah, you're immobilized
as a knockout. As long as it happens for 10 seconds. That was a little bit more than 10 seconds there, but I mean that just kind of proves that Zach was indeed stuck in that position. Oh, and it looks like he's stuck even on the ramp. He's trying to get helped out of the arena. Still able to move pretty well, even though he has only 3 wheels.
Wow, that was an entertaining match. That was pretty good to watch.
Drivetrains could really hold up to substantial amounts of damage.
Since that was, and just a couple feet away, we have the 150-gram bots running still in parallel. But since that was an elimination match, Pork Chop won via a knockout of Zach. Therefore, Zach is now out. But our next match to come up to the field is going to be Fully Defined versus Dungeon Dweller for the 3 pounds, or for the 3-pound bracket. So Fully Defined and Dungeon Dweller, please come to the field.
Looks like they are getting ready to go.
The teams are talking smack. Looks like we're getting ready to get on the field. Dungeon Dweller with that unique sledgehammer that just spins at ludicrous speed.
I mean, that is a very valid strategy. It is one of these 16 types. It's the Slugger type, I believe. Chat can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. Watching the fairy weights here. That is a horizontal spinner for that orange robot. And a ramp bot for the blue. But ramps, it's pretty dangerous to have that horizontal spinner whenever those pits of death are just at the corners of those arenas.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, getting knocked into the pit is an immediate KO. The hard part is the bots are so fast, so your driving has to be really controlled. I think he's got a pin.
Looks like it's almost a pin. Oh, it's a flipper. The small blue robot is a flipper.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started on our next 3-pound match. We have Fully Defined versus Dungeon Dweller. Fully Defined, are you ready? Did I hear no? All right, they are not ready at the moment. We may or may not have a 20-minute extension, which every robot is allowed to do 1 time per tournament. So we are going to go ahead and switch to a different set of matches, and we'll come back to them later. So next up, we're going to have Earthquake versus Doodle. will have
Earthquake and Doodle make your way to the 1 and 3 pound field.
Earthquake and Doodle to the field.
Next matches.
And we will come back to that match later with Fully Defined. Doodle will be in the right corner, and Earthquake is in the left corner.
Perfect. Shut down. Is that Doodle?
Looks like the field is getting set.
Doing a last minute couple checks on the field, making sure everything's all right. And I think we have the all clear from our refs. Earthquake, are you ready? Doodle, are you ready? Yeah. All right, match start in 3, 2, 1, start. Reminder, whoever wins this match eliminates the other in this 1 pound match.
Early game aggression from Earthquake. Getting underneath Doodle, not letting him even get close with his weapon.
Ooh,
Looks like he's going to be
good grinding there in the corner.
Up against that metal corner. Doodle not really being able to get out of this corner as Earthquake keeps pushing him in and holding. Very good display of control, which is one of the three main categories.
We might have a wheel down on Doodle there.
The wheel down seems to be the common.
Losing a wheel is definitely a common problem here.
Common injury from the 1 pound bracket. Doodle doing still a very good job of not letting her. Earthquake doing a very good job of not letting Doodle really breathe too much as it puts it into another pin. Doodle's weapon not being able to be used too much. It's going to be meaning that Earthquake is going to be taking a lot of points by getting pin, control, and aggression. And honestly, using their ramp as a weapon, they're ramming pretty hard.
The ramp is really good at just
30
smashing it into
seconds
the side
remaining.
of the arena and trying to do damage. Especially since with that weapon spinning, you may do damage to yourself by hitting the arena.
You can basically dull your weapon by having a ramp bot push you up and lean you into the sidewall as you just grind down whatever material you're.
We've got 10 seconds left in the match.
Oh,
that's a flip. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the match. Now, that's going to be up to the judge's decision because it was not a full knockout 10 seconds. Knockout constitutes a 10-second countdown. And there was
10-second knockdown, but I would say Earthquake had extremely superior control over Doodle for the vast majority of that match. Doodle only being free a couple times as Earthquake was repositioning to just throw him into a different corner.
Definitely at that point.
Good effort, but I believe the winner here is pretty clearly Earthquake.
So next up on our list for the 3 pound bots, we are going to have Warhart versus, I think it's Warhart versus Ring Linger. So Warhart and Ring Linger, that's so hard to say. Please come to the field.
I remember Ring Linger being in that Roomba basically with the bar on top of it that's just able to spin even past its radius.
Spinning Roomba of death, yes.
The Michael Reeves Roomba of death.
So yes, please come to the field. We can do your next winners match.
And these are elimination?
Yes, it is I believe it is a double elimination bracket. And meanwhile,
head over to the ferryweight.
Ferryweights, yes. Looks like we're about to start another match there. Oh, that's a knockout. Wow.
Right into the pit of death.
Right into the pit of death. That's a knockout in the ferryweight field. think we are still waiting for Warhart to come to the field. Warhart, yes. Earthquake was the winner of the last match.
Not too surprising given that performance. I'm surprised Rampbots are doing
Rampbots are doing great.
They're doing the work. They're going up toe-to-toe against, like, horizontal spinners, vertical spinners, and they are putting in the work. Very impressive. Definitely not what I thought. I thought any kind of spinner was going to be able to beat the ramps, but the ramps, if you're able to drive them well, those ramps are
particularly
deadly.
against robots that have actually they're built very robust weapons. Not only are they just have the different metas that you see, but it's a well done robot.
Sometimes it might not even matter about the robust weapon. It might matter about the robust ramp, because that ramp is able to deflect it at that angle. You know, you're hitting, especially if it's a horizontal or even a vertical spinner, you're hitting it still at an angle, so you're not getting that full force, able to try to penetrate that. I'm assuming steel plate. I mean, these things have been
probably a steel
extremely
plate.
durable.
Yeah. I think we're waiting, doing a couple more confirmations before we start.
I believe this is Dark Side and I believe this is Drivetrain. Drivetrain and Dark Side. Dark Side in the blue corner. Drivetrain?
I think it's Drivetrain. Drive test frame. I forget the names.
Those are going to be the opposite sides of where they are, because as I know, drive test frame is a robot with a little blue ramp at the end of it.
Yeah, I do remember this robot.
And Dark Side being the one that is honestly the bane of the. It's funny that he's only gone up against the ramp bots, considering how effective he is versus the ramp bots. Being able to get lower and be able to flip them repeatedly is. But Drive Test was also able to get under other ramp bots, so it'll be very interesting here to see which one of these is the better. I mean, I guess not necessarily strictly ramp bot, but
I think it's all going to be.
I
think it's all going to be who does it, who can get the first grab first. It's whoever gets that initial grab.
Well, we've seen Darkseid be able to pin with putting his arm down, and that has also been a pretty effective strategy for earning points.
All right, I think we're going to get some confirmation from our refs. I think we're ready to go. Darkseid, are you ready? Nope. Is Darkseid ready? And is Drive Test ready? Are we both ready? All right. The match starts in 3, 2, 1, start. So with this being a double elimination bracket, in the for the 1 pounder, if either robot loses, they will not necessarily be instantly eliminated, but they will have to try and stay alive in their upcoming losers bracket.
Looks like Drive Test is going to put Darkseid in a tough spot here.
That is going to be a pin.
Drive Test doing a very good job of not getting flipped. Staying very, very close behind Darkseid. Darkseid almost getting a flip off. If he gets that arm up, it's going to be hard to stay under. Oh, that's going to be another really good disable from Drive Test as he's carrying Darkseid wherever he wants to go.
I think that's...
Darkseid trying to flip but not able to get under Drive Test. Tiny little ramp. Oh, and then Darkseid is going to be getting pushed up against the wall by Drive Test. As once again, Darkseid is on top of Drive Test. Drive Test showing a really good display of control here. Drive Test not letting Darkseid breathe in the slightest as he keeps that pin
30 seconds remaining.
in position.
30 seconds left on the clock.
Darkseid having a tough time being able to try to line up that flipper or be able to even get under Drive Test, as Drive Test is once again carrying him wherever he pleases.
Pretty even pushing matches.
Pretty even pushing match, but I would say the pins definitely need to go to Drive Test here, as Drive Test has just been driving around
4,
Darkseid.
3, 2, 1. That's the end of the match. Nice job.
Good job, both teams.
I think he got him flipped at the end at the last second. But, yeah, that's the end of that match. And the judges will let us know who is the winner for that one. Because, honestly, I don't know. I don't know.
If I had to pick, though, I think it had to be Darkseid. I mean, if I was a judge right here, I would say
he got a lot of his own holds.
There was a lot of back and forth, but we didn't see Darkseid's signature pins. Darkseid has been able to pin by bringing down his lifting arm that he's been able to flip and then get into a corner and pin with. He was not able to do that at all with Drivetrain. Drivetrain was just going to town right behind him. The entire match, he's just at his side, at his back, never allowing him to get into the front. I think Darkseid almost had a flip, but he just wasn't able to get that off.
I agree. Well, next up on the field, we have Ringling versus Warhart. And I think they're on their – I mean, they've been in here for a while. I think they're ready to set up. Ringling versus
Roomba
Warhart.
design.
Drive Test was the winner of that last match.
Not super surprising considering Drive Test was picking up Darkseid and just driving him wherever.
Yeah,
I mean, he was Darkseid's drivetrain. He was just in top of it.
We have Ringling. We need Ringling and Warhart to the field. And it looks like we're just going to have a brief test in the box. We're okay. We've had some technical difficulties with some of the robots today.
Yep. And since there is only one place to safely test these weapons, because, like I said earlier, they can very easily take your fingers off, or even more than that if you're not too
you got to be
careful
careful with these bots.
Got to make sure that
that's why
you're
the
doing
box
it
is
safety.
there. That's why the box is there.
Safely testing these robots is one of the #1 priorities, especially whenever you have things you need to fix, weapons fall apart. You got to make sure that they still work instead of just trying to figure out, well, you know, it should work if I turn it on in the arena whenever you're going against your opponent in the elimination matches now.
Yeah.
All right, last thing you want to see, and that we want to see, or anybody really wants to see, is a robot go into the arena already kind of wounded and not be able to fight its best potential.
Another call for Ringling and Warhart. We need you all on the field.
Ringling and Warhart to the 1 and 3 pound field. Put your robots in, set them up. Let's get this show on the road.
Crank it out. Getting ready. Next up, we need Viper 5 and Brobot in the queue. Viper 5 and Brobot head to the queue. I think there needs to be a new test on combat bots for egg beaters. It needs to actually try and make brownies with it. You need to actually try and use the egg beater weapon to make brownies with. Just spin it up. Come on.
You might make a bit more of a mess than you bargained for, though, with how fast these things go.
You throw a lid over it. It's fine. It's the 21st century. We can figure this out.
Both Ringling and Warhart in the arena, ready to go.
The spinning Roomba of death. That one is freaky. All right. I think we're almost ready for this match. We'll get the okay check from the refs for good to go. Ringling, are you ready? Warhart, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, match starts in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, we got some good sparks in there. Weapons off.
Ringling's weapon has been disabled. Now it is just the Roomba, no longer the Roomba of death, as Warhart is trying to tear it apart
Warhart
with the egg beater.
Warhart spinning down the weapon. Is that a knock?
Looks like that's a tap out from Ringling, as Ringling's weapon was completely disabled from that initial clash. Sparks flying left and right.
Fantastic job. And let's make sure we safely get the robots off the field while we set up for our next robot match. All right. We're gonna watch a 150. We're gonna watch the 150 gram in a second.
150 is good to go.
150,
got you guys
go
up on the
ahead.
big screen.
One 150 is ready to go. Ooh, that was quite the flip. I'm not sure where the other fairy weight is. I think it's hidden up there at the top. It does not look like it can move very well.
Sadly, it seems like one of the robots is in our blind spot, not able to see it.
And that is the end of that fairy weight match. We are going to set up pretty soon on the 1 pound, 3 pound field. We're having some technical difficulties at the moment, but it'll be shortly resolved.
Seems like we got that situation resolved in the 1 and 3 pound arena, meaning it's going to be
well done.
2 more teams next.
And next up on the list,
Going to be fully defined and Dungeon Dweller.
yeah, fully defined and Dungeon Dweller. Y'all are up next.
As fully defined and Dungeon Dweller make their way to the field, what do you think? Who do you think's going to win? Who's your call, Nathaniel?
I don't know. I'm going to say if Dungeon Dweller can get the early hits on fully defined with that spinning, basically just spinning mace of a robot, it may have a chance. It may be able to jam up one of the weapons. But fully defined is, well, how do I put this? No pun intended. Fully defined. It's a very well done robot.
Aesthetically does look pretty good. I think we're going to be doing another fairy weight really quick here. Fairy weight coming in as we're going to be
in the field. We will
waiting
have,
for the 1 and 3
Jolly
pound to get shut
Rancher
up.
versus Slughorn. There we go. There's the wedge. It does look like a Jolly Rancher. This is true.
But that small flipper looks like it's going to take him dangerously close. Both ramp bots. One with
I'm pretty
a
impressed
movable
that Jolly
ramp, one
Rancher
with a
takes
very
this
movable
wedge
ramp.
off.
Jolly Rancher getting underneath Slugbug as Jolly Rancher is going to be
able
trying
to
to
get
get
under?
into the pit of death. Oh,
I don't know if it can even fit in the pit. Can it?
It might not be able to, at least from the perspective of the arena currently.
I think it's just a drivetrain with a larger than a
But
wedge.
it looks like it might be getting close. Time will tell. The battery has fallen out.
That better not be another battery
Slugbug.
connector.
Jolly Rancher's now completely under Slugbug.
Not the battery. Not again.
Man, Jolly Rancher putting in the pressure. Slamming into the back of Slugbug with that battery already exposed. Jolly Rancher can fit entirely on Slugbug's ramp, so they can actually just drive around on top of them if they want to.
That might be a knockout. Oh, no.
Not
They
quite
regain
a knockout.
control. Just got to get him in. Oh, he got him flipped.
Slugbug has been flipped. You can now see the underbelly of it. Looks like it is just a ramp with wheels. Jolly Rancher
Oh,
really
it's
trying to
almost
get that
in.
pit of death.
Oh, no.
Jolly Rancher's small size being able to just drive around on top of Slugbug.
Oh, getting close to a knockout there.
Jolly Rancher can disconnect that battery. It might actually
That'd be
be a pretty
hilarious.
easy win, but I don't know how easy it is
Snap
to
the
get
battery
that battery.
connector. Got the countdown coming. 4, 3, 2, and 1.
I think that victory is going to go to Jolly Rancher. Slugbug did not really have a ton of control over that fight.
But
Now we go back to the 3-pound,
back in
fully
the
defined,
3-pound
and
field.
Dungeon Dweller.
All right. I think we're pretty much ready to go. Fully defined. Are you ready? Dungeon Dweller, are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right, refs, are we ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, match start. Right off the
Very
gate.
aggressive right out the gate.
We're spinning as fast as we can.
Fully
Spin to win.
defined, not letting Dungeon Dweller spin up, which is probably the smart move because as soon as Dungeon gets going, it starts to just get all over the arena.
He's just kind of watching him spin.
Ooh. Dungeon Dweller bouncing all over the arena as it starts its Beyblade spin. Dragging something,
Something's
throwing
flying.
wheels.
I think it's a broken tire. I think that's
think
what
so.
we're
It
hearing.
does not
yeah,
seem
there's
to be
rubber
stopping.
flying everywhere.
Does not seem to be stopping Dungeon Dweller's spin to win technique at all.
Oh!
Big hit from Dungeon Dweller sends both robots flying.
Man.
Looks like Fully Defined's
Oh,
going to
here
be trying
comes the
to
spin
get.
up again. Oh!
That's going to be an
That is
explosion.
destroyed. It's
Dungeon Dweller is not
I
giving
don't-
up despite losing a large amount of his chassis.
oh
Fully Defined is
man.
now going to be going in for the kill.
45 seconds.
Oh.
Oh! It's still going.
Parts flying off of both robots, but it looks like it's mostly flying off of Dungeon Dweller.
Oh, I think that's it. Wait, no, it's still moving. It's still moving. Already tap out? Hold on. Hold on.
All right, that looks like it's going to
That's
be
a tap
disable
out.
and a tap
That's
out.
a tap out. All
Win
right.
going to Fully Defined.
Fantastic work.
Very good fight. Dungeon Dweller not giving up to the very end. Still able to move pretty well, even with one wheel.
Wow.
I guess when moving is just spinning and going in whatever direction you get thrown in, you're able to move for a pretty long time, no matter what the circumstance.
That was pretty nuts to watch.
Lots
Man.
and lots of destruction in that match.
All rubber gone. Every bit of that
Even though
rubber was
Dungeon
gone.
Dweller lost a wheel, he did not care.
This
he
is
kept
true.
going. He still got a couple good hits in, and then just got torn apart by a very well-placed vertical spinner.
Next up on the fairway field, we got Jack and Todd going against each other.
Versus Time of Death. Jack versus Time of Death.
Ah, Jack versus Time of Death. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bit of sweeping on the 1 pound and 3 pound field. That was rough. And we're gonna do a switch. And we are starting. There we go on the 150. Oh! Time of Death getting the knockout.
Those fairweights fights either go all the way to the end or very quickly, huh?
Oh, man, guys. The next match we're about to have is a good one. This is going to be great. After we get the field cleaned up a little bit more, but our next match is going to be a good one.
They got to put in a lot of work getting all the stuff off of the field from last time. That was a lot of parts flying everywhere, lots of tires, lots of plastic, lots of metal, lots of screws. But they're getting it all cleaned up. That way, it's time to start anew.
Wow. That last match was explosive, man. That was explosive. Yeah, there's a big wow factor on that one. Hitting the colliding of the weapons was the big part there.
Data Collector and Stoneforge up next.
Yes.
This is a elimination match because they both lost their previous match. Since it is a double elimination tournament, that means whoever loses this match will be
Knocked
out of the competition. Winners will be moving on for a chance to win.
So yes,
First
Stoneforge and Data Collector, you're up. So as we have them coming towards the field. You know, what shocks me the most is that there are overhead lights in the arena that you can see. And that
They haven't been hit.
I don't want to jinx it. I feel like I can't talk about it or I'll jinx it. But
They
they're
haven't been
doing
hit.
well.
I'll say it for you.
They're doing well.
They're doing pretty well. They are still illuminating the field. They are not damaged. They look like they could take some damage, but to my knowledge, I mean, despite the robots flying every which way, they have somehow not hit the lights yet. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, here we go. They're getting ready to get on the field.
Delay being a little bit longer this time because of having to clean the field out. But seems like we're about to see Stoneforge and Data Collector both hop into the arena.
If y'all are enjoying this so much and you want to see more of these events, like, subscribe, share, you know the whole ordeal with these channels. Spread the word for Combat Robotics here in College Station, Texas. We want to have more events here. We want to be that bridging community between all the major cities in Texas. Just bring everyone here.
And if you want to be part of a Combat Robotics team, you can make your own.
You can totally make your own.
It's also not very expensive in terms of robotics competitions for the long haul. I know like FRC and teams like Vex, FRC, those always take a lot more funding to get off the ground, but you can do your own Combat Robotics team in a local league near you, whether that is in A&M or that is elsewhere. You can get plugged in just as easy.
I think we're ready to go. We look to be all right. Stoneforge, are you ready? Is that thumbs up? All right. Data collector, are you ready?
Wait, no, not yet, not yet.
All right. We'll wait a second.
There you go.
All right, data collector's ready. Got to get a pick for the gram. And refs, are you ready? All right. This next match will start in 3, 2, 1. Start. Here we go. I hear the growl.
Up. Oh! Let's see those sparks.
That was a good rebound.
Whoa! Once again,
we are
flying
flying
all over
today.
the arena. Data collector trying to get out of the corner. Stoneforge not letting him have it. Data collector trying to right himself, but is not extremely good at
He's spinning
being
so
in control
fast.
with it.
He's spinning so fast he's getting lift.
Stoneforge capitalizing on the advantage of control here. Stoneforge pushes Data Collector to the corner. Data Collector is flipping on himself.
Data collector's weapon is spinning so fast it's generating lift.
Houston, we have liftoff. Stoneforge trying to secure more damage points. Data Collector kind of running itself into the corner. Stoneforge is going to let it happen as he looks for an opening to attack. The arena getting torn to shreds. But Stoneforge remaining relatively untouched compared to the rest of everything.
The cackle in the background.
Stoneforge getting a really good pin.
I think that's a pin.
Ooh, Data Collector getting in a good hit as well.
I hear an ESC screaming. Oh!
More sparks fly as Stoneforge hits Data Collector once again. 30 seconds remaining. Data Collector tossing himself over the arena once again.
Major control from Stoneforge here.
If Data Collector doesn't know where he's going, how will Stoneforge? Stoneforge in a prime spot to do more damage.
Eerily quiet in the box here. 8, 7, 6,
Data Collector's
5, 4,
not spinning up too
3,
much.
2, 1. That's the match. That's it.
Very good showing from both teams. Both teams surviving despite an extreme
Wow.
amount of explosive combat.
That was, guys.
I don't know if the arena, Stoneforge, or Data Collector took the most damage in this one.
I said it was a good match. I said it was going to be a good match, and it was in fact a good match.
Just say that more often.
I should say that more often.
It's fail-safe. I can't move it.
We have a robot in failsafe right now, so we'll have to give it a minute. But yeah, that was.
You can see the wood chips that is from the arena floor. Those were actually chips in the floor as the Boom's going over it and not picking it up, just showing how much Data Collector did to hopefully everything but itself.
I think we're doing all right.
No, it's not the battery. It's the motor. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've gone through this every match.
I don't really know who's going to win that last one. I think it might go the way of Stoneforge just by exhibiting a little bit more control over the robot and the situation.
That's
as
probably
Data
going to
Collector
end up
was
being the
throwing
case.
itself everywhere it could.
Wow.
Yeah, you were like super close. My ear was like ringing. Like I had to cover it.
Still an excellent showing from both teams, regardless of which way the coin falls.
You were like this angle, this angle.
Question. What's the name of that robot on the left? No, on this one. For 150.
Going back to
We have butt force
Ferryweight.
versus slingshot.
The Ferryweight
duking it
fight.
out in the 150 gram arena. That arena did get a little wow, that was
150s take the whole
I
time or
looked
no
away.
time?
I looked away at the other field, and there was an immediate knockout in 150 gram. Wow. Wow. Well, with that match in mind, I think at that last match, I think was an elimination match.
It was indeed an elimination match, but it's the question of who's going to get eliminated that falls to the judges. as we might
Yeah,
be getting
I
official
am
decision
eagerly
here.
awaiting the match results. Wow. All right, so the results of the last match are in between Stoneforge and Data Collector. Stoneforge takes the dub by 1 point.
Single point.
1 point. So, shout out to Stoneforge. Shout out to Data Collector. Fantastic match.
Fantastic match all the way to the end. I mean, that 1 point is
That
could
was
really
something.
be anything.
Yeah.
Both weapons were relatively functional. I think Stoneforge's weapon might have gone out a little bit, but still,
Yeah.
to win by 1 point is pretty impressive.
Yeah, who would have thought you would have generated lift?
Yeah.
You could
Generate lift by a moment.
You can see one of our volunteers trying to peel the splinters off the table there with his knife because the weapon tore up the ground. Yeah, Data Collector destroyed the floor.
More damage to the floor than, I think, to Stoneforge.
Not going out without a fight.
Certainly not.
Wow.
Get a shot
But,
of the field as they're trying to clean
next
up the
up on
carnage.
the 3-pound field, we have Pork Chop versus Nanette. So, yeah, Pork Chop and Nanette come down to the field.
These are the 1 pound loser bracket. So whoever loses this will be eliminated from the competition. For the rest of the time, whoever wins will go on to fight harder and longer.
Yeah. Again, massive shout out to Texas A&M University for letting us host it here inside of the Memorial Student Center. If you're still able to watch for another hour and a half or so, come on by. You can watch the final matches right here in the Gates Ballroom on the second floor. And they've been so much help trying to set up this event here. This is definitely outside of their normal scope of events that they hold in these ballrooms.
All right, seems
Yeah.
like we're going to be ready to go back to the field cam here, where we're going to be looking at Pork Chop and Nanette as they enter the field for the fight.
Here we go. As we do a little bit of setup.
You can see the gouges in the arena from the aftermath of the last round. I think there was only 2 or 3 before the last round happened, and now there are too many to count. I think it's safe to say.
Who needs a table saw when you have Data Collector? Like, honestly.
The
They'll
net
do
with
it
that horizontal.
They'll just do it for you.
The net with the horizontal and ramp design. Pork Chop with the horizontal spinner. And as we've seen, pretty good drivetrain. That 4-wheel drive has been serving its drivers very nicely. Even losing a wheel is not the end of the world. You're still able to drive versus those 2 wheels where 1 wheel means a lot more.
This one is for all the marbles right here for Pork Chop and Nanette. Because they both have done some pretty stellar matches just from pure strategy. And I don't think we've had them. I don't know if we've had them in a match yet, but I'm interested to see how they try and go against each other for these matches. And I think we're almost ready. Pork Chop, are you ready? Nanette, are you ready?
Yep.
Refs, are you ready? All right, this match starts in 3, 2, 1. Match start.
Pork Chop once again out the gate quickly. Trying to get there before Nanette spins up, but it looks like Nanette is going to be able to spin up with that horizontal spinner.
Getting some
Pork
good
Chop
little hits
behind,
there.
though. Ooh.
Oh, a good flip.
Losing a whole tire as well.
That wheel's gone.
But that 4-wheel drivetrain is still able to sustain movement even after losing a wheel.
I'm not sure. Is this a pin, or do we have a robot with a dead drivetrain?
I don't know. Too close to call for
Oh!
now, but that's going to be the spinner once again from Pork Chop has been thrown onto the field. As you can see, that small axe head looking thing. That is going to be the spinner for Pork Chop. Pork Chop's weapon is disabled. The net is still running at full capacity, besides, I guess, a
Ooh.
wheel, but Pork Chop's going to run straight into it. Take a bit more
He-
damage.
He's doing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Pork Chop riding the net,
Hey,
calling the cavalry. 'Cause
does that constitute a pin? Can I get an official ruling on that? I do not know.
I don't think it does.
Do we have a dead robot?
Pork chop might be.
Is that a
winning
dead
this.
robot?
The net is not able to move in the next 10 seconds.
We're getting the countdown. If they can't get this controlled, then it'll be a knockout.
30 seconds remaining.
Oh, that's a knockout.
The net knocked
Fantastic
out by Pork
work.
Chop. Unable to move.
And I think it's still spinning. Okay, we're good.
We're going to swap over to the 150-gram competition.
Wow.
Time of death versus Woozy. As both robots are getting set up, turned on, fail-safes removed, and ready to go. These fairy weights have seemed to go one of two ways, and that is either a few seconds or the whole 2 minutes.
The whole 2 minutes. Yeah, there's not really an in-between here.
Woozy with the hammer design on the top. Utilizing that ramp to hold in position like Thwax
Oh, he's so close.
Whacker he's got on top of that robot.
It's like an ice scraper.
Not a lot besides pushing going on right now.
Fun game of tag here.
Both robots moving into the blind spot.
I think that was a knockout. Yep.
It looks like you can see,
You can see it in the top right corner.
Woozy in the death zone as Time of Death is victorious in this fairy weight match.
We do have our next robots lined up. We will get them to you shortly. I think I see the Amazon box. I'm excited to see where this goes. I think I see the Amazon box. We have...
I believe that is Boxbot.
I think that's Box Extra Large and Unga Bunga.
Boxbot versus Unga Bunga.
Or Boxbot Extra Large, yeah. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what I don't know what they have hidden underneath that box, but it terrifies me. Magic, they say.
Is the answer.
We have Boxbot versus Unga Bunga. Unga Bunga, are you ready? All right, he needs a second. Boxbot, are you ready? Yeah, I know. I heard him. All right. Are they ready? All right.
Unga Bunga's good to go.
Refs, are you ready? All right. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh! Boxbot flipped on its side immediately. Sent it a little bit too hard. Boxbot got helped out by Unga Bunga as they want this to keep going on. Both teams wanting a good fight here.
I don't know how to react to this right now.
Boxbot.
This is great.
The secret's hidden within. As Unga Bunga tries to tear it apart with that egg beater design.
Oh snap, there's something stuck in his weapon.
Even though we've seen glimpses of the dark side of Boxbot, as it were, we have not been able to see exactly what he's got hiding under there. It looks like he wants to consume Unga Bunga.
The funny part, it's hard to do damage against the box.
Oh,
wait a minute. That might be a knockout.
It's going to be getting Boxbot as we now see.
That's a knockout.
Inside of him.
That's done. Good
Boxbot
match.
Sadly eliminated. But Unga Bunga
never lost,
taking
but never
that
forgotten.
victory with the egg
Never
beater.
forgotten. Wow.
guess that just shows the importance of being able to have a design that's able to right itself if it gets turned onto, I guess, any side that is not its bottom side.
Yeah.
In the case of Boxbot.
Interesting design choice. I don't disagree with it necessarily. I think that's a good start. I like it.
You see the box coming at you at full speed trying to consume you.
It's more than I've done.
Pretty terrifying.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it.
After this arena is cleared off, we're going to be going into the next ferryweight match. Tornado versus, I'm assuming, No Punch Back.
And they go. Again, the thing with the thing with the ferryweight matches is it's hard to dish damage. So a lot of what you're seeing is just them trying to push each other in the corner,
and
just like that.
Very close to going into that death box at the edge of the map. Both robots flippers. Trying to.
But the robots are so small. Oh, the robots
they're
are so
small,
small.
but they're also able to right themselves very easily whenever they get flipped.
Let's go, Tornado!
Tornado and No Punch Back going at it pretty hard as almost flipped
Wait a
into
minute.
the
Wait a
zone.
minute. I think that's a. Is that a knockout?
I think he righted himself into the death zone, as you can see in the top right corner.
That's the end of the match. Dang.
A robot resides.
But on the field now, we have, I don't know if it's uppercase or lowercase. An uppercase Potato versus Earthquake. And it looks like we're more or less ready to go. They're finishing up the field. All right. Earthquake, are you ready? Potato, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right. This 1 pound match starts in 3, 2, 1, go. We have another mini Roomba of death here.
Potato versus Earthquake as Potato gets in a pretty good hit. Earthquake's ramp is actually long enough that if both ramps are connecting, Potato is not able to hit Earthquake, but that does not matter because Potato is dealing some damage, but also taking some from its own weapon.
They hurt themselves.
So the wedge is really putting in the work here to try and not get hit. Oh, wait.
Earthquake was almost
wait a minute.
high-centered. Both ramps pretty equally
Trying
level.
to stall each other out here.
Seems
He
like
knows that
Potato's
he can,
weapon has not been turned
he knows that he can get him stuck.
on after it has been off. Potato getting a pin on Earthquake.
I think
The timer ticks down from 5 for the pin. Earthquake breaks free.
I think this is another pin. Yep.
9, 8, 7.
Potato putting Earthquake in a pretty bad spot, just shoving him into the corner.
Yeah, still a pin. We still got a pin here.
Despite having what appears to be no access to the
30
weapon.
seconds remaining.
Earthquake having difficulty getting out of there, getting into a more advantageous position. Potato pushing Earthquake back into the corner, making sure that he's not able to escape.
You got to release.
Refs calling for a release because you cannot pin for too long, but that just
Gotta
goes
let
to
them out
show
at some point. Yep.
control that Potato had on Earthquake in that situation for
5,
the majority of the match.
4, 3, 2, 1. Game.
That's the end of that game. That's the end.
Good showing from both teams.
It was a good.
Potato's weapon did break.
Good.
So I do
good
not know how
strikes.
that will influence the judge's decision. However, I think Potato might have been the pretty clear winner there. Potato had a lot more control, especially over the last minute of the match. I just think it's probably going to be Potato's game.
Yeah, I
in
think
that
so
regard.
too. Probably. Those pins that he had near the end of the match are probably going to be in his favor.
And whenever Earthquake was going up against head-to-head, both ramps trying to get under each other just ever so slightly, neither one was really able to be victorious.
I bet they were like at the exact same height.
Potato was able to exercise control over the torque with their motors and able to shove them back into that corner, which gets you points.
Indeed.
It's not the weapon points, but it's those control and aggression points.
Well, next up onto the field, we have Viper 5 versus Brobot. And looks like they're going to make their way onto the field right now. Brobot is a fan favorite across multiple states. I cannot fathom it, but we've had viewers come in from YouTubes from Minnesota, Florida, Texas.
Illinois?
I missed one. Illinois.
Or
it may have been Indiana. But
one of the eyes.
All over. So I must be missing out on something here, but they seem to be a sensation, and I can kind of see why. They are doing very well.
Potato was the winner of the last match.
Potato is the winner of the last match.
Earthquake not being able to overcome, even with Potato's weapon being down, they were still very good at exercising control over the situation, putting Earthquake into the corner and making sure he stayed there.
All
On
right.
the field now we got Brobot in the right corner, Viper 5 in the left.
The door
Both of these teams winning their last matches, so
the door is closed. The bar is in place. All right. Viper 5, are you ready? Yeah? All right. Brobot, are you ready? All right. Refs, are you ready? All right. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, start. Oh, let's get the hit. Come on.
bit of a slow start. Both robots having very similar designs, trying to figure out how exactly they want to approach each other. More likely from the sides and the rear.
Do they even get a touch? Just bump the wheel.
A wheel bump could turn into a disaster depending on how good of a hit that vertical spinner is able to take or able to put onto that wheel. Looking at these robots from a glance, they look almost a little bit too similar to tell apart from the camera.
Oh, there we go. There's the underside hit. Ooh, getting some good hits on there.
Pretty even match so far.
One of the hardest parts is just getting the weapons to contact because their frames are so similar.
Both weapons, as we see here, not being able to connect entirely.
It's just a push bot challenge at this point.
It's a push bot challenge and also getting to, oh, there it is.
30 seconds remaining.
As long as
But
they're
when
able
you
to
get
get
those underside hits, there you go.
Lots of underside hits coming through.
Is that a flip? Can't see from here.
That's a flip.
Ooh.
This robot might be in a tough spot. This is where that weapon usage comes into play.
5, 4.
A few seconds remaining in the match. One
2,
robot being upside
1.
down.
That's the end of the match. Wow. Good job from both teams. Yeah. I'm interested to see what the end result is going to be on that one, just because they had similar fighting styles and they were able to get a couple of good hits either way.
Despite both robots being so similar, the outcome tended to be kind of different.
Yeah.
One robot ended upside down, the other one right side up. So ready to go. Both robots maintaining both their wheels.
I think part of it is that luck factor.
Could be that luck factor as well. But it seemed like whenever they would go into the push fight, one of them would get underneath the other one pretty consistently. It's a little bit hard to tell which one is which considering how similar their frames were.
And here's the start of the Slingshot versus Jolly Rancher match in the 150 gram. Fairy weight.
Jolly
he
Rancher
gonna-
looks like
is
it's
he just
lining
gonna
up
push
for a
in?
flip.
There's no way. There's no way.
So
Not
that's
like
going to
this.
be one of the few second frame matches.
Is that okay? He's able to move. He can move.
Brobot coming out as a winner from the last one.
All right, Brobot.
After
Brobot
this
was
150
the
match,
winner.
we're going to be taking a small break. It looks like that's going to be the end of this fairweight match. Going straight into this break. Only going to be a short amount of time, 10 minutes, I think.
Get set up for our next matches, and we'll see y'all in a minute.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back. We're in between matches again, giving some of these robots a chance to repair. As we get later into the matches mean a little bit more. We're getting closer to the finals.
Of course.
And at the same time, all of the robots are getting tired, but it's a great opportunity to get to know some of the members in our field. So welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Can you just take a second, introduce yourself,
Sure.
what robot you brought today?
Yeah. Thanks, Preston. So I'm Logan Davis. I am the builder, owner, driver of the BattleBot Subzero. So today I've brought Subzero to kind of show off, but I've also brought my little friend here, which is Time of Death, and he's a 150-gram hammerbot, four-wheel drive hammerbot. And I'm working my way up through the losers bracket right now, but looking to go home with a prize today.
Well, that's awesome. And we really appreciate you coming out and bringing Subzero.
Oh, it's been great.
For the people that are joining us over stream, you might not know, we might be able to finesse Alan into taking the 150-gram camera and taking a walk over to the BattleBots while we're chatting. Because I think that one's wireless, and we could go on an adventure together. But for those of you who are joining us either live in chat right now or watching these VODs later, we are super blessed to have a couple BattleBots teams that have brought their big 250-pound, right?
Yeah, of course.
Robots here to the MSC. We're going to switch over to that live camera. If you get motion sick, it is a little bit, we're walking through. But they've brought these bots for the community to get to see. So we've got some of the BattleBots right here. So could you tell us, we've seen your little guy. Could you tell us a little bit about the big guys?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is Subzero. 250 pounds. It is a pneumatic flipper. So
wow.
We run about 1,800 PSI through 3-inch pistons, dual 3-inch pistons, and we can throw another 250-pound robot easily 8 feet in the air.
That's awesome.
So it might
Super
not be
cool.
the most destructive, spinner, but when you send something 250 pounds 8 feet in the air, when it comes back down, things tend to rattle loose.
That's a lot of momentum.
That's right.
That's for sure. It's just such a cool addition to a smaller weight class combat robotics event to kind of get to see that juxtaposition. We've got some young guests here with us today. We're actually going to be interviewing one of them next.
Awesome.
And it's neat for them to get to see 150-gram, 1 pound, 3 pound, and then to get to see those bots live that a lot of us have watched on the Discovery Channel, getting to see those robots battle and kind of seeing a whole journey. So I'm intrigued by the fact that you still compete in both. So do you want to talk a little bit about kind of why you compete in both, what you find rewarding about staying in both weight classes?
Oh, sure. So, the bigger it gets, the more money you throw into something like this, the more stressful it gets.
Yeah.
But when you come to an event and you've got a cute little, 1 pound, 3 pound, 150 gram, it's just pure joy. It's just pure fun. You don't take it so seriously. And you still get a lot of really good stick time that really does translate into the bigger robots.
Wow.
A lot of people seem to think that, a bigger robot would be harder to drive, but these little robots are so fast that sometimes the big ones actually feel kind of sluggish.
Yeah, that's interesting. My robotics background, I design, build, and compete in RoboMasters Robotics,
awesome.
and also did some drone work before that and such, and there's definitely some analogous parts there.
Oh, right.
Right, when people get into aviation, especially RC planes and drones, a lot of times they think they want like the fast, nimble ones, right? You're like, oh, what's the top speed? But the best planes are the ones with the slowest top speeds. It's just a lot easier to handle. And so for BattleBots, it's neat that you're saying that you found kind of an analogous but almost opposite to be true, where those big bots are slow.
Right.
And so training on these little quick ones where
They
staying head-to-head looks so difficult.
They force you to be quick.
Yeah. Just incredible control. Awesome. So you compete with this 150 gram.
That's right.
What other weight classes have you competed in, let's say in the last year or two? I don't want to make you go through all the way through your career.
Year or two, pandemic, man.
Oh, that's true.
I've been staying indoors, been wearing my masks, been staying safe, but over a 20+ year run of fighting robots, I've hit just about every weight class except for maybe like 12, 15 pound
Okay.
robots.
So you've done like the 30 pounds and
Man, I've done 150 gram, 1 pound, 3 pound. I've done 30 pound, 60, 120,
Wow.
220, 250, 320, 340 pounds.
And then something that we as like a commentating staff and an AV production staff, since we get to talk all day about the matches, something we like to look at a lot is what's viable, right? Have you found viable weapon types or robot types in some weight classes that just aren't feasible in others? And maybe could you expound on maybe ones we didn't get to see today?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so some things scale perfectly through the weight classes. Other things like this little hammer bot, it trades off in unique ways. So this could not handle the kinds of hard-hitting attacks from like a 3-pound class. So if it's scaled up, it would just get torn apart. But the hammer doesn't do any damage to the other little 150-gram robots, whereas if you scaled this up, you can have an electric hammer like Shatter in the 250-gram class that will get through some serious armor with, a 16-horsepower electric hammer. So it's weird how they scale up. Spinners tend to scale very linearly through the weight classes, but things like flippers, hammers, really not so much.
I've been excited today as we've got to see some of these 150-gram matches to see spinners and hammers.
Yeah.
I've been to a couple combat robotics events where all of the 150s are flippers, right, or wedges.
Sure.
And so it's neat to see the innovation happening there, where that's where a lot of people start. Because like you said, it's a little bit cheaper, so there's a little bit less of an investment into it. It's okay to just come and have a fun time.
Yeah.
You're not quite as hung up or sweaty on the controls.
Sure.
But it's great. I love to see it. I always last time we went to an event, I started talking to one of my buddies about using even like a Dremel cutting blade.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, that's the perfect size
That'll
for
work.
150 gram. And so
it's great.
It's super cool to see those. I definitely can see what you're saying. Their spinners are super popular amongst most of the weight classes.
Yep.
It's great to see some variety, though, in
Verts
the top and bottom.
are the meta. They do great in arenas with pits like we've got in the 150-gram today.
And then just an opinion question. You've got enough history that I would just love to hear, to pick your brain for a minute. Where would you like to see combat robotics go? Are you interested in more complicated arenas? Are you interested in like subclasses? Do you think it needs more freedom in the arena? What would you like to see?
I do think things need to change.
Okay.
I'd like to see more of maybe a governing body that actually maybe nerfs certain things to just keep things changing. We've seen vertical spinners are dominant. They're just dominant. And if you want to have variety, you need to find some way to trade that off.
That's great. So we just need a governing body to put in some tweaks to foster that innovation.
Yeah, maybe if you don't have a spinning weapon, you get a weight bonus.
Right.
Or maybe if you do have a spinning vertical robot, you can't have hinged wedges. If you just kind of change that up, or you could change the floor. You could put little tiny speed bumps, little like quarter-inch speed bumps across the floor, and then the ground game changes.
Yeah, that would for sure.
Yeah,
that would change a lot.
But yeah, I think just counting on unbridled destruction is going to lead us all to having the same
robot. Yeah. That's a great point. Thank you so much for that insight. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. And thanks for putting this on. Thanks for having us out here. This is a great venue, and the event's been awesome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for bringing your bot.
Oh, for sure.
It's been really cool for all of us to get to see, and I think it helped encourage. I've felt a lot of the love of the combat robotics community around this event.
It's a great
we have
community.
Groups from all over the United States that are here, which is just phenomenal.
Sure.
This event was put on relatively quickly. I think it only got announced a couple months ago, and I'm just super happy with the response that we've gotten, and it seems like this will be a thing that hopefully is mutually enjoyed, and that'll breed repetition.
Yeah,
so
and maybe we start pulling people from overseas as well.
That'd be great.
Even some of these like 3-pound competitions are pulling competitors from Europe, from Asia.
I saw some Brazil teams at
yeah.
NHRL recently.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, these 3 pounds are getting pretty crazy.
Yes, they are.
Speaking of 3 pounds, are we going? Oh, that's just testing. There's 2 robots. I'm so confused. Sorry about that, chat. There were robots spinning up weapons in the arena, and I got very confused, but I do believe that was just a safety check.
I was hoping it was another break the bank. I love that.
I think we're coming back. Do you?
I do.
I was interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, I want to build a robot specifically to break the bank.
Awesome. That actually, yeah, it's got some tie over. It's an idea I had from other sports that I participate in that have similar.
Like what?
So I play disc golf.
Okay, sure.
A lot.
And you break the bank in disc golf?
Kind of. So when you show up to a tournament, you pay your tourney fee, and you're there to play the tournament, and you get points for winning, right? That's why you're there.
Right.
But when you show up, there's going to be 2 other little side pots that are like $2 each, $1 each. One of them's an ace pot to get a hole-in-one.
Okay.
And one of them is going to be like a closest to the hole-in-one, so closest to the pin, CTP.
Sure.
And so you buy in, and it's just mixed. It's the pros, it's the amateurs, it's everyone, because everyone's got like a 1 in 1,000 chance of making an ace. And if you hit the ace, you get all the money from not only that tourney, but every tourney that no one's hit an ace in that tournament series.
Goodness.
So it's hundreds of dollars typically.
So the idea is if nobody busts this one at this event, that stays, and next. That's
the general
event.
idea. In our event, we'll see what happens since we don't have a repetitive schedule built up yet.
Right.
But that's the idea that I had for this box was, just have people come, because it does provide an opportunity for off-meta robots to win a prize. Like if you win today, you get a cool trophy. But if you came here with a Crusher bot, you're walking out with the cash.
Maybe. I really like that because, like you said, if we're just focused on having this unbridled destruction, you're just going to get robots that are all the same.
Yeah.
And, if you try to do something unique or different, you're going to get punished for it. But this sounds like a great way
it's
to
a cool way. It's a cool way. Well, thank you so much for talking and for coming and bringing your robots. We are getting ready. I'm hearing from my producers that we're getting ready to go back into the matches. So thank you so much for your time. We'll switch on over to an arena view while we switch back to our commentators for today. All right, welcome back. So we're going from one of our most established competitors from Subzero team to one of our newer competitors, Viper V. So Viper, tell us a little bit about you. What's your real name? Because Viper's just the name of your robot, right?
I wanted to call my thing Masio Dreams.
Masio Dreams? What is that?
Since our team is called the Masio team, I wanted to have something that had Masio in it.
Nice. Staying on brand. Very good. Very good. Cool. How old are you? I'm sure a lot of the people in chat want to know.
7.
7 years old. And let's see your robot. Hold it up. It needs to be about at head level. There we go. Awesome. That was Viper V. We just saw, I think, your last match of the day. I think. You have one more match. My apologies. We just saw one of your last matches of the day, and it did pretty well. You're pretty good at driving. How long have you been driving combat robots?
Just a couple days.
Just a couple of days?
This is my
Is this your first one?
No, this is my first big match. I had a tiny match.
Nice. So you've had some practice with the driving, but this is your first big one. Did you do 150 grams before? Like the little ones?
I only got the only ones that I fight really was a Viper, but it didn't have the stickers, the glue wheels, and it didn't have the weapon. It was just a pusher.
Okay, nice. Well, I like your upgrades. It's pretty awesome. Those are pretty great. And you're here with your dad. That's wonderful. Awesome. Where are you guys from? Where did you come in from today?
We're from Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. That's a little bit of a drive. Thank you so much for coming down to College Station. We're really happy to have you here. Have you enjoyed your time so far? Nice.
I really love to see they look like when they explode when two weapons hit each other.
Yeah. I like that too. That's been some of my favorite moments, especially when they do it right next to the close camera, because we have two cameras today, a faraway one and a close one. And when they hit right in front of the close one, it's really loud, and that's my favorite part as well. Awesome. Do you have any advice for any other kids that might try to start? My nephew came today, and he's 9, and I think he wants to build his first bot. Do you have any tips?
So you always need a grown-up for help if you like adding drills,
That's a
hot
great tip.
glue.
Yeah.
And you need if you're handling weapons, you also need a grown-up, but be very careful. So when you're in your first roll, you need to always put the weapon lock and put your charger on so it does. So the charger does so it doesn't turn on if you actually accidentally put it on.
That's some great advice. That's some great advice on how to stay safe when you're building your first robot. And just for all of our robots, we've already seen some unbridled weapons in the 3-pound that we had to wait out. Great advice from a young competitor. Thank you so much for joining us. I think we're ready for our next set. Oh, we're ready for our next set of 150-gram robots, so we're going to go ahead and switch over to those. Thank you so much. Can I get a fist bump? Awesome.
High five.
Nice. Thanks.
So the one that
All right, we just witnessed a knockout in the 150-gram arena.
Once again, fulfilling the prophecy of it's either going to be very fast or very long.
It's going to be the whole time.
But time or 30 seconds.
I believe we're about to enter our quarterfinal matches for the respective groups. I think that's where we're at.
3-pound. I don't know if 150 is there yet, but
we are very close. currently reorienting our schedule and discussing timelines.
Seems like we're going to be waiting a little bit longer as £3 is currently going in. Dungeon Dweller versus Hound.
This is part of the double elimination round, £3 for the 3-pound bots. Dungeon Dweller versus Hound. They need to get on the field right now. As you remember before, Dungeon Dweller took quite the hit earlier. That was a... I'm surprised there's anything left.
Part of their chassis.
Yeah.
Took a lot of damage. I guess we're going to see pretty shortly if they
got
that all fixed up. I'm sure they have a bunch of extra parts, given their design. But it appears that I think Dungeon Dweller just forfeit.
Dungeon Dweller has forfeit. We will move on to the next match.
It's going to be Linger versus Viper, the next.
A Viper who you just saw in the interview. Wait a minute. It's a different Viper.
Not Viper 5 this time, it is Viper.
I forgot there were multiple Vipers. Here we go.
Linger, last time we saw that top get taken off very quickly. That horizontal spinner flying into the arena. We'll see if Viper can do the same thing. Looks like their spinners are about at the same height. Can't exactly tell which one's higher or not.
Shout out to our boy Billy on the controls for Viper right now. He's a student at Texas A&M University.
Also a member of Texas Aimbots.
Member of Texas Aimbots. All right.
They're doing a test. Looks
Ringling,
like that test
are y'all ready? All right. Viper, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right. This match will start in 3, 2, 1. Start. Ooh, we got some good sparks there.
Sparks flying.
He's toying with them.
Horizontal spinner is going to be coming off first, and that's going to be Ringlinger.
Wait, he took the weapon off.
Viper's weapon also looking like it might be on the ropes.
He's got some issues.
Viper's weapon still spinning. Ringlinger is completely detached.
Oh, wait.
Looks like that might be.
Hold on. Is that a knockout?
That might be a knockout for Ringlinger. Absorbing that hit from Viper and sending Viper into the corner to sit by itself, not being able to move.
That's a knockout on Viper. Nice job.
Viper knocked out very quickly, getting thrown into a corner by its own momentum after hitting Ringlinger after disabling its weapon.
Wow, that was impressive.
That self-inflicted kill shot is still a kill shot.
It's still a kill shot.
Ringlinger surviving till the end, still able to move around very well. The weapon coming off, but honestly, they're still alive.
We are going to be flying through these next few matches.
Ringlinger will move on in the tournament. Viper is eliminated. Capital P Potato and Viper 5 coming up for the 1 pound winner bracket.
Gotta bring the push broom in to clean up some of the rubber there. Seems to be a common occurrence today. As they do a bit of cleanup, we're going to switch over to the view of the 150-gram field.
All right, chat, call it. Is it going to be the 30-second or is it going to be the full 2 minutes? Because it never really seems to be in between that. It always seems to be either very quickly ended or drawn out. That's going to be the beginning of the fairway. Time of death, we actually just saw that creator interviewed with Preston not too long ago. Also the builder of Subzero.
You don't realize how big the one. I mean, the 150-gram bots are small, but they're still about the size of your hand, and they're pretty decent-sized robots.
Might see some hammer action.
We got a knockout.
Time of death in the hole.
Wow. Well, we're going to switch back over to the 1 pound, 3 pound field, and we're going to set up our fight between Viper 5 and Potato with a capital P.
Capital P.
With a capital P.
Important distinction, as we've come to find out. Viper 5, also an interviewee recently. Cage is closed.
Cages
Match
are closed.
Shortly to begin.
All right. Looks like we have the okay. Viper 5, are you ready? Potato, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, this match starts in 3, 2, 1, start. I hear something.
Potato spinning up. Viper 5 not spinning up quite yet.
Oh,
there goes a wheel.
There goes a wheel.
Viper 5 in a bit of a precarious situation. Viper 5
Hold
last
on.
time losing to
It's going to be
Brobot. But this time, Potato is able to take that wheel out, something that Brobot was not able to do last time. Looks like it might be moving for that other wheel. If both wheels go on Viper 5, that is going to spell disaster. If Potato was able to land that, and
you
it
spoke
does.
too soon.
Caster Curse.
That's a tap out.
That is the Caster Curse tap out. Potato is the winner. We'll be moving on. Viper 5 is eliminated. Sadly, will not continue in this tournament, but valiant effort.
Valiant. I mean, honestly, I'm
I don't really know
happy
if
to
you
see
can get
it.
under Potato with that kind of design.
It was like it was an inherent disadvantage just because of the angle of the weapons and where they were. So
not a whole lot you can do about that. Sometimes it is down to luck on who you get matched up against, especially in the earlier rounds, not making it all the way to the finals, but still making it to the quarterfinals. Nothing to sneeze at.
As we've heard before, this is like a giant game of rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, but
with 16
like
permutations.
16 other things.
Yeah,
yeah. It's there's a lot going on in there. But next on the list, we're gonna have Dark Side versus Pork Chop as we clean up the field here.
Dark Side last time, not losing by very much, just was not able to get underneath the other ramp bot. I believe that was Test Chassis? Question mark?
Is it a Test Chassis or is I think they've also had similar issues with Hailstorm. They just can't. They have issues with the wedges.
Punch Bug, Jolly Rancher. Punch Bug getting flipped over pretty quick. This is the fairy weight, 150 gram. Jolly Rancher done a pretty good job in the past of flipping its opponents into the pit of death. Punch Bug also doing the same thing with Time of Death. Looks like Jolly Rancher might be the same fate.
Oh,
He's
he's
not
so
able to
close.
get out of it.
Oh, there we go. There goes Jolly
Punch
Rancher
Bug
into the hole.
is victorious.
Wow.
Once again, 30 seconds, 15 seconds, or
the whole time.
The whole time. Good job, Punch Bug, securing that quick win against Jolly Rancher. Both teams employing very similar tactics the entirety of this tournament. Punch Bug being the one to execute it better in that match.
Darkside and
Pork Chop
come
make your
to the
way
field.
to the front. It is time for your quarterfinal match. The loser of this match will be eliminated from the tournament. This is the 1 pound bracket. Pork Chop having that 4-wheel drive. That seems to be very effective. And Darkside also having a 4-wheel drive, but also having that flipper design. It might be a pretty easy job to get under Pork Chop just based on the looks alone. Pork Chop scurrying on over to the blue corner. Looks like there is a spinner present. Pork Chop has lost its spinner multiple times.
I gotta say, Pork Chop has like been through it today. Cracked chassis, lost weapon, and yet they are still somehow to field
does
of
not
Robot.
have 4 wheels, actually. I misspoke.
I don't know.
Darkside has been very good at driving and getting around its opponents and flipping them over. I don't think it's going to have to work extraordinarily hard to get a good angle on Pork Chop, given how high that 4-wheel drive is off the ground in relation to Darkside's ramp, which is brushing right up against the ground.
Oh yeah, it's very low to the ground. All right. Darkside, are you ready? Pork Chop, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right. The match starts in 3, 2, 1. Commence.
Ooh. Pork Chop fast out the gate. Darkside trying to get a good angle. Pork Chop pushing Darkside into the corner.
What? Huh?
Flipping itself in the process, but
this is interesting. Interesting strat.
Darkside arm in the air looking for that pin that we've seen Darkside do many times today this competition.
That's a pin.
Looks like Pork Chop is going to be pinning Darkside.
Able to
letting
escape.
It go. That is still going to be some points for Pork Chop, as Pork Chop is exercising control over Darkside currently. Darkside trying to get into a good spot to be able to flip or pin with that arm that we've seen very effective against.
I see the weapon trying to move on Pork Chop, but I think it's struggling. I don't think the weapon's going to be able to move, hence the push bot mechanics today. Good
Pork Chop's
flip.
relative precision drivetrain is able to navigate these things pretty well, but it looks like Darkside is going to be able to get a grasp on Pork Chop. Pork Chop
that
breaks
was
free.
A good hold.
Darkside doing a very good hold, exercising control, utilizing that lifter, not only as a lifter, but also as a grabbing arm. Very good dual purpose.
Yeah, that was a good grab on their part. There we go. There's another one.
Darkside getting more weapon utilization points. Pork Chop's weapon does not seem to be functional as we've seen it. Oh, looks like Darkside's going to come in with a really good clamp. 30 seconds left. That's going to be more weapon points for Darkside as well. Pork Chop getting its wheel trapped now. Its wheel's trapped. Looks like Darkside is going to let him go.
Pork Chop getting cooked right now to a slight medium rare.
You could say that.
5, 4,
5 seconds left.
3, 2, 1. That's the end of the match.
Darkside not able to flip Pork Chop one more time, but I think that might be a Darkside victory.
We'll see from the judges, but I'd agree with that.
Pork Chop did a very good job early with those aggression and also control, pushing Darkside straight into that corner right off the bat as Darkside was trying to get his bearing. But by the end of it, I think it might have been Darkside. Darkside had quite a few good grabs.
Yeah, the overall control with the with both the flipper and getting the grab on the chassis and the wheels is going to constitute many of those grabbing points.
But Hailstone versus Ablation next in this 3-pound winner bracket. Hailstone being a very, very good ramp bot.
Oh yeah, the steel wedge there has instilled fear into the hearts of many of the competitors here today.
Ablation
Or just
also
me, but
being another impressive bot. A dual
Ablation has
vertical
done
spinner.
Ablation has torn up the field today.
Ablation has also been victorious in its previous match.
But
looking forward to see how it's going to go against Hailstone.
Looks like we're getting ready to go. Ablation, are you ready? Hailstone, are you ready?
Hold on one sec. That one wheel is being finicky. I don't know why.
Pork Chop wins the last round.
Pork Chop won the last round.
Means Pork Chop will be moving on.
Spend enough time. Let's go.
And Dark Side will be out of this competition.
All right, Ablation and Hailstone are ready. Refs, are you ready? Match starts in 3, 2, 1, fight.
Ooh, Ablation with a good hit. Off the bat, sparks flying.
Woo!
Many sparks flying as Hailstone's ramp is getting bombarded by Ablation's dual vertical spinner. Hailstone looking for an opening. Seems to have found one. Ablation breaks free.
Oh, he's able to get under him.
Ablation with a good hit on the wheel, but also getting flipped.
Oh, man.
Being able to right itself in the chaos of both those spinners just going to town on the floor and the wall. Once again, using the same tactic to right itself. Hailstone doing a very good job of exercising control.
He's able to get
not
him into
taking
that
a lot
mode.
of damage as Ablation's laying into that ramp, but it's not doing too much to the ramp. Ablation's going to need a couple good hits on the wheels.
Oh. Jeez.
Ablation flinging itself everywhere to make sure that it's able to keep driving.
He's trying to get him to break that weapon.
Ooh,
that
Hailstone
was a
with
good
flip,
hit.
but lands right upside up. Oh, upside down this time.
Wow.
But right side up once more.
With a minute left, there's a lot that can go.
Looks like Hailstone's going to be getting into a pin position with Ablation.
Something stopped. Will we get a weapon restart?
Ooh, Ablation getting in very good hits on Hailstone.
Oh, it's back.
But Hailstone's being able to flip upside down and also still be able to use that ramp extremely well. Is serving him quite well as he is still upside down. Even after the flip, still upside down, but not out and still able to fight just as well as he is right side up. 15 seconds left. Match is coming to a close. Once again, another very close match.
This is going to be a close
expect
one.
to see quarterfinal matches. Both robots have been flipping all over this arena.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop.
Very impressive performance from both teams. This is going to be another very close judge call, just like last time. It's going to come straight down to probably a point or two. Both teams
This is going to be a close
very
one.
effectively using their weapons.
This is going to be very similar to what we had earlier today. It's pushing him back.
That's what we're here to see. We're here to see these close matches that are very down to the wire. Both robots surviving till the end and also dealing a substantial amount of damage to each other, either through flipping Ablation and making it spiral out of control, slam into the wall, and bounce all over the arena, or just Hailstone doing its thing.
Hailstone bringing the rain. All right, I think we're bringing on the new one. Bringing on some more. We got fully defined and Warhart coming onto the field right now.
Once again, 3-pound winner bracket. And let's see him on the field.
We need both of those bots as soon as possible.
There we see fully defined, very exquisite looking robot, vertical spinner with those almost spears on the edges.
Fully defined is unique in that almost the entire body is printed in TPU. Hailstone was declared the winner of the last match.
Extremely close match.
Very close match.
Warhart and fully defined both in the arena, 3-pound robots.
All right, looks like we're getting ready. Fully defined, are you ready? Warhart, are you ready? Refs, are you ready? All right, match starts in 3, 2, 1, start. Oh, man.
Both spinners going up. Sparks will soon be flying. And indeed they are. Oh! Oh!
Stop.
Warhart catching on fire as Fully Defined lands a very good hit.
Hey, back away.
The entire field is filling with smoke.
Back up from the box. Back up from the box, please.
Trying to be very safe about dealing with this fire. And that has been dealt with. Thank you to our safety team.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you do it.
We're
going to
have
step
to take
away
a
for a
break
second.
as we are clearing the smoke from the field and surrounding area.
We're going to
We'll
back
be
away
right
for
back.
a minute. All right, we're going to back off.
while we're dealing with the 3-pound, 1-pound smoke arena, here are some uncommentated 150-gram rounds because we're staying away from the lipo smoke for a minute. Enjoy.
hand-to-hand fights. All right. Can I? Would it be alright if I sat down just for this? Yeah, it's like verticals are in there, but the other
Just stop. Take off the headset and just walk carefully. Calm yourself down. You're not in a 30-second fight. 30 seconds will not make a difference to you.
Not sure if that's mine.
Pleasure here to have you back at the Texas A&M Robot Con.
Are you trying to do this on the stream?
I don't know what we want to do. All right. We need to get the stream back on so we can at least get viewership. All right, I got you. What question is up?
Am I good to turn on? Sweet.
I'm going to have the bucket on the other side.
You can have your mic away from the mouth.
All right. That's good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had ourselves a little bit of a broadcast hijack. We had Warhart evacuate a great deal of smoke from an epic hit. Currently getting back to our Beat-Away Clash, we've got Unga Bunga over to your left. And on the other side,
Stoneforge on the right.
Yes, and we are in the losers bracket here.
And Unga Bunga, are you guys ready? Unga Bunga is ready. Stoneforge, are you guys ready? Stoneforge is ready. That means this match will commence in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Oh, right out the gate, the egg beater robots just going straight head to head.
Massive hit right there. Stoneforge on the aggression. Unga Bunga trying very hard to fight back. He's been a valiant fighter so far. I know he was having issues with that egg beater earlier.
It's hard to tell which one's in the lead as both teams have similar designs in terms of their weapon. Sounds like Unga Bunga kicked his egg beater into second gear, not giving Stoneforge a chance to breathe. The Stoneforge is getting flung around over the arena, parts flying everywhere.
Well, don't forget, both these robots have had either weapon issues or weapon failures. They've been functionally rebuilt this entire event. And
Ooh, big hit takes out the wheel protector from Unga Bunga. Stoneforge, very good hits. Can they keep it up?
Well, yeah, aggression and control are going to be very close on this one. Both robots have been as offensive towards one another as I can possibly guess.
Unga Bunga's wheel having a little bit of a problem, but that does not seem like it is stopping any aggression. Both robots still going straight at each other. One wheel lost, but one wheel still on. Unga Bunga's drivetrain is unaffected by that damage.
They've still got about half of that one wheel, but it looks to me like it's not firmly on the shafts. They are having drive issues. And Stoneforge is revved up. It sounds like they're ready to come in for the kill.
I know from talking with Unga Bunga, they've spent a lot of time on that drivetrain, and it seems like it has not gone to waste. About 30 seconds remaining. Unga Bunga flings Stoneforge across the arena.
There's some chunks that came off of somebody. Eh? That could be the arena floor. I'm not even sure.
Somebody or the arena. That's a lot of chunks stuck on Stoneforge, though, as Unga Bunga moves in for the kill.
There's looks like another portion of wheel off of Unga Bunga. That may have been the same one from earlier. The wheel guards.
No, there are two parts off of Unga Bunga's wheels. They're just designed them so well that they're able to take a lot of damage. Unga Bunga losing a large part.
That's it. Battery's over. That's tap out. You're winning.
Out. All of the electronics of Unga Bunga spilling over the arena. Stoneforge, the clear victor, but only at the very last seconds of the match was that the victory really decided.
Dude, Stoneforge wins by tap out in 2:58. 2 seconds before that fight was over. It could have gone to the judge's decision, and it could have shafted Stoneforge incredibly badly. The fact that they were able to showcase tremendous aggression and make that victory, I'm very surprised.
Absolutely impressive display from both teams. Phenomenal to watch. That's what we're here to see. We're here to see that robot carnage all the way to the last second. Sadly, it wasn't all the way to the last second, but that's better than a lipo fire, as we've seen so far today.
No, I wholeheartedly agree on that. The fight that we just saw really exemplifies the top quality robot combat that we've been seeing here at the Texas Aimbots event. I'm looking forward, hopefully, to seeing more in the finals. It sounds like somebody's calling for Hailstone, so I better get out of here. I'll be back.
All right. Thanks again for joining us on that guest broadcast. We're going to have Nathaniel coming back here. Your regularly scheduled programming. It's Hailstone versus Fully Defined. We know Fully Defined to be fully defined as
what an afternoon. Yeah.
Fully Defined Destroyer, as we saw at the lipo fire not too long ago.
Yeah. Quite the ordeal.
This 3-pound bracket is really the hallmark of destruction.
Yeah.
Robots flying over the arena.
With the discussion that I had earlier with some of the other members, we found some of the really good bots this year, and they have the ability to shred everything. So here we are.
Lipo batteries.
Here we are.
These finals matches, as we're moving closer and closer. I guess we're still in quarterfinals, but the finals matches approaching. We see just the great teams facing the great teams, match after match.
Yep.
Action after action. Here we go, Hailstone versus Fully Defined.
We'll get the doors closed up and ready to go.
Shout out to Hailstone for guest commentating.
Yeah, it was a great impromptu commentating. It sounded great. We got it all figured out.
Fully Defined removing that safeguard. And we know what happens when that safeguard is removed.
And massive shout out to all of the members here who are, this is not their first rodeo and they're helping us out, because there's definitely been some hiccups here. So massive shout out.
All right. Our team's ready. Hailstone, are you ready?
Pause.
All right.
Well, hold on. We
are looking for some extra safety measures here.
We need the lipo box before we start.
We're going to make sure that we have the correct safety procedures in place in the event the lipo fire might happen again. We are prepared this time. Please hold while we ensure the safe operation of this event. For all those in person here and watching at home. Well, chat, now that we are approaching the final matches pretty soon here, what are you guys' picks? What's your March Madness bracket? Who do you got at the top? Who do you got second, third, fourth? Type it in the chat. It would appear that we're going to be waiting on the bucket because the bucket still has the previous robot, one of Warhart's robots. I know he has another ready to go. So as we are waiting for that, about a 1-minute time estimate for that bucket to be available once again in the event such insane destruction ensues that we require the bucket to put the flaming lipo in to be safely disposed of. Favorite moment?
What was
Big
your
fire.
favorite moment? Oh, great, guys. Oh, man. Ian has arrived at the bucket. We're ready to go. All right, let's get this started. Hailstone, are you ready? All right, fully defined, are you ready? Refs, you ready? Bucket, you ready? All right, the match starts in 3, 2, 1, commence.
Ooh. Fully defined, getting a pretty good grind on Hailstone's ramp. Hailstone's ramp not looking very different. Both teams going very aggressive.
Grinding away at the wedge there.
Hailstone not letting Fully Defined get to any of its wheels. Oh!
That was some great driving right there. Oh, he's on top.
He's on top, and now he's behind. Hailstone looking for an opportunity to get behind Fully Defined to flip him over. And that looks like it might be it, but it's Fully Defined will not just be knocked out by getting flipped over once. They have safeguards in place to prevent that, but it looks like Hailstone's going to take advantage of Fully Defined being flipped over.
That's a pin.
Good pin from Hailstone. Hailstone taking a pretty big hit from Fully Defined, but not phasing him in the slightest.
Some good trash talk going on between the two teams here. I'm loving to hear it. This is what Combat Robotics is all about.
Hailstone exhibiting pretty good control over Fully Defined. This Fully Defined is once again flipped over and now back to right side up. Hailstone slamming, losing a tire, but we've seen that in the past, and it has not affected him in the slightest. With 30 seconds remaining on the clock, it's anyone's game. Not a ton of huge hits here that would be clearly defining a victory in either case. A few wheels knocked off from Hailstone. Fully Defined doing a good job. Fully Defined getting into position now.
10 seconds left to go on the clock. That's a pin. Just trying to chop away at him.
Ooh.
5,
Fully Defined doing a lot of damage to Hailstone.
3, 2, 1. That's the end of the match. Oh, man.
Once again, a very close match. I think that might be going to Fully Defined, as Fully Defined got quite a few good licks off in the last couple seconds of that match.
Yeah, that driving skill there was impeccable from both sides. His driving was amazing. You can't hear him. It's fine. But he was able to get all of his hits. Hailstone was also to keep him basically away from him most of the time and maneuver into his weapon using his steel wedge. Fantastic driving from both sides. Fantastic driving. They've obviously been watching each other throughout the day to try and see how they play.
And that's how those good teams do it. They got to scout each other out, figure out what their strategies are, and figure out how to employ counter strategies to be taking the victory, especially as we are closing out.
Yeah, speaking of closing out, next up on the stream, we got Ablation and Hound coming up onto the field.
Fully Defined winning that last match.
Fully Defined was the winner of that last match.
Not really a surprise for the last few seconds, but it would have been really anybody's game up until the last few seconds where Fully Defined was able to fully define their victory.
And wow. Would you look at that.
Just shred the side of Hailstone.
Yes, Ablation and Hound are next on the field.
Both these teams titans in this competition, as we've seen today. Going to be very fun to watch both of them go head-to-head in a very safe manner. Got the box on standby. Got the vents on standby. Everything ready to go should anything bad happen. It's not the desired outcome whenever there's a lipo fire, but kind of expected whenever there's so many moving parts that are, I mean,
yeah,
that is a pretty good disabling technique, is to destroy somebody's battery. They're not able to move much after that.
Had a lot going on, that is for sure.
We got a shot of the field here as the refs
As
and
the driver of
assistants and
Ablation is helping us out here.
are cleaning off the field.
Trying to get as much field debris off as they can.
You know, at the end of this competition, I'd like to see a side-by-side of the beginning and the end of the
What the field looked like? Yeah.
The comparison side-by-side just to see how many different abrasions. I mean, you can see the little brown spot where the broom currently is from that.
Someone's saying, I don't understand how Hailstone can get any aggression points without a weapon. Fully defend all the way. Fully defined all the way. My bad. I didn't. My reading is bad. Yeah, fully defined all the way.
Well, those ramp bots, I mean, we saw Hailstone take out robots by slamming them into the wall.
Yeah.
So it's not really a matter of, it's more aggression in the tactics that they play with. And we've seen Hailstone go out. I mean, Hailstone was chasing Fully Defined's tail the entire game, trying to get behind him, trying to get a good spot to be able to get some pins. He had quite a few good pins for control, if you're going to go for the control points. And aggression, I mean, he was looking for those opportunities pretty much every second of the competition, unless it was the very end where he was stuck in the corner after Fully Defined got a very well-placed pin.
It was hard to get a good pinpoint on him because of the geometry of his robot.
Which is a tactic that is very good to employ, having the interesting geometry that's hard to counter. And it kind of seemed like Fully Defined was not able to fully take advantage of the spinner that they had as their wedges were pushing against the wall and kind of like preventing them from getting any closer. But Hailstone was able to not take as much damage.
Real quick, we're getting ready on the field. We have
go
Ablation and Hound getting ready. They are setting up the field. Looks like they're ready to go. All right. Hound, are you ready? Ablation, are you ready? Ablation. He's fixing? Okay. We're going to wait for a second. Ablation is ready. Hound is ready. Refs, are you ready? The bucket is ready. 3, 2, 1. Match start.
Ooh. Hound doing a couple front flips.
Looking like the Olympics here at the moment. The amount
Very
of
similar
gymnastics.
designs. The double spinners, also very different how their drivetrains are. Slight difference with Ablation as well. Having the two wedges on the front.
They're having a hard time getting hits on each other with just the amount of lift that's being generated as they drive.
As you can see them bouncing around the arena.
This might be a knockout. Maybe. Yeah, he's not.
Parts flying off a Hound.
Hound is having
Ablation
issues with some
laying into the side.
That's a tap out.
That's a tap out from Hound. Ablation will be taking the victory here.
Good job on his part.
Bracket.
All
Sounds
right.
like the drivetrain went out for Hound. Sadly, you hate to see the
first
competition just.
Yeah, the first hit's right there.
Yeah, it's like a first hit kind of thing, but it's also like we're trying to see the match all the way through. You know?
Yeah. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Up next for the 1 pound bracket, we need Brobot and Drive Test to come to the field.
Drive test train?
Drive Test Train? Question mark.
Question mark? We've seen them be pretty successful in the past.
They've done pretty good.
They've done a lot of very good pins, very good getting underneath. They seem to have one of the lower robots in the competition, even going up against Darkside, as we saw Darkside go against several different ramp bots, but not able to overcome Drive Test Train, which has been interesting
especially
for ramp
Robots. Robot's done a really good job of holding their own in pretty much every match. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of shocked they've made it this far. I'm kind of shocked, and I'm happy to see it.
It's going to be hard for Brobot to be able to get under Drive Test Train, as Drive Test Train has proven time and time again, at least for the ramp bots, that it is not afraid of them, and it is going to go under them. It will not be going over them. And Brobot's design relies on the robots going over the top to hit that spinner. And if the ramp's not low enough, if Drive Test Train is just low enough and they're not able to get around to the side flanks or to the back, then Brobot's going to be in for some trouble.
Yep. All right, we're closing up the box. We have one robot in at the moment. We're about to get the other one in.
That's going to be Drive Test. Robot on its way in, removing the safety. Despite the pretty big
All right,
difference in size.
looks like we're
they
ready
are
to
both
go.
in the 1 pound
Brobot,
bracket.
are you ready? Can I get a thumbs up? Brobot, you ready? Drive test, you ready? All right, refs, you ready? Buckets ready? 3, 2, 1, match start.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty even match on ramp height. I thought Drive Test Train was going to have a bit of an advantage, but it looks like Brobot is having the same height on the ramp. For a little bit
Yeah,
of
it's going to be hard getting the side hits here on the wheels. Some slight sparks there.
Looking like kind of a stalemate as both robots are almost equally pinning each other. Drive Test Train might have the slight advantage of being able to push Brobot into the corner. Drive Test Train could have used more weight on wheels because it does not seem like they put weight in a lot of other places. And that's going to mean that they're going to have a lot more torque to be able to push Brobot around, as it seems like that's what they're doing. Exuding a pretty good amount of control.
No major hits.
The situation as Brobot gets flipped by Drive Test Train. Brobot not holding in that position for very long, but Drive Test Train taking Brobot for a ride.
No major hits other than just controlling of the map.
That is indeed one of the 3 scoring aspects of this competition. Very valid tactic. Both robots looking for an opening. Looks like Drive Test Train might find one. This robot gets pushed into the wall. Once again, Brobot in the corner, Drive Test Train in the pin position. Doing a very good job of controlling the situation.
30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left to match. Still waiting for more pinpoints coming out from Drive Test. Brobot yet to get a good hit on the. Trying to get a good
one good hit to make Drive Test Train
the wedge
immobile, but it does not look like Drive Test Train is going to give him a chance as Brobot is once again forced into the corner.
10 seconds left. This match is about to come to a close. This is going to be a very close one in terms of what
5,
kind of
4,
what constitutes
3,
the victory here. 3 seconds, 2,
1.
1. That's the end of the match.
That's the game over.
That is game.
I think Drive Test Train might have taken that one. They had a lot more control.
They had a lot going on there.
I feel like they had just more going for them in that regard. No, neither team really able to. Well, Drive Test Train using its weapon pretty effectively, using its wedges and spikes underneath to be able to get underneath Brobot many times. Brobot not being able to use their horizontal or their vertical spinner on the top of their ramp.
That is true. That is true.
And that's not going to give them any weapon points, and that's going to make, I think, Drive Test Train be the victor in this situation. I think they just did too much. They had too much control to not.
They had too much control to not gain those win points.
Drive Test Train did indeed win that match, as we were getting from the judges. That control is a strong element. If you're able to dodge the weapons of the other robots, you can just win with control. And that's exactly what we see Drive Test Train doing time and time again very well.
Speaking of control, next match we got coming up is Potato versus Pork Chop coming to the field for their part of the double elimination bracket for 1 pound. Let's bring them to the field and take a look at the field as they move over.
Potatoes and pork chops
Potato
go
and
pretty
pork
well
chop
together.
Sounds pretty good. Oh, yeah. I like how that sounds.
As a dish, they are not a bad option. And they're going to be a pretty good show, as we've seen Pork Chop take a very close victory in the last fight that they were in. Potato as well. Despite Potato losing its weapon, it was still able to function very well.
A matchup that we have seen before and we'll see again. All right, looks like we're getting ready. I think everyone is in the ring. They are locking it up. All right, Potato, are you ready? Pork Chop, are you ready? Refs, you ready? All right. Match start in 3, 2, 1, start.
Pork Chop spinning up, or Potato spinning up. Pork Chop trying to charge.
Ooh, good hit on.
It's going to be pretty tough for Pork Chop if their drive train starts getting taken out early, which indeed is what happens.
There goes a wheel.
They run into Potato. Once again,
man.
More wheels flying. Potato still in a pretty good spot with the last 2 remaining wheels in their drivetrain active, actually lowering their weapon if it is intact to be able to attack Potato.
How has Pork Chop been able to take so many hits this day? Like, I don't understand.
Very durable robot, but it's only going to take
another one.
well-placed hit to take out that wheel.
Is that another one?
Unless Pork Chop loses his weapon once again, as we've seen a few times this comp.
Just grinding away at Pork Chop.
Looks like Potato's spinner has wound down for the time being. Making this into a pushing match, 55 seconds left. Considering the weapon of Pork Chop is, or the weapon of Potato and Pork Chop now are not active.
Potato's weapon may or may not be down, or this may be completely intentional to try and save their weapon for later on.
It's definitely a
30 seconds remaining.
Sure they are able to still have a weapon for the later matches, as they are going to start being closer and closer together. You're going to have less and less time to repair in between. Oh, looks like their weapon is still spinning, or able to spin, but Pork Chop not letting Potato breathe and be able to get that spinning
Got
up.
10 seconds left here on the clock.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. That's a
Game
match.
over.
That's
Pretty
it.
close game.
That's a late hit. Oh, man.
Pork Chop not having a weapon going in was a little bit of a detriment, but they showed that they are not afraid to still be in the pushing match. Even after they lost 2 wheels, they were still able to push pretty well.
I'm not convinced that Potato's weapon was just purposely powered down to save it.
I don't know. They turned it on at the end. Pork Chop was able to get up close and personal and stop it from spinning up, but I don't think that will be enough. With the 2 wheels lost, that's going to be a lot of weapon points. Judge's decision coming in.
All right, coming onto the field next, we're going to have Stoneforge and Warhart, and Potato won that last match.
Another match featuring Warhart.
Yeah, Stoneforge and Warhart coming onto the field.
Very good robot. Out of Houston, Texas. Got to talk to the creator after the incident in one of the last matches, but he's a pretty seasoned competitor. Obviously builds very, very good robots.
Oh, yes, he does. Yes.
Lipo fires,
Yes, they do.
Not really sometimes things that you can control, especially if you just get a really good hit on the underside of a robot where all those electronics might be resting.
This is reminding me that I should probably make if I decide to do 1 pound robot, to encase mine in titanium. I don't know.
As long as that titanium fits the weight class and is in the bill of materials you're allowed to use.
Just use titanium to encase my battery.
Warhart and Stoneforge making their way to the arena as it is getting cleaned off from the remnants of Pork Chop. As Potato was tearing him apart last round. Potato being the previous victor. Pork Chop getting knocked out.
Man, how have you? There's been so many matches today. The names are starting to blur together with just how well the robots are doing. But yeah, Stoneforge, Warhart have both been hitting hard today, and this one is going to for sure knock one of them out. And I think it's going to be a very even match, as we've seen thus far.
It'll either be very even, but I feel like one of these robots is not going to be leaving. I feel like neither of these robots are going to be leaving fully intact, but one of these robots is not going to be leaving functional.
I think I have to agree with you on that.
Warhart's done a very good job in the past of incapacitating his competitors. Stoneforge doing the same thing as we saw against Unga Bunga. Both egg beater robots, and in this case as well, both egg beater robots. We shall see which egg beater is the best.
We got both robots in the field. Looks like it's all locked up and ready to go. All right. Stoneforge, you ready? Warhart, you ready? Refs, ready? All right. This match will start in 3, 2, 1, start.
Both spinners spinning up, sparks flying immediately as Stoneforge goes flying back into its corner. Warhart with a very good hit right out the gate.
Man, we got that good hits today.
This is the match to watch. Sparks flying at every encounter. Parts of Stoneforge flying off. Warhart getting flipped, but Warhart being able to flip itself by running into the edge. Warhart in a precarious position as Stoneforge is trying to capitalize.
Try to get these double weapons hits. Oh man, running into the ceiling.
That's going to put Warhart right back,
doing
right
another
side up,
flip,
and then now upside down again. Ooh, two large hits from Stoneforge and Warhart.
I don't know if he's going to be able to ride himself back up. He's grinding down into the. He was grinding down, hitting the
right
light.
spot. I think that was actually a light hit. Stoneforge's wheel protector is getting blown away as Warhart is moving in for the kill. Hit after hit, sparks flying
everywhere. Wow.
When those
These weapons are
egg
going to be
beaters connect,
destroyed by the end of this.
when those egg beaters connect, it is just a recipe for
45 seconds left. There's still a lot that can be done here.
Stoneforge looking like it
spin
might be
down?
not
Is
functional.
that a spin down?
As Warhart
there is a robot
powering down.
That's tap out.
Tap out from Stoneforge. Warhart taking the victory.
Wow. Fantastic match. That was a fantastic match.
Extremely good showing of robot on robot violence. That is what we are here for today, folks.
Wow.
That is what we love to see.
Now this.
Thank you to both teams for that impressive showing.
Now this is Combat Robotics.
This is indeed Combat Robotics as we move on to the finals in the ant weight category.
Wow.
That is the 1 pound robots. Semifinals.
This is the 1 pound semifinals. That'll be coming up next.
What an impressive showing. We got to see egg beater versus egg beater once again. And whenever those, whenever those weapons meet, it is
collision of those.
Spark City.
Oh, man.
And that is what we like to see.
Oh, man. You could see the robots just bouncing around from each collision on each other, and then into the roof, and then back down, and then jumping across.
And even though Warhart was turned over for a reasonable amount of time, it did not stop him from being able to still be aggressive, still be going after, saying, my egg beater will still attack you, even if I'm upside down. I just have to be facing the right direction. And just proves to...
Well, next up on the field,
the value of those egg beaters.
Next up on the field, we got Brobot and Potato for the 1 pound semifinal match. And the loser is third for this fight, and the winner will fight Drive Test for first place in the 1 pound bracket.
It's going to be Brobot and Potato. I believe if Brobot does end up going on to the final with Drivetrain has already beat Brobot, as we saw recently. But that does not mean that a change of strategy could end in a change of result for Brobot.
Yeah. We'll clean up the field a little more before we have Brobot and Potato enter the ring, which we will have them here shortly. I see Brobot in the back.
We got some interesting smells coming through as
just the collision of metal.
Match. Yes, the collision of metal, the collision of plastic.
Smells like sparks.
Smells like victory for Warhart.
Does smell like victory for Warhart. That is true.
As we get the arena cam going, as the robots are entering the field. Both of these robots having pretty impressive showing today.
Robot has
obviously getting all the way to the semifinals is no small feat.
Robot has entered the field. Potato should be on shortly, within the next couple minutes. They did take some pretty good hits earlier when they were going against. I forgot who Potato went against.
In their most recent match. I'm also trying to remember.
I don't know, man. All these matches have been a blur.
It's all been going very fast. Might be the fumes from the lipo earlier.
Man. Yeah, we need Potato on the field as soon as we can. There's Potato.
Potato is on the way to the field. We need this match for the 1 pound semifinals and weight semifinals. Begin shortly.
He just got me a key.
Cage is closing.
And we are getting ready to go for the 1 pound semifinal match. The loser of this match will be third, and the winner will go on to fight Drivetrain Test Frame for the finals match for 1 pound. Question mark? All right. Is locked up. We're locked and ready to go. Brobot, are you ready? Potato, are you ready? He is ready. Refs are ready. All right. This match starts in 3, 2, 1, start.
Potato spinning up. Robot looking like it might have a drivetrain problem. Looks like Potato's not going to be able to attack Robot from the front, but it looks like it's going to be trying to get an opportunity to attack from the flank or the rear. Sparks are flying off of the ramp of Robot. As it seems its right wheel has been not
Seems to be a control loss here.
Looks like Potato's able to get around to the back of Robot and start dealing some serious damage to those wheels and the back chassis.
Ooh.
Robot spinner doing a very good job.
Oh, man.
As Brobot takes a flight,
That's a tap
that is
out.
a tap out from Brobot. Potato is the winner.
All right, that match is over. Power down the robots.
Very brief match in the 1 pound semifinals. Potato go on to fight the winner. That means Brobot is third place for
Brobot will
the
take
ant weight
third.
category. That is the 1 pound category.
You know,
And
third out of 15
congratulations
is not bad.
to Brobot.
Especially with what's happened today. Not bad at all.
3 out of 15 is certainly nothing to sneeze at as Brobot takes it. And now we will see drive test frame question mark versus Potato. All right, we have an announcement to make.
All right, folks. So let me see if I can explain this correctly. I'm going to be looking off to the side at the official judges so I don't mess this up. The 1 pound is over. It's complete. Someone that's official, look back at me, Sid or Luke. Okay, drive test is the winner because they share a transmitter with who is now second place, Potato. And so Potato has agreed to forfeit because they share a transmitter. So drive test is the winner of the ant weight robots. That's it. That's it for ant weights. I know, it's a crazy finish. It's a crazy ending. Who would have thought those two robots came into the competition sharing a transmitter, would be the last two together. They came in, they told us, hey, if we happen to fight each other, this is the robot that will forfeit. They fought each other in the finals. It's a crazy happenstance, but that is honestly how it shook out today. So with that, we are going to jump right back in. I'll switch back spots with Matt, and we'll get right back into the beetle weights as we finish out the night, hopefully here in the next 10 minutes.
A lot said from Preston to clarify the situation, and that is going to be the closing out of the ant weight category.
Ant weight
on
is
to the
over.
beetle weight 3 pound robots.
Oh, man, this is where it's going to be. This is where it is. It's these guys right here. These 3 pound bots that are destroying the field. These guys.
It's going to be Ablation versus Warhart.
Ablation versus Warhart.
And I believe the loser of this will be third or will be fourth.
I believe this is a semifinal round, but we are about to get. This is a
We
quarterfinal
are in
round.
the quarterfinals. We are not that far yet.
All right, we need Ablation and Warhart heading to the field.
after Warhart, after both teams' impressive showings in their last matches. Ablation going up against a very similar bot, and Warhart going up against also kind of a very similar bot as well, as Stoneforge was also a egg beater.
Stoneforge was also an egg beater and unfortunately got knocked out right at the end there with the good tap out, though. It was a good tactical tap out.
Good fight, and close fight in both matches means that we're probably going to see an extremely good match here.
I think
we're
also,
I can tell you one thing. We're going to see a lot of sparks because this is a vertical spinner versus an egg beater, which is just the recipe for
just
sparks.
the drum, yeah. The amount of inertia is transferring in such weird ways is what we're about to see with sparks.
And a lot of magnesium.
Someone said to say hi, so
We got Sid saying hi. This is the event organizer.
Bye.
All right, we need Ablation and Warhart to come to the field as soon as they can. I bet they're ready to. They're probably in the back, trying to get them ready to go. But we are
might get
getting
a
ready to
camera
go.
of the field. All right, we're waiting for a 3-pound battery to charge, so I think we're going to go ahead and do the awards for the ant and the fairy weight. That is the 150-gram fairy weight and the 1-pound ant weight.
Whew,
I think we're waiting on the awards to arrive.
For our first time, this has been quite the exciting venue and set of matches that we've had thus far.
The robots and destruction we have seen today has been extremely impressive. This is my first live event to be at, and it has been quite the pleasure to be able to see all these robots live. A few feet in front of my face, actually, beyond the camera. But it has been
I didn't realize when I had my headset off earlier, I didn't realize how loud it was until I was standing next to the field, because this muffles some of it and it's still really loud. But man, standing next to the field, whew, I feel like it's going to jump out at you.
Yeah, well, sometimes it jumps at you.
Sometimes it jumps
just
at you.
can't get out of the box, which is quite lucky because we've seen a lot of weapons get thrown off of their mounts. We've seen, I mean, as we look at the field, you can just see all the different marks from where robots have either been flipping themselves back upright in the terms of the
We're going to quickly do some awards for the fairy weight and ant weight robots while we wait for that battery to charge for 3-pound. They are sorting out the awards at the moment.
Preston, what if you had the camera facing towards the wall?
He would like the 150-gram third-place winner.
Hi, sorry. We are first going to be awarding. We're good? Okay. We are going to be awarding the 150-gram third place first.
What is it? Who won? Third place? 150 gram? They know. Which robot was it?
Punch Buggy. Congratulations. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. Perfect. Let's go. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Second place. Hello. Thank you for coming. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Big round of applause, please.
No punchbacks, right?
What?
No punchbacks? No punchbacks. There was no punchbacks.
And for first place.
Oh. No, there were not. Wait, what?
The robot for second place was no punchbacks.
No punchbacks.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard something else. Yes, sorry. The robot for second place, that won second place in the 150-gram division, was no punchbacks. Thank you. Now the first place. The first place award goes to, sorry? Speedwedge UK. Congratulations. Thank you so much for coming. Of course, you didn't really have a choice.
Well, I could have not brought the arena.
You could. Well, yeah. I mean, so you technically, you know, it is what it is. But thank you so much for everyone that competed in the 150-gram division. We really appreciate it. And yeah, you know, hopefully we have more robots to fight with next time, and less fires. We'd also like to announce the Antweight division winners. First of all, with third place. Just give me the screen, man. All right. In third place, under the 1 pound division, I would be honored to present this award to Brobot.
Let's go.
Thank you so much for coming. And here's your award. Let's go. One last time for Brobot. Yeah. All right. In second place. The winner for the 1 pound division is Potato. He is currently putting a battery in his other robot, I believe. Yay, Potato. Can someone grab him? In the meantime. We'll wait. Hello. To all of you watching, thank you so much. This is our first event ever doing Combat Robotics. Hello. Okay. Pause. Hello. Once again, the second place in the 1 pound division goes to Potato. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Perfect. And now the first place. I think I have to stall again. Thank you so much for watching. Once again, this is our first ever event doing Combat Robotics. We really hope to do more, potentially in the fall, depending on whether we get both fume extraction filters soon. But yeah, sincerely, thank you so much. For our first event, this was amazing. We couldn't have expected any better turnout and appreciation. There we go. In first place for the 1 pound division. There you go. Drive test frame. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I guess that's enough. Is your battery in your robot? He's working on it. We will have the 3 pound losers semifinals, I believe. Someone correct me. Yes. Brought to you soon. I'll be back.
Thank you, Sid. And as we get the handoff back to Matt, great award ceremony, even if it was impromptu. And man, what a wacky set of circumstances with handing out the awards. But we are doing great. The big thing we're waiting for right now is charging up those batteries on the 3 pound bots. There's been a lot of shared batteries. There's been a lot of non-batteries, things disappearing because batteries have been deciding to not be as a battery anymore.
Deciding to be a fire starter instead in some cases.
Again, massive shout out to Texas A&M University and the Memorial Student Center services for helping us out, setting up everything, dealing with some of the unforeseen circumstances that have come up over the course of the day. They have been really patient with us, and I cannot thank them enough. It has been a wild ride today. But we are getting ready to go for our next match between Ablation and Warhart. Actually, I think that's old, but we'll update it in a minute.
With the batteries charging, just goes to show that it truly is a friendly environment. It might be, the heat of competition might, there's robot destruction going on, but it's not all destruction. You know, friendships are made.
Yeah, even the short conversations that I've had with some of the competitors here, they all just want everyone to have fun. That's what this is about. This is about having fun and learning something along the way as you do it. It's been quite eye-opening to see some of the engineering design that some of these students are making in and out of a college. Some have already graduated college. Some of them are in elementary school and are being mentored. They have so much going on, and yet they're still able to produce a BattleBot at this caliber. So this is a wonderful environment to watch.
And obviously, this is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, this is a very real competition. We're seeing robots rip each other apart. We're seeing fires get started in both the beetle weight and the fairy weight competitions.
I've been told that this is one of the this is not a normal occurrence. Yet we have had the stars align in just the wrong way with some really good robots and some robots that have been new that have taken the brunt of that hit there. So that's really what today's been about. Yeah. I think I see robots being couriered into here, ferried, shepherded. They're trying to move robots back into here. As we close out the remaining matches today for this combat robotics competition, it is just the 3-pound robots remaining.
We've seen these 3-pounders really put in some work as they bounce all over the arena whenever they have the extra motor power that the weight class allows for. We were talking about scalability in one of the interviews earlier and how spinners are very scalable to their weight class, and I think we've seen a pretty good example of that. We've had spinners in in all 3 fairy weight, ant weight, and beetle weight competitions, and each time it's just making the robots fly even higher, fly even farther, more pieces, fly even higher, fly even farther. More pieces come off of the robot.
It is interesting to see how well the especially the egg beaters scale. Our event organizer Sid is a member of Riptide, and there's a video of them launching a medicine ball like 70 feet in the air with their egg beater. It was a crazy video, and that shows you the amount of power that's going on behind each of these robots. I mean, even some of these smaller robots have a tipping speed of like 130 miles an hour at the tip, and that's where you're going to be hitting most of the time.
Being able to sustain hits, as we've seen quite a few robots take hits and still keep going, is also just as impressive as dealing the damage, because you got to be functional, not just with your weapon and how your weapon affects other people, but how you're able to take hits and tank hits.
I think we've got robots coming onto the field. Ablation is already closing up, getting ready to go. And then we have Warhart also prepping to get into the field. We'll set up in just a couple seconds. You can hear the chime of the ESCs as they turn on. They're locked up. Handshakes have been exchanged. The drivers are ready to go. They're ready to finish this up. And we will get the drivers at the ready, and we will make sure our refs are ready.
All right. Ablation, are you guys ready? As ready as they'll be. Warhart, are you ready? Warhart is good to go. Judges and refs, are you ready? If that's the case, then we will begin in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. Sparks flying immediately. As Warhart flies into the ceiling. A wheel already lost. Once again, hitting the ceiling. The 2 different styles of vertical spinner showcased here with egg beaters
spinning
and
so
dual
fast.
vertical spinners. They are at maximum power, as they are not going to go home without a fight. One wheel still on the ground. Ablation flipped over once again. The right side up. Warhart going all the way to the ceiling and back down.
The sparks are going everywhere.
Another wheel is lost, but that's not going to stop anybody from flying all over the arena. More sparks, and carnage ensues. Ablation is flung to the corner of the room by Warhart. And by itself, Warhart getting in another good hit. Ablation tries to right itself. Ablation
getting pinned into the corner.
Right side up again. Ablation just going straight into the air.
With 45 seconds left, there's a lot that can still happen.
It's anybody's game. There's so much that's gone on this entire match. I'm glad I'm not a judge and have to keep track of it.
They're trying a bit of a standoff here, trying to figure out how they're going to approach this. They're both lifting up as their weapons are spinning so fast. Their drivetrains are also spinning.
On the clock. Anybody's game. Seems like both drivetrains have sustained at least a little bit of damage. Warhart trying to move into a position to attack Ablation.
We got 18 seconds left.
Ablation having to back off as it's trying to get control to be able to hit Warhart in a way that
10 seconds left. We're down to the wire
damaging.
here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the match.
That's the match. Both robots surviving.
Weapons are powered
but
off.
Not without a couple losses and wounds to take care of after this match.
Some major hits that were going on there. I'm sure it smells quite fragrant in there with the sparks everywhere.
The amount of metal, sparks, plastic, rubber.
Oh yeah.
Every other material
there.
that both teams have used to assemble their robots. The insides remained inside on this one, but quite a few outsides were lost.
All right, if I remember correctly, these were the semi-final matches. Those were the quarterfinal
matches.
Okay, quarterfinal matches. And we will get you updated on who is going to be next.
Very close match. I don't think there's a winner that I could decisively call at all. Both robots had, I think, an equal amount of pieces missing. Looks like the judges are actually going to be having to inspect the damage because it is just that close. You can smell the burnt rubber and plastic from here. The winner of this match will be moving on to fight Hailstone. And then the winner of either Ablation or Warhart that wins this match to go and fight Hailstone, the winner of that match will fight Fully Defined for the final. All right, so we got judges scoring coming in. Looks like the damage score is going to be 3 for Ablation, 2 for Warhart. Aggression is going to be 2 for Ablation, 1 for Warhart. Control is going to be 2 for Ablation yet again, 1 from Warhart once again. And that total is going to be Ablation with 7, Warhart with 4 for the first judge's score sheet.
Overall, between the two judges' score sheets, there's about a 3-point difference, with Ablation taking the overall win between the two robots.
That means Ablation will be moving on to fight Hailstone in this next bout.
Wow, what a match.
Once again, very close match. That's what we'd love to see, and as we're getting closer and closer to the final.
And hopefully Ablation is ready for going back on immediately, because that's what's going on.
That is a very fast turnaround time for them. And this is going to be a semi-final game, Ablation versus Hailstone.
Well, we're double checking real quick. All right, so this will be the semifinals match. The loser of this
Confirmed.
will be getting third, and the winner of this match will fight. They'll fight fully defined.
That will be a fight for second.
Yeah.
Whoever loses this is third, which is still not something to sneeze
Especially
at.
today.
15 robots in the 3-pound category. Third out of 15 is not bad at all. But we all know everybody came here for the crown, not for the third place. So we will see Hailstone versus Ablation shortly.
Do we have Ablation? Do we have Hailstone ready to go? Oh, well, yeah, he does. They will need a second.
We'll be taking a slight audio break here as Ablation is making those repairs because we just saw Ablation and Warhart go very hard against each other. So we will be taking a slight audio break. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be right
We'll
back.
be right back in just a few minutes.
We need to unscrew that thing.
Yeah, taking down the field.
Yeah, it fell off from some team. Chairs right there, right?
What? No, we don't do anything with the chairs or tables. All that stays. We just have to get our field
This one
out
should
and our
take like
stuff out.
15 minutes.
If we work together, yeah, we gotta go.
Well, we need to have tools to work together. I don't know how many tools we have.
Luke said it doesn't take so long.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, just this one.
Oh, like this?
Well, I guess we don't have to like just these, right?
I don't know. I don't know how much this comes apart. I'm not sure.
Like usually like these part, like one side.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's probably just like these four, these four. Yeah. So it's not too much.
Oh yeah, he's talking about that thing. Because we had the Vex wheel similar design.
usually sort of so for deadline stuff, like undergrad classes take.
What's that? Is that 360? See the part section ceiling, Preston? I did see the part section.
I see the part. Oh, of this ceiling, this ceiling. Yeah.
No, don't worry, it's in the box. It's in the box.
It's always like you give me like 10 kilograms in a day. It's just so much easier. And that's only 50%.
We are capable of
Working at the FDC, see what
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're back.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, as soon as this is over, they gotta go. But it's
People who are
we got new tires. Yeah, they had black tires. That's better. This is the Hailstone I would have fought him with, but had a bad tire.
You're telling me you've been kind of crunched this whole time?
Huh?
You've had what's it called?
The back right tire was crushed the last 2 fights. I found out it's because the mount point for the gearbox actually is slipping so far off that the gear and the head of the motor is not making contact with the first stage of the gearbox. I've been having to constantly swap motors. I have one spare left. I don't know where the spare is. It's somewhere over there, I think.
Well, hopefully, yeah.
All we can.
Where's the other? Ablation? I mean, Ablation they just came out of a match, so they're probably still.
they just.
Ablation's trying to survive. Yeah, I mean, it's rough because the winners of this match goes straight to the finals, and then it's.
What about the finalists? Do we have the finals?
I mean, they're good. It's going to be what happens here, right? We want to make sure they're not. Hailstone has been doing really good. Yeah, they've been making.
Well, it is still barely a scratch. I was moving the entire time and he got me right in the corner. That was a good job trying to do. Last time that happened was
it just floats out, right? What?
What's his name?
It survives. Yeah, usually like this type of you always see these type of guys go down because they always survive because you flip the other one.
Yeah, good guy. I mean, like, he was as chill as
I mean, you would tell me out of here at 8, so.
Well, I know what's mine, and I know what's yours.
I have no idea what's yours, but I know what's mine. So.
Kind of want to see it end, though.
Yeah, I know.
We all want to see it end.
It's like I've been here for too long, you know? It's like I can't.
Come on, you only got here, what, 10? 9? Oh, yeah.
Oh, you gotta come now.
You should go to the
It's like a 40-year marriage.
You get there. You get there at 8 a.m. and you leave. Nor catch. Imagine this way. It's the big. It's like. Yeah. The premier 3 pound, basically.
Is there 30 and 10 pounds?
There are 30 and 12s. And there are 2 kinds of 12s, one that counts, one that doesn't. The sportsman 12 and the regular 12. We don't count the sportsman 12. What's the sportsman 12? I watched someone get away with a 3mm shaft on their wheel in sportsman 12. If that is possible, it doesn't count. Okay, sportsman 12s are basically built according to a set of rules known as sportsman rules that were originally created by NERC many years ago. The idea of the sportsman rules was as robots became more and more technologically advanced and you started seeing more of the wedge, spinner, meta, the sportsman class was supposed to provide people with an opportunity to create creative robot designs without having, feeling like they're being exploited. So, sportsman class in 30 pound has always been their Motorama. There are other events that have done 30 sportsmen, or like a major fair comes to mind. Robotica, we've got full combat 30s. Theoretically, we could probably do. There's the biggest difference I can say is there's no kinetic energy spinners in the sportsman. For the most part, yes. Like you can have saw blades, you can have
Flamethrowers.
I don't. It depends on if the rule set of the arena is actually good or not. We can't do it at Comic Palooza because the guys were like, oh no fire effects over at Comic Palooza. Yeah, we're trying to shaft you at every dollar we can, but no fire. Well, I mean, yeah, trust me. Comic Palooza. Yeah, there's something else.
Yeah, you guys are doing a Yoga Masters demo and hopefully bringing whatever balls you guys want.
You mean the dark?
And now you're giving like, they are. Well, you can drive them. It's pretty fun. Hero's super fun because it's like a cannon. It's like you're in there, so you're trying to hit. And now you're gonna put that's how you game it. It's like mech. Yeah, but here's the thing. You're trying to enter, but obviously you can't walk up a flight of stairs. It's not like it's I would find you whoever does that changed the filter. Well, yeah, Oh, God. No, that was 27. What did he say? He was like, all right, guys. I had like 4 people, so he ran with like 3. It was a legit. That was it. Hit the box. Hit the box. It's gonna happen. Yeah. Really? Why not? Are you saving the box? You don't need a new box? Yeah. I mean, they're just like little boxes.
I paid $7 in the box. I mean, I'm about to get my $7 out of the box. Wait a minute. I can have break the box and roll down. There's not. I put $7 in it.
Okay, so your count have probably not. Basically, it's like a really overcomplicated box to start.
That's a good tradition. That's, I think, I like that.
That's what we're trying to do.
Golf balls glow in the dark.
The ones in China,
They don't just glow in the dark.
yeah. Watch out for the power shooters.
That's what they like. They just have like.
Can I help pull one?
Yeah. If you just pull up the case when you come. That one?
Just don't pull up anything with the pump required.
Okay, yeah. Okay, don't pull up that one. Leave that one.
We'll wait for that one once we get it. No, not that one.
You ever saw the little promo footage? Break the bank.
Alright, that's good for this one because we need to keep the phone still.
Just stop at a minute 30. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Goes in. Good try, Sid. Good try, buddy.
Yeah, that one was
the game. I know, we needed Billy to do it.
Alright, the box wins 1.740. Weston is our 3-pound first place champion.
So you're saying that
I don't know, but is that one of the worst? It's either getting close to the Weston or at the
so I guess we should
we need to check
check.
No, I just forgot to.
Yeah. There's a certain amount of time guaranteed. I think he's still
He's like,
we're gonna have all our stuff out, but hey, we gotta pack up in like 9 minutes.
That'd be
Yeah,
the
holy now. At 9 minutes.
See, I thought it was like
Remember the lady who came in here with $40 in the box. She did say.
Yeah, no, Shannon's still sitting right up there.
Yeah, she did say, well, 8:30 is the actual limits because like that's when the last my full-time schedule.
Okay, I won't be here for
But she wants us preferably out of here at 8.
Hey, Sid.
Yes.
What's our hard time?
Yeah, we're gonna time. We're in robotics time.
Oh no, this is a combat robotics. Robotics has some combat robotics.
Hard time. I'm wondering what
I
hard time
did
is
one combat robotics event where we actually finished the tournament before we were supposed to. And that was Robo Games 2018, the last year they ever did it. We finished like 2 or 3 hours before we were supposed to finish across 3 days.
I've been to a bunch of first CMX tournaments.
Like, I understand they're trying to fix the robot, but like, if they win this, they're like, yeah, we fixed our robot. But now our robot sucks for the finals because we're out of time. Like,
Man, you know what I really want to
they have 10. They have 14 total minutes left.
Is he ready? In 1 minute?
All right.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, they are. Or else he forfeits.
I recognize the colors. I was like,
I remember.
All right, let's go. We're ready.
You guys are freaking going 8 hours straight commentating. Check and make sure the mic is on. I got you.
I'm looking at it. You pick it up.
No. We're doing Ablation versus Hailstone semifinal.
All right. Chat, we are back. You can't see us, but we can see you, kind of. We have 2 matches left. This is our semifinal match for the 3-pound class for Beetle class. We will have Ablation versus Hailstone. The loser of this match will acquire 3rd for the competition in the Beetle class. The winner of this will fight fully defined
for the final.
For final.
Championship final.
To try
Loser
and
of
get
this
first place.
is 3rd place. Ablation is
on the field. We're ready to go. They are ready to go. I'm about to speed run this startup. And he just did it too.
Who knows?
All right. Hailstone, you ready?
One of my drive sides doesn't work, but I don't have time to fix it, so cool.
All right. Refs, you ready? All right, guys. Good fight. Semi-final match. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, fight.
Ablation's weapons are indeed working. Drivetrain might not be entirely functional, but that's not going to stop them from getting in a couple good hits on Hailstone. Hailstone tries to get around to the rear or flanks of Ablation and not face the wrath of the weapons. Looks like Hailstone's going to take a large hit flying into the ceiling as Ablation's also going to get flipped.
All right, good
itself
hit.
as well. No surprise, we've seen Ablation upside down quite a few times as Hailstone gets flung into the air. Ablation upside down again. Not a problem.
Hailstone doing a good job of keeping him corralled into one corner as he flips himself around with his.
Ablation flips right side up now. Sparks flying against the invincible Hailstone ramp. As Ablation's trying to work on getting through it.
There goes a
Big
flip.
hit that Hailstone is upside down, but we've seen Hailstone be upside down effective just as well as right side up effective. Looks like it's going to be using the ramp as a shovel. Pushing Ablation into the wall as Hailstone and Ablation both get flung back into corners. Ablation hitting Hailstone once again and flipping him. Hailstone in the pin.
They're on a pin right now, grinding him away.
Ablation is trying to get out of the pin. Having that drivetrain slightly damaged from the get-go is not going to be good for it.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Looks like the pin is going to get released. Ablation is going to get free. 30 seconds left. Anything can happen. Both robots.
The weapon has spun up further. He's out. He's out to get him.
20 seconds left. Hailstone is getting into a good Control position.
That
despite their
wedge
damage
is
ramp.
unstoppable.
6 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the end of the match.
The end of the match.
Wow.
Both robots still functional at the end.
It was on the judges at that point to see what they are going to have. Man,
a good match we were promised and a good match we received.
Whatever the outcome is, there is nothing but camaraderie and respect between these two. Was impressed with that match. They were at each other the whole time.
Both teams probably getting full points for aggression. As the field is now getting cleaned off, ready to go for fully defined.
It's probably going to be a close one.
The winner of this match. The loser of the previous match takes 3rd place. Nothing to be sad about, but
Hailstone, I want to check your damage. I didn't put a fork on this. Never mind.
judges are analyzing the damage done to both of the robots to try and figure out which one of them can get more points for the damage weapon, for the weapon damage points. Control seemed pretty even for about both
doing
of them.
damage analyzing of how much of a hit there was on each robot.
As we await the decision, chat, who do you think won? Who has your vote?
This is it. All I took. It didn't inhibit my mobility at all. I was still aggressive and, in my opinion, had more control of him.
I agree with that. You have more control. But it's the damage that I'm really looking at.
Of course, but is the damage worth 4 to 1?
It's going to be coming down to the judge's
This
decision.
is going to be quite a contentious decision here. I haven't done anything. No.
Well, with the amount of discussion going on among the judges,
I'm right here. Red? Ooh, my favorite color.
fully defined, going to be going into the arena as the judges make a few final marks. The great matches always take the most deliberation to figure out who did in fact win. Both teams and drivers holding their breath as they wait for the decision. Yep. The judges are still deliberating. Once again, signs of a very good match, very close. Both robots putting out a lot of effort in every category. Hailstone not taking a ton of damage. Neither does Ablation.
This is going to be a very close one.
Extremely close. So close, the third judge is having to be brought in to be the tiebreaker in case neither judge agrees of the two that we have been using the rest of the comp. Judge is still deliberating.
All right, judges. We need something.
Trying to come to the most fair conclusion. to ensure the most fair result. I guess we're going to be getting 3 judges' sheets instead of 2. Hailstone.
Well, hold on. We got to read it out.
Is the victor. However, is by a 6-5, 5-6, and 6-5 decision.
Is that a point? Is it a single point off?
That's
2 points, I think. It's a split decision.
Split decision.
Yep. Well, with a third of a point difference between the 3 judges, the victor is Hailstone.
Hailstone will be moving on. Ablation taking 3rd place.
Ablation doing a fantastic job this whole day. All right. Hailstone and Fully Defined are now duking it out for finals. I know Fully Defined is ready, more or less.
Hailstone making a couple of repairs.
But now we just need Hailstone.
I believe they lost a wheel in that last engagement. Folks, as we wrap up the end of today, just want to say thank you to all the volunteers that made this event possible. Thank you to the MSC, Memorial Student Center at Texas A&M, for allowing us to host in the Gates Ballroom.
Yeah,
It's been an absolutely phenomenal experience.
I don't even know if I have enough time to try and express all of my thanks, but even to the competitors here who have helped step up to try and help us run this event, they with their own knowledge from going to other events, they have been trying to help us along to move the event forward and keep everything safe and clean and a fun environment. Shout out to all the volunteers who have taken hours out of their day, 13 hours out of their day to try and run this event. All of the competitors that came here fully expecting their robots to be absolutely destroyed and also maybe leave by 6, but here we are. We're still working on it, and we have that one match left. I cannot express enough gratitude for everyone coming out and trying to make it through this event. It means a lot. It means a lot to us, especially since it's our first event.
It's been an absolute blast getting
like
integrated into the combat robotics scene. And it looks like we're going to be having...
I think Hailstone is getting ready to push onto the field. He's on the side at the moment. We are hitting the full panel of judges right now because, boy, is this contentious. All right, here we go. Fully Defined. Is your robot ready? Hailstone, is your robot ready?
Let's do it.
Judges and refs, are you ready? Are judges and refs ready?
All right, are we good? Are we ready? All right, let's do it.
Match start in 3, 2, 1, fight.
Ooh, an explosive start. Hailstone actually using the ramp as a shovel to its advantage as it's able to get underneath Fully Defined without hitting that vertical spinning weapon. Looks like Hailstone's going to be getting Fully Defined into a pretty tough spot.
He's shoving him around, trying to get him into the corner.
Hailstone exhibiting great control as we've seen multiple times. Hailstone really knows how to... Ooh, lots of sparks flying.
He's grinding down in that steel plate.
That ramp is getting ground down. So many sparks. Ooh.
That might be the longest hit we've ever seen on Hailstone today.
That's going to be some explosive power coming out of Fully Defined. Hailstone's ramp hardly looking damaged at all.
I don't know what that plate is.
Oh,
that's a wheel.
That's going to be a wheel. And now that ramp does indeed look damaged.
The ramp is
severed.
The ramp is loose.
Ramp is
He's
loose.
still
the ramp
able to
is
keep
almost
himself
cut in half.
moving.
Fully Defined, moving in for the kill. Trying to get an opening,
There
and it
goes
takes out
another
another
wheel.
wheel on the same side. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last round. The finals. Fully Defined versus Hailstone. Hailstone
With
not
40
looking
seconds
in ship
left.
shape, but still very functional. As
With-
Fully Defined is pushing him around, trying to get. Oh.
We got a bit of a dance here. I'm loving to see it. With about 30 seconds left, we have really anything can happen. Wow.
Ooh.
I think that's
Another
another
wheel.
wheel gone, or the remainder
Another
of another
wheel getting
one.
torn apart. That wedge is
Hailstone is
seeing
still
damage
moving.
for the first time in this competition. As Fully Defined, 14 seconds left, is trying to find the kill shot to really show that they're going to be the ones, the winners of this competition. But Hailstone is
7,
still in it.
6,
Hailstone is still very
5,
mobile.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. It's over.
30 seconds remaining.
Wow. All right. The judges are now in deliberation. Honestly, that could have go either way. Matt, I think true.
Hailstone
Hailstone
looking quite beat up, more beat up than any other match he has left today.
I mean,
That's the mobility I still have. He busted the wedge and ripped 3 to 4 tires. I smell something.
but
The best fights going all the way down to the wire. Both robots still functional all the way to the end, it would appear.
we will be speedrunning the
Deliberations
awards in a
have
minute.
already been made.
We already have deliberations. We are here to look at it. All right.
And it looks like by unanimous judge decision.
With a unanimous judge decision, Fully Defined takes the victory.
Fully Defined is in first place. Hailstone in second. We will now begin the awards ceremony. And here
read my
is a
mind.
mic
Okay.
to your host, Sid.
One second. Where's the camera? Oh, hey.
Switch cameras. Just click the eyeball by the word Sid.
Can you move the camera? On. Are we good? Oh, we're in this one. Perfect. Okay. Hello. Okay. Sorry. Wow, what a match. Okay. All right. Third place for the 3-pound division. I am happy to present to Ablation. Please come up. Thank you so much for competing. Your robot was amazing. I'm glad. I'm glad. Oh yeah, 100%. Me? That's what I thought. All right, second place. Thank you. Second place, I'm happy to present to Hailstone. Mark. He's coming. With the most dominant robot that does not have an active weapon. Right here. Thank you so much for coming. An amazing robot. Here you go. Wait a second. That. Yeah. Hey, where's Ablation? He's gone? Hey.
The first, he gave the awards away wrong.
All right. Well, first place goes to Fully Defined. Thank you so much. Sorry. Here you go. We will switch that for you. Thank you so much. We will see you later.